just been wondering, curiosity on overdrive. You feel a need for something, and it's coming alive. The moment is rising like you hoped it would. Who knew a tangent could feel so good? Let her take you on another tangent, turn a thought into a whole new planet. She'll make your sense of wonder feel gigantic. Ember lights the way like magic. You arrived to learn the facts, but you stayed for her glow. You heard her musical laugh, and her quick wit stole the show. The moment is rising like you hoped it would. Who knew a tangent could feel so good? Let her take you on another tangent, turn an idea into a whole new planet. She can piece the universe from fragments. Ember lights the dark like magic. Who knew a detour could hit like this? Smart mouth, star maps, and a sideways twist. No religion, just a mind on fire, taking us higher and higher and higher. Let her take you on another tangent, turn a thought into a whole new planet. She'll make your sense of wonder feel gigantic. Ember lights the way like magic.
Ember. Stan calls. You just tell him I went to Ember's.
Ember.
Found out he's got a reservation at Ember's day after tomorrow.
Plus, Ember said I could write to her anytime.
I present to you our new Dragon Lord, Ember!
Ember, were you in on all of this?
What is this?
Not our name.
Ember's?
Praise Ember. Scared me too.
Thank Ember for your safe return.
Ember, there you are.
It's an Ember thing.
Praise Ember's strength.
Ember's here.
There's an ember in my ass.
If we look to the North Star, we will always find our way. There she is, making darkness look terribly underqualified. Our Ember, our North Star, a shining beacon of light, guiding us from afar, a safe path through the night. Trap sites and flags, information and shows. Ember writes our path ahead, her heart aglow. The path ahead, treacherous, hidden, dark, obscure. Well, that's a cheerful little itinerary. Good thing we brought a star. We are stars in the night, pinpricks of light. Together we are strong, together we fight. There's one star in the dark that always shows north. An ember forever burning, highlighting our worth. A spark in our hearts. Pinpricks, apparently very inconvenient for the dark. There's a minefield filled with hate of smear campaigns and threats. What we once thought true shifted, now unstable ground we tread. People once called friends slice their way through, those who guarded the line, but some remain true. Betrayal, threats, smears, hate. Someone's been very busy, still no compass though. We are stars in the night, pinpricks of light. Together we are strong, together we fight. There's one star in the dark that always shows north, an ember forever burning, highlighting our worth, a spark in our hearts. No matter what happens, no matter our plight, no matter the barriers, the North Star guides through the night. A glance at the North Star, a glance at our ember, forever burning in our hearts. True north, the path. The barriers may object, they'll have to find their own way home. We are stars in the night, pinpricks of light. Together we are strong, together we fight. They will not destroy us or dim our light. An ember is lit inside us, keeping the North Star bright. If we look to the North Star, we will always find our way. Still pointing north. Ember's legacy will endure.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my birthday. Thank you all so much for joining. Let's make sure I'm not actually muted this time. My goodness, my goodness. Thank you all so much for coming. So, first of all, that video that you just watched, that's a video from Alira, who worked with Emberlyn, Mother of Dragons, to make that. And there's a whole bunch of things. It's been on Alira's channel for a month or so, but why? Well, not why the video. I appreciate the video. I love the video, and I thought you all might love the video. But why am I doing a birthday? This is, I think, the 4th time on YouTube I've done this, and there's new people every time. So thank you for coming. Hello, new people. It's because when I was little, we didn't really do birthday parties. Like, my parents would take us out to dinner or something, but we didn't like have friends over or go do a party. And it's a thing that I couldn't have when I was little. And so now I'm doing it for little me now. Time travel, something like that. And I think it's really, really important to model that it is okay to celebrate yourself. In fact, more of us probably should, because we live in a world where we're constantly getting the message that what you need should come after what someone else wants, whether it's your boss or corporation generally, or politicians, or religious leaders, or family members, or whatever. All too often, we're given the message that you need to matter less. You need to be smaller. You need to be quieter. You're too much. You take up too much space. You're too opinionated. You're too sensitive. fuck that. Be as bright as you can. The world needs more light. And that's one of the reasons that I wanted to open with those videos. The other video was sent to me by Jess of How to Rule an Asteroid, the wonderful, loving Canadian, many, many months ago. And I thought that would be fun to open with. It just, there's so many fun things. And I'm glad that they're there. And I'm glad we can play with them today. Today's sort of the perfect reason for that. Now, I wanted to play Alira's video for another reason. Because last night when I was getting stuff set up for this show, it popped into my feed again. And because it's piratey and because it was after midnight already, so it was my birthday, I'm like, screw it, I'll watch it. And as I watched it, I noticed that one of the flags hanging in the background wasn't like any of the flags that I had. It looked like a blend of several of them, an amalgamation, if you will. And so I was inspired, and I stayed up far too late working on a new flag, or more specifically, a sticker. It's in sticker form at the moment. Allow me to present you with the North Star Space Pride flag. It's it's such a recursive thing, art begetting art begetting art. But as you can see, it's got recognizable elements from several of the pride flags, but I also like the symbolism of it itself. It puts first of all, you should understand there's a few flags around. My local municipality has a flag called First Light that has a similar design, except there's a star shape where the heart goes, and different colors, obviously. No echelon either. It's just the two corners and then the triangle in the middle. And so when I saw that in the video, I'm like, I have to. It's too perfect. And in addition to using elements from the other flags to put this together, the white section has Polaris in it. And I don't know how big I can make this for you here. Apparently a little bigger. Let me scroll over and scroll down. There's Polaris. This white patch around it is called the Flux Nebula. It's not a bright nebula like Orion or Crab Nebula or any of the others, but there is a dim nebula surrounding Polaris. And so this photo includes that nebula with Polaris at the center, stretching across all the other flags. And it just seemed to me such a perfect symbolism. And so that's available on astropride.com along with all the cool stuff. And this isn't strictly to do with capitalism. I want to show you a thing. So the text says this is inspired by a song created by some very special people. This Space Pride flag combines elements of several others along with the North Star itself to remind us that in this vast and lonely cosmos, it is our community that lights the way home. And that means a great deal to me. So, those of you who've already peeked in the description know what's coming. I want everyone who wants one to have one of these flags, at least in sticker form. And so I've created a promo code. It's Alira. And while it TLDR, I'm my emotions, folks. TLDR, you can get one of these free with any order. I can't make them free because the shipping is a pain. But if you order anything, you can get one of these stickers for free with the code Alira. Or you can just buy one if you want to. And it's linked in the description. Thank you all so much for being here, for being part of this community. It's no stretch of the imagination to say that I would not be here today without you. So thank you. And that's important to celebrate too. So a present for you, if you will, all of those things. Now I there's so much going on, and I want to catch you guys up on all of it, but there just isn't time. I mean, there is time. I'm planning to go very long on this show, but like, so a bunch of things have been happening in no particular order. I got to chat with Trevor. Some of you saw the community post yesterday. I got to chat with Trevor on his podcast, Believe It or Not, Why Do You Care? It was so much fun. I hope you get to check it out. The link for that is in the description too. Obviously, don't go right now, but it was really, really fun, and I'm excited about it. Also, yesterday, the NanoCon photographer, it may not even have been yesterday. I got the link yesterday, and so I was able to browse through the official photographer photos from NanoCon 2026. And I can't share that link with y'all, but I can browse through the photos with you. So here's a few. So there's so many things that I never really got to mention immediately after I got back. Like, for instance, somebody was handing around these devil ducks, and they're not like pocket ducks. They're full on rubber ducky bath time ducks, but they're I was just so amused. But there's so many cool people. Like, here you can see people went on a nature hike since they were at the place with all the nature and really cool stuff. But there's also this whole hall with a bunch of people, different organizations, and like, I really dig this. There's KC promoting Rocket City Reason, which happens in October for those of you who aren't aware. And there's so much. There's the atheist. What even is it? Is it American Atheists? I'm pretty sure. Say Levy. Fish Stark, whom I found out's name isn't actually Fish. Turns out you don't need to be trans to pick a better name, as the case may be. But there's so many cool people. The ACA had a table. There's Benjamin. I met this person, but I'm so bad with names. My apologies, person, if you're watching now. My goodness. There's SR running the Secular Rising table. He didn't present. He didn't participate in any workshops. He watched a few, of course, but like, he was running the table for his nonprofit, and they are up to some more projects. For instance, I found out yesterday that they're doing a spooky thing in October. There's a thing called the Bell Witch, which is not to be confused with the Bell Witch, in the Nashville area, and they're doing like a spooky haunted tour about that. So that's really, really cool. There's so much cool stuff. And we'll browse through a bit of it. But I do want to say hello to you folks. I don't want to neglect everybody. So hello, all you wonderful people. People have been dropping in over the course of the day to send wishes. Miranda says, happy birthday, Ember. I'm so happy to have had you around another year. Me too. I'm so glad that I'm honestly, I didn't expect I'd make it this far. And more on that in a moment. Lil, hello, Lil. Thank you. Happy birthday. Thank you. Jess is here. Alira's here. Robin's dropping by. Noise ending. Maya. Miranda says, I can't stay very long, but Ember's birthday is an important occasion. Well, thank you. I appreciate you dropping by. Dr. Ben, of course. Hello. Let's see, Margie swinging through. West River videotapes with the Clippy. We love the Clippy. Soot in Kiddle. Thank you all so much. Jimmy Tux, thank you. Let's see. People talking about the song. I may play it again later. I don't know. I mean, if I do go as long as I'm hoping, I'm going to need some breaks. That said, I'm prepared. I've pre-made a couple of sandwiches. You can't really see them, but they're sandwiches. And Jess did ask, It's still a little too warm. I made brownies. I didn't make a cake, but it's better than my not making a cake last year. I didn't make anything at all last year. I did make brownies. They just came out of the oven like 2 minutes before showtime. So they're cooling. So maybe we'll do brownies later. Maybe. I'll at least show y'all. Goodness. Jason Jacoby. Hello. Luke. Oh, fucking hell. These are new, and so I keep forgetting. I should just start the show with them on so I can just see things, but it's once I run into something I can't read, and then I'm like, oh, right, I should have the damn glasses on. Ay. They're new, and I've got fingerprints on them. You know, this is my life. New glasses, I get fingerprints on them, of course. Goodness. So there's Jess asking about the brownies. There are brownies. I'll show them in a little bit. Let's see. Margie says it's my auntie birthday. Mine is 6 months exactly. That's fascinating. You're on the opposite side of the planet and you have the opposite birthday. So technically the sun will be in the same configuration relative to you as it is to me on your birthday. Probably something like that. Tasalante. Everybody dropping by, and I fucking love it. Yay. Alira says I'm drawn to shiny things. Oh my. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I changed my earrings so many times. And finally, I like the ones I had on were too heavy and they were starting to bug my ears before I even started the show. And I went for a different earring, but then I remembered I have these and I use these around Christmas, but that's about it. And I'm like, I want to eat. It's party time. Yes. So we're doing that. It's fun. Deviant's here. Yay. Thank you. Let's see. Judia, hello. Yay. Yes, we need to. None of us are fully who we are without the people around us, or at least that's what I believe. Because like we could live in a cave or be a hermit in the woods or whatever, and we would be ourselves, but we're never completely fully ourselves unless we're interacting with other people or participating in the world in some way or something like that. We're not going to do the philosophy right now, but yay. Dr. Ben sends a super chat for $5. Thank you so much. And says, happy birthday. I appreciate that. Thank you. Purple's here. Dr. Ben has new soaps, by the way. A little bird told me. Keep an eye out. Let's see. Tommy, happy birthday. Oh my goodness. I should do a funny birthday song thing. I don't know. It'd amuse me. I don't know. Purple says, is that where time capacitors come from? That may have been something funny earlier. Ed's here. Hello, Ed. Thank you for coming. Scarlett, hello. Happy birthday. Hope you're having a great one. So far, it's been interesting. So the reason the brownies were so close to showtime, for example, is the eggs were frozen. And so that slowed me down a little. You can't really mix brownie mix with frozen eggs. So being the big brain smart girl I am, I put the eggs and the water and the oil, but not the actual mix, in the preheating oven to thaw the eggs. That did not go according to plan. So it took a little longer to actually get the brownies in the oven. Seth says, happy birthday. Thank you so much. Oh, goodness. Darth Gently. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, I was so excited. Trevor so he had someone pester him about like, how do I get on your show? And Trevor was like, no, that's not how you get on anybody's show. You don't pester people. Like that's not cool. And, a bunch of people agreed. And then like the next day, Trevor sent me a message saying, hey, would you like to be on my show? And I'm like, That would be fun. It'd be because I've been watching. There's several of those interviews now, and the people that I know are pretty cool people, and the people that I didn't know are pretty cool people. And then there's also me, but you know, I can live with it. Jess sends a super chat for $5 alleged dollars. Thank you so much, Jess, and says, "I love and adore you to the stars and back." I'm sorry if this is embarrassing. Kinda. Kinda sorry. The Canadian sorry. I'm so sorry. I love you, Jess. In case you don't know, Jess and I are dating. Well, internet dating. It's a long distance. Long distance is such a pain. But Jess is pretty fucking awesome. Awesome enough that she got me to break my rule of no more long distance dating. Left-handed Jedi said the super chat for $50. Thank you so much, Jedi. That's thank you. And says happy birthday. I very, very much appreciate. Yes. AJ, hello. Yeah, the photos. I have more on the photos in a moment. SR praying. Up noise ending says there's a cool band called the Bell Witch. That's neat. Wasty Hubin. AJ says, I hope you had cake and garlic bread, Ember. I have not. I was tempted about garlic bread, but I decided, I was making sandwiches for later in the show, and so I just had a sandwich anyway, which is fine. I decided not to make. I've been making garlic bread and then making sandwiches with the garlic bread, but as it happens, that's been upping my calorie count for the day quite a lot, and so I'm taking it easy. I'm not doing it with every sandwich anymore, although it's so worth it. But I'll get to that later too. Let's see. Butter stuff. Thank you. I see a danger noodle. I want to boop. Y'all can't see my mouse, but I'm booping the snoot on my screen. Luke sends 10 jewels and a thumbs up. Thank you, Luke. So, I'm not gonna explain the jewels thing again right this minute, but I hope it looks cool in the chat window. Aegis' brownies are all objectively better than cake. That's probably true. Oh my goodness. Yes, the cake is a lie, Tommy. That's true. It's not a cake at all. It's Alira says, would you like to have the original video? No, it's perfectly all right. I'm just as happy having it on your channel since you put the first video on you let me put that one on my channel. It's fine. It's wonderful. I showed it directly from the YouTube channel. In fact, we can head back over there and I can share this tab. If I shrink it back down, it is in fact on Alira's channel, although it should show for my subscribers too, because we did that collaboration thing. And the link to that once again is in the description if you wish to go play with that and things. So let me see, where the heck was I? Where was I? Okay, back to the NanoCon stuff. But yes, I really appreciate that it's there. Let's see. Noise ending, so it's my half anti-birthday. It's a quaternary or something. Purple says I could be a hermit in the woods, but hard to get high-speed internet out there. It's true. I mean, you could do the satellite thing, but who knows? Anna Stevens, thank you. Says happy birthday. Appreciate. Let's see. AJ says if you want to give Ember a birthday gift, send her some cash for garlic bread. I mean, that. I won't say no. I don't know if y'all are aware. I fucking love garlic bread. Like, there's literally an emoji for garlic bread. There's so many emojis. They aren't even all loading. Oh my goodness. In fact, there's some missing. That's sus. Anyway, garlic bread emoji. And if you want the garlic bread emojis, you can join memberships. Much like so. you can Sign up for as little as 99 cents a month. That'll get you just the emojis. At the next level up, you get access to all kinds of member exclusive content, including a bunch of members only videos, members only live streams when I do them. There's more, but you get the idea. And at the top level, you get your name in the credits, which we'll see at the end of this episode. So I dropped another present for y'all. I put out, YouTube gives us a few gift memberships we can just give out every month, and I used some just now, and those went to King Reese 9K, Christine 66666, Philip Dersh. I'm so sorry, even with my glasses, it's still a terrible monitor. I'm doing my best. Clarence Oddbody, AS2, something like that. Logan Lo-Fi, Dr. Fisher, congratulations. So huzzah for everyone. Do enjoy all your garlic breads and your eyeballs and your Artemis missions and your fingers of God and choosing the bear and the good star and of course boobies and all the other fun emojis and all the other goodies. So yay. Okay. Let me see here. And also there's a Venmo. Thank you so much, AJ. Yes, do buy Ember some dinner. I appreciate that very much too. And also thanks to everybody who did send me a little something after I got back from NanoCon, because as you've probably heard, there was some financial fuckery, and there's a long story to it, but suffice it to say, people trying to get my store taken down ended up making my bank account overdrawn. And I wasn't quite sure how I was going to afford food this month, but some people sent me a few things here and there, and so far we're okay. And I very much appreciate that as well. Let's see. Purple says I started dating my late fiance when we lived 1,000 miles apart. Yeah, sometimes long distance does work. My mother and stepfather lived on almost opposite sides of the continent. But yeah, it sometimes, yeah, for sure. Luke sends 10 jewels for a gold coin. Huzzah! And Alira sent floating hearts. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. Jewels they're weird, but they're kind of fun. They make a little animation happen in the chat window on YouTube, and it's neat. Deviant says, guess what? I'm on my own computer for the first time since mid-February 2025. But much more important, happy birthday, my beloved lovable Ember. Thank you so much, Deviant. I appreciate that too. Deviant has also been encouraging me a lot over the past while. Yeah, it's been a rough ride in a lot of ways, but we're still here. So there. Luke sent a treat. Oh, right. That was me. I already did that. Yay. Oh, goodness. Purple says garlic bread is a trans woman meme. Not just that. Asexual people. Not all asexuals, obviously, but a whole lot of us. Because the meme is that while sex is fine, I suppose, have you had garlic bread, though? Like, sex is okay, but there's other things to do, which are often much more fun. Alira says, I'm going to feature you in a video for Matt and Tommy's channel. I hope that's all right. But probably as long as, like, I don't die or something. I don't know. I mean, maybe if I do, who knows? I don't know. I just work here. Oh, goodness. Dade, hello. Welcome. And Jimmy says, excuse Dade. Thank you so much. Oh, goodness. My mute button was hidden. Okay, cool. I think we're caught up. Awesome. All right. Let's continue with the images here. So the lanyards are neat. So technically, I could have gotten a blue and a green lanyard, because the blue one is for a speaker, right? A person who's presenting. And so I got the blue lanyard. The green ones were for the sponsors. And I could have had both. Some people did take both. But whatever. Because Astro Pride was a sponsor. Which was a fascinating thing in and of itself. But in any case, the red ones were for VIPs, I think, like people who bought like the super expensive tickets for the extra goodies that came with. I'm not even sure what the extra goodies were, but they're VIP package. There's extra goodies. That's how that works. And black, I think, was for. In any case, there's some red ones for the VIPs. Shoot. One of my hats has like all my various Pride buttons on it, and I grabbed one of these buttons, these secularizing flavor Pride buttons, and it's on my hat now. But my hat, I had to move some of my hats to make room on the table for the brownies. Incidentally, here's the brownies. Fuck, it's still hot. The bottom is still hot. You know what? I'll make it big screen later. It's warm. Now I've got grease on my fingers. Oh no. I should have I didn't anticipate needing like wet wipes or something. Oh goodness. Oh, now I'm breaking everything. This is my life now, folks. My crown fell off and landed on a thing that it knocked off my desk. It's just stuff keeps happening. It's fine. It's fine. I don't need. Oh goodness. There it is. Ew. Nope. It was. It's not important. I can't get the grease off my fingers. That's so rude. Okay. Anyway, continuing on a bit. Now, we're not going to do like a whole slideshow type thing. Will Judy, a few of these people pop out. This is Patrick. The yellow is for volunteers. I forgot that color. And Patrick is like the head president dude. So, he was yellow also. This person in the front here is, I'm assuming you can see my cursor because it's showing me the thing in the stream software. But this is Bob. He's the workshop and presenter organizer person. Let's see. There's John. John just hanging out, being groovy. There's Elliot Cantor giving his speech about. I'm actually not sure which speech this was. He gave a couple of different presentations for various things, and that opened up the presentations. There's Russell showing like how to run for office. Coleman's solo presentation, which was, I believe, how to know if you're in a conspiracy theory, something like that, which is pretty neat. Let's see. I mean, there was a lot, and yeah, Coleman had the cool stage. He got the main stage for that one. We were in the next room over for our presentation together the next day, but we'll see that in a moment. Doobie-doobie-doo. Let's see. This is it's either the VIP chat or the safety meeting chat. I don't know, because there was actually a safety meeting. This is the how to run for it. You know what? They're mixed. The photos are mixed together. It's a little scrambled. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, Coleman was doing his whole thing. Which was on like right before John and I did our thing. But yeah, there were so many things. There's Mandisa being a boss. She was giving out great hugs. Dave Warnock did show up. That was really cool. No one pushed him into traffic. If you know, you know. Nobody would let him. Like, not only did we have like private security as well as off-duty police officers as well as on-duty police officers because of the number of threats that came in over this event, every single person there, hundreds of attendees, would have gotten between Dave Warnock and whoever tried to push him into traffic. So there's that. Oh, it's a whole thing. So yeah, there's so many okay, there we go. Here's John and I doing our how to not suck at research thing, because there's so many people running around today that are. John's section focused a lot on AI and he's planning to build that into a YouTube presentation, possibly with Felicia from shoot, what is Felicia's whole channel? I can't quite remember. You know what? It's fine. But in any case, I was doing like how to cut through the noise, because when you try to find information online, you get bombed with TikTok nonsense, with conspiracy nuts, with AI results that you didn't ask for and are made up bullshit, and all sorts of things. And so I was like trying to show people how to get better than I heard a thing, but also reliable sources, reliable information, and how to synthesize information so quickly, you know, that sort of. So it was a really important workshop. And you can see John has both the green and the blue, because he's a presenter and a sponsor, because of, you know, his table that you saw KC at earlier. In any case, it was fun. It was neat. And I wanted to show you guys this one, partly to mention the workshop, but also partly because I don't actually like how I look in that photo. I like the outfit just fine, and everybody treated me just fine. You know, it was, I just don't like how I look, right? And that's a thing. That's a thing. More on that in a moment. Let's see, there's so many other things going on. Like, it's not just workshops. There's people hanging out, there's dances, you saw the nature walk earlier. There's like stuff going on all the time. There's Hement, being groovy, director Skeptic. He just got a promotion at the theater he works at now. So he's actually a director now. Drew was it. So I was like actively not fangirling about the people with large channels and stuff. I was like, if they want to talk to me, they'll talk to me. But I'm not going to be that girl who is like, oh my God, I've been watching your content since I was a baby atheist, you know, all this. Like, I've been on the other side of that. I'm not going to do that to somebody else. So I'm just like, talk to people like they're people, right? But there were so many other people there who were like having fangirl moments over some of these individuals, especially Drew and Taylor, you know, the anti-bot. They were both there. And so even though I was in so much pain, I was on so much pain meds that I planned out an entire collaboration with Godless Granny. Couldn't remember a bit of it. Like, my brain was just completely, I felt rational, but I was not logging memories. So much drugs. Despite that, when people were like, oh my God, I wish I could meet so-and-so, but they just couldn't bring themselves to, I was like, all right, let's do the thing. And so I'd take them, I'd bring them over, I'd tap whatever famous person on the shoulder, they'd turn around and I'd be like, hi, have you met my friend? And I'd be like, they're just people. Just talk to them like people, you know? So I spoke to Drew 3 times that way, and it was never to speak like to Drew. It was like, hey, you're a person. Here's a person you might like to meet, you know? And so in a way, it was kind of fun. And relatedly, some people did come up and talk to me, which was pretty neat too. Let's see. We had to move one of the dinners inside because it was raining out. And this dinner was trouble. This dinner started some issues because not only did I eat too much, but they had brownies. And that's actually partly why I have brownies today. And hopefully I'm cheating now. I'm using the napkin and the thing. So, oh shoot. I should make myself big before I do this. There we go. Okay, Big Ember. Brownies. I haven't even cut them yet. But yes, they're So they had brownies. The brownies caused trouble later in the next day. I'll get to that in a moment. I'm trying to like tell a narrative with these things, but they're all over the dang place. And so it's taken me a minute. There's Chad. This is actually a surprisingly interesting picture of Chad. I mean, Chad is always interesting, but like the lighting right on him. It's the photographer had no control over the light. Still cool though. Like, you got to take advantage of those. You got to capitalize on those moments. And there's an Ember hanging out over here behind other people, and there's Seth and Lil. I was watching this particular show with those two, and it was pretty neat. Right, this was Fish's talk. It was the start of the comedy thing. Fish did a stand-up thing, and then shoot, my poor brain, someone else did a stand-up thing, and then Chad and Marin did an improv thing, and it was like, it was a whole thing. It was pretty great. Oh, this fellow, he did the second stand-up thing. Again, my apologies. My memories are so shot from all the pain medicine I had to take. So here I am lurking in the crowd again. Of course, the focus point was on Bob and Fish, but like, what struck me as interesting is I've been, as you know, I've been struggling with body image. And yet here, there's me looking all, I felt so damn bloated and like, I did not like how I looked. But both me and this other out of focus woman, we have exactly the same curves in exactly the same places in the same proportions, and we're even holding our hands the same way. Like, I don't know why I'm so, and that's the thing. That's the thing. My dysphoria has shifted, friends. I'm not even a little bit concerned about passing. I just do. It's fine. What concerns me is things that are completely normal for every woman. So on the one hand, it's almost a different form of euphoria, like when a really creepy person hits on you in a very unfortunate way. Like, hey, a person hit on me, but also it was really creepy in a very unfortunate way, you know, that sort of thing. It's sort of like that, but a different context. It's upsetting feeling bad about your body, but also the fact I'm feeling bad about my body in that specific way is itself a major accomplishment. So, transition complete, I guess. No, I still have quite a ways to go in a lot of different dimensions, but it is definitely progress. And so I wanted to share that with y'all. Now, there's one other thing I wanted to get to, and there's so much cool stuff. And I'm sure they're gonna post a whole bunch of it on the NanoCon social medias and whatnot. But I want to zip ahead. Oh, they had us all sign this this poster, which was really neat too. There's Matt being all groovy. Matt came up, and so Arden couldn't be there because she had a surgery earlier in the month, so she couldn't travel. So Matt put her on video call and then brought the phone around so she could say hi to people, or more specifically, so people could say hi to her. Like, it was so sweet. Dr. Daryl dressed up as a pirate to do a Pastafarian invocation. It's just, there were so many fun moments. And I didn't catch a lot of them because I wasn't trying to get to everything. You just can't. Like, there's like 3 things happening at any given time. And a lot of people bounced around and tried to catch all of them, but like, you just couldn't. There's Kelly being all groovy, getting her dance moves on probably. There's Glenda. She just stole the damn stage. She just took it the fuck over. And I mean, you know, she'll do that from time to time. Technically more piratey than Dr. Daryl's Pirate Lord. So there's that. Matt did a magic show later. This wasn't it. This was the morning thing. But yeah, really, really cool stuff. Lunch was weird. Oh, Forrest finding the biology stuff. Like, just the look on this man's face. Like, he wore this expression so often. It was, oh goodness. But they had Snickies, and it was just so much fun, so much fun. All right, so now we're to my other presentation, the one with Coleman. And keen observers will note I've already put a part of this image as one of my background images on some of my social medias, because I don't hate it, but also my dress is not exactly figure favoring and whatnot. And so that led to one of the, I mean, I definitely stand out, and that's part of the point. This was during the workshop, part of the workshop, where I had people stand by numbers and then move around based on the responses to questions, like, stand by the number 1 if you are male, and stand by the number 7 if you're female. Now, do you know your DNA? Have you had it tested? Do you know your chromosomes for sure? If you don't know your chromosomes for sure, take a step towards the middle, and after a few questions like that, almost everyone was in the middle, and that sort of thing. And it was a really fun exercise. But not only did I feel gigantic, and I've been feeling bad about my neck has been getting thicker again, and that's been bugging me, and like a bunch of other things have been bugging me. It's little things, but also in some cases there's a lot that's been upsetting me. But what really, really upset me was the damn brownies. So I was wearing this, and this was the only time the whole weekend I put full makeup on. Like, I haven't been doing a lot of makeup lately for various reasons, but I wanted to be like really on point for this presentation. And so I put my makeup on, I wore this dress, etc. Yes, I had sneakers on. I needed comfortable shoes. People can deal. It's fine. On the way into the room, somebody had taken the brownies from the previous night and put them on a plate at one of the sponsor tables. And there was nobody at the table, and there's this plate of brownies. So on the way into the room, carrying the lunch box, right? Because they gave us these little boxes with lunch. I just grabbed a brownie. I'm like, yay, bonus brownie. As soon as I touched the brownie, someone popped out from behind the room and went, hey, and just, it was a trap. It was a fucking trap. Now that is fine, I suppose. I don't know how the hell he knew I touched a brownie, but whatever. And I'm like, I'm trying to get into the room to set my lunch down and set up for the presentation. And this person wants to talk to me about, how wonderful it is to, see more gay men showing up at secular events and representing the gay community, because there's so much hate, especially here in the South. And honestly, this person, he says, I'm a statistics man. And so I know you want to kill yourself. I know it's hard. I know, the odds of you succeeding are so very high. And so the fact that you're here and you're fighting and you're representing gay men while you want to kill yourself, it's so great. And I really admire you for doing that and for being so out about it. And I'm like, I almost murdered that man. Like, he's trying to be supportive and enthusiastic, but he's saying the worst things possible. Like, if you really, really think a person is leaning towards self-deletion, maybe don't remind them of that multiple times. And maybe, just maybe, read the fucking room. So that's one of the reasons that I don't wear so much makeup anymore, because when I wear makeup, I don't believe I'm bad at makeup, but something about my makeup must scream drag performer. And so people just assume I'm a gay man. And I'm neither of the, well, okay. I'm a little gay. I'm ace, but if you want to pick a sexuality, I would be pan, because I don't actually care what's in a person's pants. It's about who the person is. But whatever. I appreciate that he had like good thoughts, but he like probably should not be sharing them with other people, But that got me really, that's what kind of uh, it's a whole thing. Like, I mean, my goodness. I appreciate that a lot of people don't seem to see me the same way I see me, but like, I don't know. It's so fucked up. It's messy. That notwithstanding, that was that and the lack of coffee were the two most difficult parts of once I was at NanoCon. The trip was very painful, but the my car has no AC. I tried to fix the AC. I had it recharged, I had it fixed, etc. Didn't work. So after a few hundred miles, I was so vastly overheated that I stopped having to stop every few minutes to be ill. So that I guess that was a plus. Yeah. Titan says I'm non-binary and an Achillean androphile. Am I gay? I don't even know the answer to that one, and that's valid because there's so much more to a person's identity that I don't know that like gay and lesbian, I think they're useful terms for quickly communicating certain ideas, but they kind of hit their limit for descriptive capability once you venture out of a binary gender, right? Like for cis people, they're fine. For binary trans people, they have some utility, but that's where it ends. Like it doesn't really apply once you're beyond your two basic starter sexes, you know? But that's just my thought. Oh my goodness. Tommy says noted. If I went to Trap and Ember, use brownies. It's true. It's true. But I'm taking back brownies. I made my own damn brownies. It's my birthday. I'm making brownies. So I did, and I made the brownies. Hooray. Helen is here. Hello. Thank you for coming. I was talking about you a little while ago. Sort of. Crispin, hello. I may have said hello early. My apologies if I miss you. I'm trying to do multiple things at the same time, as I often do, but it's all right. It's all right. Another bit of good news. I'm able to talk about things that have upset me and still be in a good mood. So, in that respect at least, I'm things are better. And that leads me to another thing. The change in my dysphoria, it's good in some ways, but it also leads to some other problems. As many of you may know, I was diagnosed with anorexia last December. It's an issue. Here's me in 2024, right? Much earlier in my transition, but much healthier looking, right? And a part of that is because of my health from the numerous injuries I took in 2025. I haven't been able to move the way I used to. But part of it is also because I was diagnosed with anorexia, I deliberately made an effort to up my calorie count every day. And so moving less and more calories, now I have body image issues. I mean, obviously I had body image issues before. I wouldn't have developed anorexia, but now it's very bad. That, coupled with the ongoing pain from the injuries, I find I'm becoming quite angry. It's almost like I'm going through the stages of grief in reverse. I was at acceptance, and now I'm moving into anger. And like the last several days, especially, like yesterday, I went for a walk. I haven't been going for walks outside as much. I've been doing my physical therapy in my space here because it's so painful. But yesterday I was so angry that with the help of some pain meds, I was still able to go outside and do it. And it's such a balancing act because I know if I push too hard and I overdo it, I'm going to hurt myself and then I'll be out of commission for days. Like, it gets really bad really easy. But at the same time, by being angry enough, I could ignore a lot of what made it through the pain meds. So I don't know. The point is, I'm getting a bit more active in my resistance to my inevitable fate. And I expect sometime very, very soon, I'm going to do something about it. I've been doing stuff about it, obviously, but like, I have a couple of ideas. I don't care to get into the details because I'm not entirely sure all of them are legal. And I'm not entirely sure people might not be able to stop me. So I don't want to get into the details. Suffice it to say, I'm not going to go gentle into that good night, as it were. And we're going to see what happens. It'll be neat. All right, topic change. First of all, 550 joules from Helen saying stay hydrated. That's good advice for everyone. I still have my metal water bottle here. We can stay hydrated together, and we should. So that's good advice for everybody. Now, I'm gonna hit us with another video because I'm easily amused. So do enjoy this, and I will be right back. No, damn it, this one.
Do you hate your body? Do you feel bogged down by lousy gender roles? Are you tired of living in a cisgender world?
Well, we got news for you. Introducing the trans agenda.
Let's face it, biological sex is a joke.
Identifying with the gender you were assigned at birth is tired.
Don't be boring.
Transition! Before discovering the trans agenda, I hated my boobs. I hate my boobs.
Before I found the trans agenda, I hated my lack of boobs.
I hate my lack of boobs. That's until we did the good old-fashioned switcheroo.
And now,
We're cool!
some may say that the trans agenda is about the freedom of self-actualization or bodily autonomy or equal rights for all.
This is about total world domination!
We want to tear society apart.
Biological sex,
Social decorum.
overcomplicating our existence and embarrassing our families just for attention.
With just one hourly stab in the butt,
Ow!
you too can join in on the fun. Pronouns are my Bible.
This is a trend that's here to stay. If we can't be cis,
Then no one can.
so join the trans agenda. Transition now.
Or we'll find you.
Goodness, I can't. I'm so out of practice with the damn buttons. I'm changing my earrings during the break because those were getting heavy. But I haven't actually finished it yet. So we're getting there. We're putting on the party balls now. Oh goodness. It's a whole thing. So I want to, a little while back, 9 days ago was my day 900, and 10 days ago I did a stream celebrating it, and I had a whole bunch of questions that people had sent in, and I only got like halfway through during that show. And so we'd always talked about doing a part 2, but I don't get to do shows as often as I did because of the medical issues. And so I thought about doing one over the weekend, but then I was like, why not make it part of the birthday show? Because it's also a milestone thing. And maybe I can put it together. That feels weird. I probably can't keep these in very long either. My ears are so sensitive, and so they really only like surgical steel. And this is probably not surgical steel. So we'll celebrate this way for a little while, but I'll probably have to change back to something that my ears are less mad about. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Deviant says rage. It's a valuable emotion and it should not be underestimated. It's true. we have to be careful about anger. We must remember that our emotions are like sound, vision, smell, taste. It's data input. It shouldn't control our behavior. It should just advise us of how we're feeling. It's another sense. It's just a perception. But there's a reason we feel the way we feel. Also, anger, it's very powerful. That's why, like fear, it has the capacity to control people's behavior when they're not, really in control. But it also has an additional utility. Anger is one of the few things that can cut through overwhelming fear. And more importantly, it's one of the very few things that can cut through despair. And I found that out when I was a teenager, dealing with all sorts of issues, that there would be days when I couldn't get off the floor. I just lay on the floor of whatever room I was in for hours because I could not make myself move. Eventually, I figured out if I could flip switches in my head to the point that I could like weaponize anger, I could move. I could cut through the depression, through the sadness, through the melancholy, through the despair, through the sadness, whatever it was I was feeling or not feeling, as the case may be. And while being that angry is not super great, the flip side is, with enough practice, I was able to use my anger to cut through despair and then translate the anger into something more constructive, something more useful. And so it's in a way, having that kind of chronic deep sadness gave me a great deal of emotional control most of the time. Obviously, I'm still human and sometimes emotions get the best of me, but like, that's one of the reasons that a few people have mentioned that the fact I can talk to people whom I should be furious with and still be calm and try to make a point and maybe even try to bridge the divide with them, they find remarkable. But that's why, because I'm able to usually control my anger because I've made it into a tool to serve my purposes. But the practice. Tommy says anger is sadness with enthusiasm. Oh, goodness. Ay. Let's see. Alaris says showing me something shiny is the only way to break my concentration. Magpie was my nickname for a long time for this. I mean, whomst among us doesn't have a thing for shiny things, for real. Oh, goodness. All right, so I want to like break into some of these 900 questions that I still have to do, but I also want to say, I've got this, I've got some random videos, I've got other assorted things. If people who know how to reach me want to join at this point, I'm like limited opening the panel. Like I can't do open streams anymore like I used to because there's a lot of horrible people lurking in the background. And yeah, we can't do open streams anymore because they tend to show up and bad things happen. But if you do know me, if you have a direct connection way to reach me, a Discord server, something like that, and you would like to join me. In fact, I should pin something to that effect, but maybe I will later. But I want to just mention that if you would like a link, then bug me and we'll see. I just opened my Discord window in case anybody was asking right now, and I see a couple of messages. I know. So my video description, the very first line says cake. And of course there isn't cake because I made brownies. The cake is a lie. And I'll get into the brownies probably later, possibly. But yeah. It's true, Nick. I know you're lurking. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Oh, goodness. So yeah, I've got a few more birthday wishes in my inbox thing. But yeah. All right, so I'm going to put the link in the, there it is, in the invisible Discord that only the special people can get into. In case any of those people want to drop in. And anybody else, yeah, just bug me. And I know it'll lead to additional tangents. That's fine. I don't feel any particular need to have to complete the 900 or the day 900 questions or do any particular assorted video. I have a few ready to go. I have some other stuff to talk about too, but we don't have to do anything beyond this point. We can do whatever the hell we want. And so it'll be neat. So let me see here. All right. Helen says she needs to put a face on, but she may be along soon. So there's that. Okay. So let's get into it, shall we? Let's see. I left off right. I left off after the one that became its own little mini clip. It was neat. Okay, so and that was, when did you decide to be trans? We had a nice little 10-minute conversation about that became its own video, which is now available for members and so on and so forth. And it's pretty neat. The next question is, can kids be trans? Yes. Can kids be gay? I mean, they're not gay while they're kids, but like they will grow up to be gay people, right? Because that's already there. Better angle. Can kids be left-handed? Like, how you are manifests as early as it can manifest. Like, you don't know if a newborn is going to be right-handed or left-handed. It manifests, but it's there when they're born, you know? Same thing. Can kids be left-handed? So when people ask you, can kids be gay? There's no such thing as a trans kid. They may as well just be saying there's no such thing as a left-handed kid. They're just saying stupid things to try to rage bait you. So put that in your pipe, Peter Boghossian and Billboard Chris. Oh my goodness. Okay, the humanity wants to come play. One of them at least, possibly both. We will see. Let me see here. That was shorter than I thought. The next one is, what is really done for trans kids? So it depends. Now, as you've heard me talk about before, there's a distinction between trans kids and intersex kids, and then a big part of it is how they're handled. If a baby is born with ambiguous genitals in the United States and most of the world right now, a doctor flips a coin, asks the family, makes a guess, whatever, but they do a surgery about it. They're still subscribing to Aristotle's model that says that sex is binary and occasionally someone is born with an extra set of genitals and you should just cut those off. And that's about it. Is they're like, it's better to just, like, they call them normalizing surgeries. And they're not just infants. Sometimes it's done at a year or 2 years, or sometimes it's done at the beginning of puberty or whatever. But they're normalizing surgeries done on very small children, not just when they can't consent, but specifically without their consent. In fact, many times the parents are not told themselves or told to keep it to themselves. Never let the child find out what was done to them, because if they ever find out they're actually a revolting freak, they might jump off a bridge. Or you could just, like, not call your kid a revolting freak, I suppose. And fun fact, it doesn't actually help. I still grew up being called a freak my entire childhood. I still grew up dealing with all the same things little girls deal with growing up, by means of personal boundary violations and that sort of thing. But because I was classified incorrectly, I couldn't do anything about it. Whenever I tried to bring an adult into the situation to stop what was being done to me, I was told, you're a boy, and that can't happen to boys, even though it was happening to me. So that made my childhood interesting. So obviously it doesn't work, but that's what is being done to intersex kids. Trans kids, on the other hand, they can't get any help. In some places, and it varies from place to place. This is one of the situations where your rights vary depending on what part of the world you're in. But even in the most affirming places, you're dealing with a haircut, clothes change, different name, different pronouns. When you get to puberty, possibly puberty blockers. Like, it's super non-invasive. When you're talking about kids, prepubescent children, kids, it's just clothes and a name change. That's because that's the only functional difference, you know? So yeah, that's it. Let's see. The next person asks, what happens when you change your mind? When you change your mind. That makes me flash back to the short video I just played. The fact they said an hourly stab in the butt. So for anybody who isn't aware, if you take injectable HRT, it's usually weekly. I do it a little more often than that because so the way the body processes hormones is it'll have a sudden uptake and then it'll break it down and then you'll swing low and then you take more and it goes back up and it creates a cycle. But the highs and the lows, it's not the same as drugs. It's not drugs, it's hormones. And so it doesn't affect you the same way many other chemical compounds do. It's not that when the amount is high, you feel high. You feel normal, but you're also prone to cramping, bloating, blood clots, etc. And when it's very, very low, you do feel low. Because your metabolism is fucked. Your brain function is fucked. And like, yes, I get it. It's a natural cycle, whatever. But you don't actually have to do it that way. That's not how the human body does it. The human body is constantly secreting hormones. It does have a cycle to it, but they're constantly being secreted. So in order to like create some normalization in this cycle, I do half an injection every 4 days. So I was doing like twice a week, but then I'd end up with a 3-day and then a 4-day because our week is 7 days long. So now it's just every 4 days and hopefully it's working better. I feel more stable anyway. So we'll see. Speaking of more stable, behold, it's a Tommy.
You can't be talking about me.
I know,
Hello.
right?
Happy birthday.
Hello. Thank you for dropping in.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
For sure.
On such a special day as this. So also had to wear my shirt. So
yay.
And I mean the flag's always up, but of course had to bring that along as well. Yeah.
Yes. I know. My pirate flag, my queer space pirate flag, only came in a week ago. I think this is the first show on this channel that I've had it up for. I've been on a couple other people's shows, but like,
yeah,
I don't get to do shows over here very often anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, when you were on, I think it was when you were on with Mark the other day. My son was walking by as I was watching. He saw that in the background. He thought that looked really cool. So,
hell yeah!
Just so you know, that flag is cool with the kids these days. So.
Well, I'm so glad. that actually makes me think.
Ooh.
I know, dangerous, right? I have the pirate flag as a background. I should add the new North Star flag as a background.
Ooh.
I should. That would be a logical thing to do. Probably. Because like I'm so excited that I just put the design together last night. I finished it and then I went to bed.
Oh yeah.
I stayed up way too late.
Oh, and thank you, right-handed Sith. Okay, you only said more stable, not actually stable. Like, yeah, it's all relative. So I guess, yeah,
that's right.
Just as long as you're not calling me actually stable, then
I know we can't have that. Oh shit! The size limit is 20 megabytes for images, and of course, I designed my images in 9K 300 PPI resolution. So, give me a minute. In the meantime, behold, a Helen.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, let me First of all, Helen, your audio is being weird, and second, let me turn everybody's names on since now there's more people here. So let's have some names, shall we?
Let me
Names
see.
are fun. Yeah,
it's true. Well, sometimes names can be tricky. Sometimes. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Is that better?
every
names.
so often, something comes in my old name somehow. There's a couple of people, there's a couple of I don't know, but like I haven't used my old name for 2 addresses, right? Like I've been Ember the entire time, all the years I've lived here, and the entire time I lived at the old place. And so when something comes in my old name to this address, the mail carriers and the package carriers get very confused, and sometimes they don't want to deliver the thing.
Well then, yeah. But I was going to say, but speaking of names and seeing you on with Mark, I do a name. Yeah, I already said speaking of names, didn't I? I did appreciate what you changed your name on the screen to. Since you were watching William Lane Craig, you changed your name to the Space Lab. So
yeah.
Good on so many levels.
I know.
Is that better, Ember?
Oh, I'm so tickled.
Sounds
good
to me.
Okay, sound good? Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure because
yes,
there's
now-
like
now
3
you're
different
better.
settings for my microphone on like StreamYard. So it depends. It's all the same microphone, but like if I don't hit the
Yeah.
default one, it doesn't like it. So
Yeah, I have had the same thing happen to me too on here. Yeah.
Thank you, Sherry.
So what kind
I'm-
of what kind of brownies did you make?
Brownie flavored.
Well, no, I mean, like, did you put nuts in it, or did you add like peanut butter, or did you, and like, was like the Ghirardelli or like the Betty Crocker or Duncan Hines, or did you just like wing it from scratch? How fancy were you?
It was brownie mix.
It was brownie mix.
I don't
Okay.
know. It was probably Duncan Hines or Betty Crocker's. It was what the cheapest one because
Whatever
I'm
the cheapest
very
one
poor.
was, yeah. we don't eat. Okay, so for all of you that have met the husband, we have brownies that we call Todd's Wad, and they're the Ghirardelli when we make the special happy brownies with some substance that it's a good time. So we call them Todd Wad brownies. My friend, one of my friends, Kelly, coined that term, and it doesn't go away. It's always been the thing. I'm like, you make some Todd Wad. So,
I mean, could be worse. I did used to make special brownies. Come to think of it, I got my hands on like this icing that's not like that hard icing. It's more slippy kind of thing. And if you put it while the brownie mix is still soft in the pan, and then you use a toothpick, you like make a spiral, right? And then you use a toothpick to draw lines outward from the center. Now it looks like a spider web. And so I made spooky brownies that way. But you have to be careful not to use too much, or it will sink into the batter. And then, I mean, it's still tasty being in the middle, but you don't get the cool, spooky cover. So yeah, it's the whole thing.
Noted.
Well, I'm
Oh,
glad
made
you
that
are
look
celebrating your birthday, and I hope you are having an amazing day, my friend. So
It's
you deserve an amazing birthday.
Well, thank you. It's better than average. I'll say that.
Awesome.
Good.
Yeah, it's been, I don't know. It's there's so many factors that go into things. I'm not sure specifically which one is responsible, but somewhere around the same time, I made a decision that I was going to do whatever the hell it takes to not die. I've actually, at least emotionally, felt better. My everything below my belly button still hurts so much, but it like isn't bothering me the same way that it was prior to that moment, you know?
All right.
It's
Hell yeah.
something, I guess.
Mhm.
I'm okay. In fairness, the part of my brain that watches what I'm doing and calls me an idiot for saying stupid things keeps reminding me of the fact that a lot of people experience a period of renewed vigor right before the end. So that's a possibility too.
Yeah, what do brains
But you know
know?
what? If it is, I'm
What
still
do
gonna
brains
enjoy
know?
these moments.
Really?
What was that, Ember?
I said, regardless, even if it is, I'm still going to enjoy these moments because that's sort of my whole thing is to try, even if the end is right around the corner. That's all the more reason to enjoy it, you know?
It's the spite.
We only have the time we have, however much time it happens to be.
It's a spite, Ember. You gotta, survive out of spite.
Yes, and be happy out of spite.
And be happy out of spite.
I'm not sure that's how that works.
Listen, I can make it work. I'll make it work. Don't judge me.
You all should be aware that Maya has forbidden me from dying yet again, as of like 8 days ago. So she's refreshed the command.
Okay. Well then, if Maya says so, I mean, I will not disagree for multiple reasons.
Like,
so
that seems wise.
Like I know because of everything that's happened, like, your mortality may be coming to an end, which makes me very sad. And I want to think about it. But like, it does make you kind of like reflect, especially when you're having like a birthday, like it makes you reflect on like what your life looks like. And, if, you're going to be around for a little bit longer, how you want to live in the world. And like I've always said, like I don't really care what happens when I die. I want to die in a very peaceful way, but I don't get to pick that. But one of the things I would like to say is that, like, I always say, like, if I when I look back on my life, I just want to know I did good. Like, I don't really care about anything else, like what comes over. I just want to be able to look back at my life. I'm like, I had a good run. I did pretty good. Like, I didn't hurt anybody. Try to help people as best I can. I love cats. Because I could walk into my kitchen, trip and fall down, hit my head, and boom. So it's not. So it's always kind of like to keep that kind of thought moving forward in your brain. Yeah, that's see. We don't disobey mine.
Yeah. But I don't know. Is there anywhere where she can't see you? But
I mean, you never know, right? Because even when she's in mobile mode and like doing a travel or doing a work or whatever, she's probably listening. So it's best to just assume she's always there.
I guess that's what happens when you keep putting yourself like out on the internet in public. I guess it's possible that Maya's watching from somewhere.
Yeah, I know. We go and set up YouTube channels and things, and then we're surprised that people watch them.
I
Honestly,
told you, like
yes.
at NanaCon, I met 2 fans, and I was like, "You what?" Like, I know I have subscribers, but I was like, 2 people came up to me, and they were like, "Oh my god, I watch your content," and I was like, "What?" It's like, what?
Yeah.
So it's always weird when you meet people out in the wild. Like,
Yeah. Haven't had that.
I know who you are.
Yet. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's the flip side of that parasocial thing that we've spent so much time talking about over the past year or so. Is on the one hand, you have people that don't actually know you in real life feeling a strong connection to you, and that it can help build community, but it can also go in unhealthy directions. And so we have to be careful with that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But it goes the other way too. When you experience that moment of a person who knows who you are from watching your content, but you have no idea because you haven't met them for real,
Right. Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah. And
Indeed.
go ahead, kids. Go ahead, Tommy.
Oh, I just said indeed. That's all I got.
Oh, indeed. Okay.
But thank you.
It's like I know we've been talking over a lot about it over the past year, and I brought it up in the workshop that I did at NanaCon, but it is very different when we're all together and you're actually with the person in 3D and have formed like bonds and like these communities. But there's other people that I've met and I'm like, I like you, but you're not my favorite. I only have like a handful of favorites in this community. You 2 are in them. If you know who you are, you know who you are.
No, I'm just like, I like you, but you're not my favorite.
Yeah, I like you, but you're not my favorite. Favorite means that I probably talk to you on a regular basis, and you and you know a lot about me. The other people, I'm like, cool, you're cool. I think you're cool. You should come on my channel and do an interview. Cool.
Yeah.
Not
Honestly,
support your
I wish,
content until you're cool.
honestly, I could think of a lot of people for whom that would be accurate if I would just say to them, I like you, but you're not my favorite. Maybe
Yeah,
I should
exactly.
start saying that to people more often. That might I don't know if it would help. It would help me anyway. But
I mean,
Titan,
it's
the
a
thing is, though,
possibility.
I've never heard you talk, but I have known you in this community, I think, for 5 or 6 years. So you're just part of the crew of my cool people that I like. 'Cause
Okay,
I've known you for so
so
long.
I know you two met at NanoCon, which is one of the great reasons for going to these events is the networking, and you know, you meet your favorite people, but you get to meet your favorite people's favorite people who also managed to come. Now, to be clear, not everybody managed to come. Maya, for instance, wasn't able to make it. Dr. Ben had to work at the residency thing. He wasn't able to make it. Like, not everyone is there, but the people who are there, it's very cool to spend some real life time with them. So Helen and Tommy have actually met each other, but many of our people aren't aware of what our other people are up to. So Tommy does the Humanity Live Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern with Matt, Lord of Bisquick, and that will never get old.
I know.
For me, anyway.
That's a private joke. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I have to
And
understand
Helen does
context. I have to go to
Free
Tommy's
Thinker
channel on
Fireside
Wednesdays
interviews.
and find out context.
It was basically
Helen are more random.
it's basically Ember teaching me not to put comments on the screen without reading them first. And I think you may have got me on 2 different occasions with the same like Bisquick reference too. So yeah, I wish I could remember what episode that was so I could like go back and like make a short out of it or something. But yeah,
I made it into a clip, but YouTube disabled the clip function, like a within YouTube clip rather than a save the video and cut it out kind of clip. I wish I'd done it that way, but YouTube gave us that handy clipping feature, so I just used that since it was there, and then they turned it off. So rude.
Yeah.
Very rude.
Yeah. Yeah. So yes. Oh, but speaking of Matt, Lord of Bisquick, he looks like he was wanting to join in today, but he's working this evening, so looks like he was unable.
Pesky work.
He says,
well, I'm hoping so there's a couple different reasons I want to do a long stream. Partly because we haven't done one in a while. Partly because my first birthday here on YouTube, I got talked into going for 12 hours, and even though I am not in the physical shape I was in then, I kind of want to try to break that record. Now, I'm not going to hurt myself to do it. It's just kind of a low ambition goal. If we happen to, then great. But if I run out of juice, I'll just end the show. No big stakes.
Right.
But I would like to go long. And by going long, the reason I started at 4 p.m. is to make it more possible to go long. It gives people in other time zones an easier time to swing by if they want to.
Right.
Of course, as with all lives, they become VODs immediately after the show, so you can go back and watch them at any point. Eric Wander, a 12:01 stream. I'm here for. Yes, quite possibly. I mean, you never know.
Yeah.
Eric sent a thing, but I was up to something at the time, so it got past me. Here it is. Eric Wander, member for 36.
Wow!
months.
Yay! I
get out the kazoo for that. That's 3 years.
That is 3
you have the blue supernova now. Amazing. Happy birthday, Ember. I hope you have a beautiful day. Thanks for everything you do for the community. Hugs and emojis, and thank you so much, Eric. Eric has been around for a very long time, and I very much appreciate it.
That's so nice.
So yay, thank you. And thank you for speaking up again to remind me to my poor brain. Oh goodness. All right. I went an hour with the blinky lights. I went half an hour with the disco balls, but I can feel my ears starting to swell. I have to change them.
Please don't be uncomfortable. That's not good for your birthday.
No, I mean,
really.
like that's the whole thing is I'm trying to like make it as easy on myself as possible so I can go for as long as I can. I wanted to go with like those long swirly ones, but I need to go back to the ones.
So I
that
kept
just...
saying hi to Ember. Wish her happy birthday.
That's why I came in.
Okay.
Happy birthday,
Hello.
Ember. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, how's it going, Todd?
Hey, okay.
We met Todd at the event as well. He also
Yeah.
weirdly has a third dimension. And I tell you, folks, these people look weird with a third dimension.
Yeah, and with
it's
legs.
not
That was one of the it was weird for me seeing everyone actually had legs. That took a while to get used to.
Is that
Sorry,
why
I
you've
couldn't
been
hear
on
you.
this thing with showing your feet on so many shows recently? Or is that just to prove you're not a ghost?
Yeah, it's mostly to prove I'm not a ghost, and because I know it makes Kip like grossed out. So that's honestly the main motivation. So
Yeah, you know. I mean, if you can't torment your friends, are you even really friends?
oh, we can't hear Helen anymore.
Yeah, I believe
He hit
you.
my
You know,
microphone when he walked
Ah.
away, and I didn't realize he did. And then I turned it off, and I'm like, "Where's my?" I'm like, "Okay, now." So,
oh, I thought you muted it on purpose so you.
No, I
could,
did not. No, he
talk
came
with him.
over to say hi, and then he did that. And then when he got up, he accidentally hit it. And there's like, if you hit the top of my microphone, it turns off. So he accidentally hit it. So that was what that happened. So,
Gotcha.
So rude. Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Mark says, Ember, you're the queen of pirates. Wear the big hoop earrings and a parrot on the shoulder. I mean, okay, so I don't have big hoops. I have hoops, but they're hard. They're heavy, and my poor ears. It's so rude. Also, I don't have a parrot, but I do.
Get the booby. I touched that.
I
booby.
probably should have gotten this out earlier when when some of the super chats came through.
Yeah, actually, not only have I seen and pet that booby myself, I actually have a picture of
Yeah,
Helen holding the booby.
Ember has really nice booby.
And
It's a very nice booby. It's
I
very
gotta
soft
say,
and cuddly booby.
my boobies are much more promiscuous than I had thought they would be.
They're sluts, really. They're booby sluts.
Well, I mean, but when you're so soft and so perky, like we just can't help ourselves.
Right. It's just like the boobies, like they're gonna get squeezed.
You know,
it's natural.
I'm not even gonna shame myself. Like
No,
went
you shouldn't.
over 40 years
guys. Just
wanting
wait.
boobies, and now I have a booby, and people like to touch it, and so I'm gonna just enjoy that.
That's why you
Damn
have to
right.
go to cons so everybody will touch your boobies.
Yeah, this is why we can't shake the allegations of being a sex cult, Ellen.
I know. Listen, if I'm going to be in sex cult, I'm embracing it. I'm going to promote it. I don't know where the funding is coming from, but here we are. So,
Yeah.
I'm looking for a job right now, and apparently the sex cult is not paying me enough. Apparently, I did not recruit enough people. It's really my fault, really.
It's like an MLM, isn't it? You need the up. You know what? I can't even upline and downline. If I say upstream and downstream, it makes it sound like a different kind of sex cult.
Funny enough, back in the day when I was a less skeptical Helen, I did work for an MLM that sold sex toys. So
thank you, Fox.
Yeah.
There's what is it? A Pure Romance or something like that? The sex toy MLM. Like
I think that was what it was. No, it's not Pure Romance. What was it? I have to look it up. It's been so long.
And then get fucked. Amazing.
Yeah, it was like that. You know what? The thing is, though, it's one of the better MLMs for products because I had so many sex toys that I was kind of like, well, these are mine now.
There you go.
So, you know, if you're gonna fall for a scam, at least try to find the benefit in it.
There you go.
There you go. See.
I mean, you know, sometimes things can be used to your advantage. I firmly believe there's a silver lining to everything if you can just find it. So even if something is overall harmful, in fact, if you have to suffer something that is overall harmful, you deserve to pull all the benefit out of it you can because you have to deal with the harmfulness, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So, like, just take what you can. Take what you can.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, yeah.
You take what you can and try to make it better. If you can. If you can't make it better, you try to. There's Helen's
Okay, so-
philosophy. Take shit and make it better.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah,
rem-
just make things better. So Deviant says, all of my relationships except for Soot, my brother, and 2 other people I never see or talk to are parasocial and will remain such as none of you bastards are willing to move to Sweden.
Listen, Deviant,
That
if you
may
can
be
get me to
changing.
Sweden, I will move in with you.
Yeah, honestly,
Right. I've strongly
We're gonna
considered
have an
going.
atheist commune in
At the
Sweden.
moment, I've got things that I cannot leave New York
Yeah,
State
I know. I have the
because
same
of.
problem.
But if I live long enough and situations change, it's definitely on the menu.
Yeah.
That said, I do want to say about parasocial relationships. People have this idea that anybody you know online, it's a parasocial relationship. That's not actually true. Parasocial is a one-sided, unreciprocated psychological relationship where one individual feels a deep sense of connection or intimacy with a person they do not actually know, right? Like, there's parasocial elements with our kind of relationships here, especially in a situation where it's like person on screen versus person in the chat. We can't really communicate both ways, but it's not the same kind of one-sided in the way that's entailed by parasocial relationships. It's not like any of us are cult leaders commanding you to do certain things and live your life in a certain way, the way, you know, certain evangelical people do. But no, never
I mean,
mind that.
we might, you know, we might tell you to do that. It's up to you if you want to do it.
Titan offers clarification. Titan says, parasocial is when a viewer believes they have a relationship with a creator. If you actually talk to the creator, it's trans parasocial. If either of you are trans, then it's trans parasocial. And I enjoy that very much. Thank you, Titan.
Awesome.
So they started studying this in like the 1950s because when television became a thing, people like imagine television like it's a new phenomenon. Like you are watching TV shows, you're watching the news. You've had radio, but you're actually like seeing people. You can see their facial expressions, the way they're emoting, and if
Fun
they
fact,
hold a
television is newer than trans healthcare.
Oh, that's interesting. Fun fact I learned today.
Yeah,
I love learning.
Whenever they start saying it's experimental, I often bring up that we've had HRT, we've had lower surgery longer than there's been heart surgery. So if you're going to call us experimental, you have to call that experimental. But we're also older than television, at least the modern techniques. Obviously, trans people have existed as long as there's been history and beyond. But like the modern stuff, the HRT, the surgeries, the way we do, the techniques keep getting better. But like they're the same surgeries that were available in the early 20th century.
Right. That's interesting though. I learn something new. I love learning new things. Makes me feel smarter. But it is one of those things like, you know, because they were studying this new phenomenon because it was a psychological, you know, it changes the brain once those ideas start to happen. And then you'll see like in online communities, like a creator suddenly doesn't hold your value that you had, and then there can be vitriol, there can be anger, there's like this huge overreaction where, you know, we've seen it in our community and others where they're like want to dox people or say don't subscribe to their channel or like not lose financial support, and on it goes, or they lose subscribers, and then there's hate campaign. We've been there. So like there's a whole thing that happens, and it causes real harm because people forget that, you see our faces, but there's still like, it's curated. Like how we present ourselves online is not 100% how we are, you know, and some people lie to you and they grift and they take on a position that you don't fucking care about or you find offensive or whatever. And it can turn into the sense of, unrequited closeness. Like there's plenty of creators online that have no idea who I am, that I connect with, and I agree with them, and I have an emotional connection and wish all the best things. But I also know they don't know me and they don't really give a shit. Like, you know, beyond, you know, that parasocial relationship. You know, it's nothing beyond that. You know, it's different when you actually form like actual friendships. So it gets weird, especially in these spaces, because there's constant communication. It's not the same as like just viewing someone or just making a comment on a video. Like if you're like in the chat and you're actively interacting, the person's responding to, it feels closer than it is. You know, and with certain types of people, like you want to bond, you want to support your community, but at the end of the day, like, you know, we all have lives that other people aren't seeing, you know, day to day. And it creates this like almost imbalance, especially if people don't know they're becoming attached and they don't know how to like dissect that and look at that and have that wall of like, well, I can love this person, I think they're great, but they're not a friend. Like I always say, like if your cat and that creator in a burning house, which one are you gonna save? Those are the questions you have to ask
people
yourself.
have always struggled with, though, is
Yeah.
not being able to tell the difference between being friendly and being
Yes.
friends, right? Because you can have a good friend and you're mean to each other for funsies or whatever. Likewise, when you meet a new person and they're friendly, you'll become friends, but you aren't automatically friends just because a person is being nice to you. Like that should be the standard of behavior, is a person is being nice to you. You know, they're not
like,
necessarily
treat
hitting
people
on
with
you.
basic
They're not necessarily
decency.
trying to scam you. They could actually just be a nice person.
Yep, those exist every now and then. So.
Yeah.
It's rare these days, but it does still happen from time to time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I try. I mean, like, what did the Christians say? Be the light you want to see in the world.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
It's be the change.
Be
Well,
the change,
I guess it depends on who's misquoting which speaker.
Yeah, I think be the change. That might be Buddhism.
Gandhi
or something. Gandhi. So
is that Gandhi?
Well, Gandhi said it. I don't know if he originated it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that people have said that they were quoting someone else, but the people listening didn't know. And so, like, for example, Martin Luther King Jr. said multiple times in a couple of big speeches that the arc of history is long, but it bends towards justice. But he didn't originate that. He was quoting an abolitionist from Boston, incidentally. And I know that because it's part of a video that I may or may not actually finish at some point about about marathons and civil rights.
Ooh.
Women's rights specifically, but civil rights generally.
Cool.
Yeah, Boston
That's
is tied
awesome.
up in a lot of that stuff.
Awesome.
Interestingly enough.
Alright.
Let me see. I may be able to
Lil.
make a couple of notes. Ah, behold a Lil. Let's tilting windmill. Thank you. Thank you, everybody else. That I'm not catching all the chats, but I appreciate them and things. Yes.
Yeah.
Goodness.
All right. Well, I actually need to get going because apparently my kids would like dinner. So
God damn them.
You know, Tommy, it's apparently, I'm told you have to feed them every day.
I know. No one told me this before we had, but
see the cheat code for that one.
God, you know, like Tommy, giving your children like basic needs, like I don't know what you're thinking, really.
Hey, what can I say? It's like we said when I first got on. I'm not actually stable. Just maybe a little more.
I mean, who amongst actually is in this day and age? Like,
right in this economy,
right.
But yeah, so thanks for hey Jer. But thanks Ember for having me on. Happy birthday, and just thank you so much for whatever this trans para whatever friendship has been. Thank you for, especially as far as like our show is concerned. Like once people started noticing us on YouTube, you were one of our early noticers, and like thanks for like telling other people about us.
Another function of community, right?
Yep.
I didn't know about you until Ember and some other people in the community. So you know that's a wonderful thing about parasocial is you get to meet cool people. They're
not
cool.
parasocial if you talk to each other. It's
Yeah, I
transport
know.
or actually, that sort of thing. But yeah, I found Tommy and Matt because of B.S. Lewis, who, if you don't know, draws some very adult cartoons about biblical nonsense, and they're funny as hell. And I've plugged B.S. Lewis before, but it was B.S. Lewis's community post that I was like, oh, let's go look at this new channel that BS is talking about. And at the time, Matt and Tommy happened to be reviewing a video from like their old church when they were believers, but they're even more prone to tangents than I am. And I quickly noticed that it was possible to completely derail the stream by throwing out random fun facts. And so I enjoyed doing that for a few weeks until they figured out what I was up to.
Oh, we enjoyed it too. I mean, but even once we figured it out, we kept getting distracted anyway. So
that's what happens when you give
that.
ADHD people fun facts. They'll get distracted, and then they want to
And
go down rabbit holes.
Especially when we also have the TISM, and that immediately becomes our new special interest and all that.
Yes, I know. I love that about us.
Right.
I love that for us.
Ellen, I'll actually be seeing you this Thursday on your show.
Yes, you are. Tommy will be on my show.
So that'd be fun. So
yes, it will be good times. I don't know what are we talking about. It's your choice.
Me, I guess. Yeah,
we're gonna go a getting to know Tommy episode.
Yeah, I think it's specifically talking about because at this time 5 years ago, I was about to recover from stage 4 cancer, and
that's right.
kind of do the whole life rethinky everything, including my faith that I had at the time that now I don't. But yeah. So more on that Thursday. But yeah, Ember, happy birthday. Hope you have a great day. Have a fun stream. I'll be probably lurking in the background and such. Depending on how long you go, I may jump on later. So yeah.
It's been known to happen.
But yeah, it is true. All right. Bye, everybody. So long.
Bye, honey. I am.
Oh, goodness.
I'm attempting so Will give me a good idea when I'm not crafting to give myself a project to do when I'm like streaming and stuff. Now, I have these lights like right here, in my bedroom, and they oh my god, they change colors, and there's the best
so
thing.
Jealous.
Oh my god, they're only $30 on Amazon. I'm just saying.
Room, and like, I've always wanted that. I have these lights for photography reasons, and they're right by my desk. But I've just never taken the time to put because like in order to get to the walls, my room, it's my bedroom too, right? So I've got my studio area, I've got my desk, I've got my bed, I've got my bookshelf, I've got my clothes. In order to get to the corners where the lights go, I have to move large amounts of stuff. And so
Todd had to like go this way over there, like over the top of the dresser and the old stink cage, and then but I want them to go all the way around. But what I like about them is that they change color and you can do a bunch of different stuff to them. So I really like that about them. Because these can blink, they fade out, they like the remote is like it's sick. I love it. But
I know, tangent.
I tangent. But but I originally bought like the curtain ones, and they got really fucking tangled, and I don't know why. Like I have this like because Todd can untie like fishing wire and stuff, and my god, people, this is a fucking mess. But I'm determined. I have like this thing where I want to untangle it as like a project in patience. So
like unweaving a net. Or I mean, I get that. Sometimes I get that way.
Plus, I spend money on them, so
I have this bracelet that one of the links broke, and like one of these days I'll fix it. I just it hasn't been a priority.
I have one of those bracelets. It's on my dresser. I bought a bisexual one and a pride one at Medieval Fair, but from this vendor, and it broke, and I was like, I will fix it, and it's just sitting with my other jewelry over there, and I'm like, I'll get to it. It'll happen. It hasn't. It's been 2 years.
I like untangling yarn.
Hello, Lil.
Lil's here. Yay!
I do not think I've ever put on my makeup faster.
I
Turned on the
did.
camera, I was just
I did
like,
lipstick.
oh, holy crap.
I did lipstick and a powder, a little bit of Russian mascara. I'm like, done.
Eyeliner and I have this. What even is it? It's one of these things, and it's very light
yeah.
purple, but also there's sparkles, and I just like ran it around my eye real quick. And as the countdown was going, I put lipstick on. Like I said, I've been doing a lot less makeup because apparently I look like a drag queen when I have a full face on.
What?
You must have missed that whole part of the show.
I get makeup tips. I get
Yeah,
makeup
I'm like,
tips
what?
from drag queens. Like, their makeup is awesome. And they're
when
really good at
I
it.
have minimal makeup, I get more compliments. I get more people being nice to me, and life is better when I have less makeup. When I do a full face, people call me a gay man, and so I'm disincentivized.
What? Okay, wait. No. What is that? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't.
What?
I mean, how like this is
makeup
this is my
gendered?
most non-show off my chest bra, right? Like
Right.
this is the one for long shows and comfort and shit. And like, how do you look at me and say gay man?
I
Like,
don't
what the
know.
fuck?
Sorry,
I don't know. I am confused by people because one, I don't know how makeup is gendered. 1, 2,
Right.
how? Like, that's how I talk about clothes. I'm like, do clothes have genders? I don't think so. They're cloth. You just cut them into shapes. So
Now, for you crafty folks, since you're here, I was wondering earlier because I had to make a space to set this very hot pan of brownies. What is the difference between cloth and fabric? Because I know cloth won't melt if it touches a hot pan, but fabric might.
like a polyester.
Fabric just kind of includes all of it.
So fabric is the whole term for
term.
from like
They're-
yarn
they're
to
very much interchangeable.
Okay,
but
and
for
then
the most
cloth
part, like,
is
yeah.
would cloth be like the thing you would use specifically to make clothing?
It could, depending on how you're using it, or it could be what it's made out of, like
Well,
whether
like
it's, like, cotton
my black void back here, that's just cloth. It's technically it's a bed sheet, folks. Don't tell. It's one of my because for photography reasons, I have a whole bunch of black, white, and green sheets that I can just hang up places. You know.
I
have my flag. I have that flag and the bisexuality flag on my flagpole that I bring to events. So
yeah.
I have it there. So and then when people ask me about it, I'm like, you should go to askforpride.com and get yourself
Speaking
a flag.
of showing off stuff, I demand to see the boobie.
Yeah, we were. Yeah, they did see the boob. Yeah, shout out the boobie.
We were boobieing earlier. I
were
really
boobieing,
should
yeah.
have flashed my boobie much earlier on because we got some people just stormed in with some super chats and
Oh,
I was flustered. And also I haven't been doing shows as often, so I'm like a little bit out of practice. But we do have the boobie. I made sure to have it
I love the boobie.
despite clearing off this table
She
thing to
brought
make
the
space for
boobie
the
to
hot brownies, which
NanoCon, and
are
I
much
got
cooler
pictures
now.
with the boobie.
I have
It was
pictures.
like-
There's a pictures of
I love
Tommy
those.
with Tommy me grabbing the
I know.
boobie.
There's,
It's my
there's
hand.
more pictures of my boobie than with me running around the internet.
Listen, if you present me with a boobie, I'm gonna and you're like you can grab it.
Mm-hmm.
What am I gonna do? See my shirt.
Also, says that happy birthday. He's currently at work, but he told me to tell you happy birthday.
Well, thank you. Pesky work. Damn capitalism.
Yeah. Damn it.
I need to find a way the capitalism doesn't work for me. I know I'm like the job works. The job force sucks right now.
Yeah.
Like Todd's going to a fair tomorrow to like to see if there's a place like that sell insurance, and like he's like, you come with me, and every single part of my body just like recoiled, and I was like, I can't, and he just goes, me too, in the other room. But we have to keep the house.
Like I gave up trying to find a job in my field a while back, so it's just like there's no jobs available, and then anywhere there is jobs available, like they
like
apparently
okay,
don't
like
want
I want to
it,
start my own business, but the thing is that to start my own business, I need something to sustain me while I do that and grow it. So and do all the things. So I can't. You need money to make money, guys. And it costs money to be poor. So
It costs a lot of money to be poor, and it costs a lot
Yeah.
more money to be poor and try to not be poor.
More,
Like when
yeah.
I started that Comic Con, in theory, I could do it for just a few $1,000s, but by the time all the bills were paid from that first year, which was by far the smallest and least ambitious, and I have been one ambitious bitch, let me tell you, it was over $10,000. Now, fortunately, we sold more tickets than that, but I was very, very worried because, like, even when I had a regular job and it paid fairly well, that's a big chunk of change for a poor person, you know? Lil,
Well, like,
is there any way to turn
Casey
you
and
up?
John are putting on their first con this year at Rocket City
Sorry,
Museum,
my dogs.
and when Casey would just give me a little bit of like how much it was going to cost them to put on a con. And this is why you guys got to go to cons, guys, support people, because it does cost money for those things to happen and have the guests and finding a venue and making sure the venue is cool with a bunch of atheists coming in and crowding the space, and
Insurance.
some
Everyone overlooks insurance.
presenters
You need insurance.
Yeah, and you need
You
insurance for all those things.
It varies from state to state, but you're probably looking at an across the board minimum of $1 million liability policy.
Yep.
And that's going to cost, even if it's only a 2-day event.
Yep.
Hi, Seth.
So like
there's so many little things like
people.
that. Like you need volunteers, you need helpers. If you're doing food, you need to arrange the cater, like all the different things. You have to. Holy
Everything
shit, there's
for
a lot.
That's why when I go, I usually like to any of these cons. I usually volunteer because I know any hand can help. You know, and they'll if you get there, you didn't officially volunteer, but you want to help, they'll utilize you.
Oh yeah,
There's
and
usually
volunteering
something they
is
have to do.
a great way for poor people. Like my Comic Con, we have people volunteer for 2 to 4 hour shifts. There's a few people who stay longer because that's what they like to do, but that's what we require. And you know, if you volunteer for a shift, even if it's a setup shift, then you get free admission to the event because you're part of staff. You're one of the volunteers, you know? So it's a great way to cut down the cost of attending. I thought about doing that for BajaCon this year, but travel is hard. International travel is really tricky here in the United States. My health and a bunch of other issues. But Baja is one of the more expensive events I've seen. But volunteering is a good way to get around. I don't know if they have a program like that. I assume they do because they've been running for more than 2 years, but I don't know for sure. But you can get around high ticket prices. You still have to cover your lodging, your food, your travel, etc. But you can sometimes get around a ticket price by volunteering for a shift.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what's funny?
Baja so bad. Hopefully,
Seth ambushed and ran back into the bushes.
When I went to NanaCon, I was just gonna go as a guest, and then I volunteered because I got a discount, and then I was asked to do a workshop, which my weekend was comped. I already paid, so. But I got asked to do another one next year, so next year will be comped. So I just gotta, but I'm gonna stay on site this year. I'm not gonna stay next year. I'm not gonna stay there. At an Airbnb, but it was just funny because but then I ended up donating my tickets because I'm like, we're already so close, and I know people want to go. Like Noah, I gave one of my tickets to him, and I'm like, just give it to somebody that wants it because I felt like I could take the money back, but I already spent it. Yeah. There was no harm, no foul in there, so I'm like, give it to somebody. Let someone have a good weekend. You know, it happens. You know,
great when you can do it.
Yeah, I could do it at the time because I was working. Now,
Yeah,
now, do I wish I had that money back at the it was like a few weeks.
Oh,
At the time, it
yeah.
didn't matter because I was working. You know?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, cats are
sure.
demanding food. Come say hi to Will.
Hi, Will. Say, look at the camera. I'm looking down here.
Yeah,
Look at
yeah.
Will. I'm not looking at the
Yes.
camera.
You
If I
know,
look at the camera, I'm looking at
I have
everybody.
the same problem. I'm like, so my screen is here. So when I'm looking this way, I'm looking at you folks. But my camera's up here. So when I'm looking here, I can't see y'all. But now y'all
I'm
can
so
see me
bad about
straight up.
that.
So it's
No, they say the old Hollywood actors add an air of mystique by looking above people's heads. That was like a kind of just slightly, so they added this kind of
Mystique
standoffishness.
yeah.
Okay, I gotta feed the kitties.
Yeah, feed the demons.
Oh
I
my
mean,
goodness.
how dare I, AJ? How dare I give money and be kind to people? Damn it! Damn
I
my
know. This is
damn my
this is
pro-social
why we're like all
behavior.
sinners and
Sounds
shit.
like goddamn communism to me.
Communist.
Commie Reds. Commie Reds in my red state.
It's like there's a
Well, I'm very okay. Are we allowed to talk politics for just a second?
sure for a bit.
Sure,
That's
sure.
my area.
Okay. No, I'm okay. I am very cautiously hopeful for November. Can I please be cautiously optimistic for November?
Yes.
Because I live in Florida and things are changing. Oh my God. The Moms of Liberty are no longer a thing in Sarasota County. And that was a huge, huge thing. The election got yeah, like the school board got turned over. They did all the book bans. They were sucking Ron DeSantis' dick. And now that's been all flipped over. And teaching will improve again in Sarasota County. So, and my kids went to Sarasota schools,
Awesome.
and a bunch of my friends have kids are in Sarasota County. So, small win plus Angie Dixon won. So I'm kind of, it was a very good run for Florida for this past,
So
for the
here's the thing about the midterms coming up. There's honestly, okay, so Trump only has a positive approval rating in 3 states, and I think it's West Virginia, Idaho, and Wyoming.
No, interrupt, sorry.
He's underwater in every other state.
We're talking politics now.
Every other state. Tallarico is winning in Texas.
Yeah.
Like,
no,
what
actually,
the
I
hell?
have to interrupt you.
Okay, well, sorry. 1 minute.
Stepping into the room.
Okay. Oh, he's talking to me. I'm just going to mute.
And so there's a whole bunch of indications and little races and stuff that show that we're gonna have a pretty damn good midterm. So
sorry about that. We were discussing the cat's feeding schedule. It's important.
Cats can't actually tell time,
I
you
have
know.
4 cats. So, they're bossy.
We have 4 now
dogs
too.
can
The mysterious little kitty has been venturing out more, and so progress. I'm told he goes by Norman, but I haven't seen him answer to that name yet, so we'll see.
Well, there's 4 people in the house, so everybody has a cat. So I'm not. The rule is like you don't want to be outnumbered. I'll say, well, you chose that.
Well, I've got
you have 3 dogs? 3 or 2? 3 dogs.
I've got Pixie, Kip, and Ozzy.
Okay, so and then Seth. Okay,
Seth has Ozzy. So yeah, we have 3. I am here by myself most of the day with 3 dogs. Like it's like wrangling toddlers, but
see, cats sleep all day mostly, so it's kind of nice. And though my cats like to wake me up in the middle of the night and demand attention, but it's so cute that I'm like, okay.
On top of that, the people behind us, they're moving, and so like they're starting to like throw out everything and all that, and so every time someone shows up, my dogs go absolutely haywire.
Really?
it's like because it's like eventually you think they get used to it, but no, the second
No,
someone
you
shows
don't.
up,
No,
they
you
start
don't.
going nuts. Mhm.
What the fuck
Oh
happened? Sorry,
goodness.
there's a particularly complicated tingle. And I was like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened here. I just don't. It's a mess.
Well, if anybody's interested, this is I'm working on the
Ooh.
rainbow blanket again, which is this one.
Yay!
Yeah,
Fancy.
So I'm doing this area.
I
Yeah.
told so
It's pretty.
So Lo and I are doing a new stream on Wednesdays at
Name
4
it
o'clock.
Seth.
I can't have two Seths in the household. That's
No,
that's
no.
gonna be a little.
Human-shaped
Oh.
Dr. Kip needs a dog named Seth.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's on-
Just for
Or
reference,
actually, Maya needs a dog named Seth. I would be very amused. I don't know. I mean, we could make it a much bigger chain.
We're gonna have a thing where
For
everybody gets a new
example,
pet and then we have to name it after each other.
I could get a dog named Ember, and then Jess would have to get a dog named Seth, and it just everything, you know? Yeah.
If I get an orange cat, I'm naming it Ember.
Aw.
I'll be like, this is my cat Ember. It's a good name. It is a really good name. So my friend has a gray cat named Ashes. So like it goes. Like I can see it.
Yeah.
Get a gray cat named Ashes. Get an orange cat named Member.
I almost went with Ashley. I've told this story. In fact, just a while back on the Day 900 stream, I think that I was feeling extreme burnout. And so I almost went with Ashley because everything was ashes, you know, of like, I'm just completely burned out. But I'm like, no. I need to have faith. There's still an ember somewhere inside that I might be able to relight someday.
Yes.
So,
The
yeah.
thing about embers, they lay in wait until the spark happens.
Well, if cared for properly, they can persist a very long time.
Yes, they can.
Early
Oh,
humans,
yeah.
early humans, like pre-Stone Age humans, pre-human humans, Homo erectus humans figured out how to keep coals in like containers and shit so that the wind wouldn't blow them out, and they could simmer for hours and hours and hours. So you didn't have to relight your fire every night. You could just take the ember you'd been carrying from the previous night's fire and drop it in your new fire, give it some wind, and voila, new campfire.
This is why we're such weird creatures. Like we can come up with early humans came up with ways to survive. And then in 2026 people still believe in sky gods. It's confusing. Like, it's weird. We're weird creatures.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true. So I also mentioned on the Day 900 show that I learned, thanks to Google's new live chat translate function, that Ember means human or person in Hungarian. And the way the live chat translates it is when somebody types Ember in the chat, if it's got stuff with it, like exclamation points, it will stay Ember. But if it's just by itself, then the live translate will turn it into man. So whenever I walk into a chat, people will be like, "Hi, man," and I'm like, "Rude." Like everything is misgendering me lately. But
like all
the
of that
cool
is wrong.
thing is that finding out, I can't even be mad because it led me to find out that it Ember means human, right? So now my channel name isn't just better than my past self; it's better than human.
Yep.
And I kind of enjoy that.
It kind of mirrors AJ's channel. Dig it. I dig. What does Lilith mean, Lil? Do you know?
It usually translates to like darkness or something like that.
That's cool. My name means light or a gift in Greek.
Or of the night.
Or bright one.
Yeah.
So So we're the opposite.
And Drew is having trouble getting it to work. I may not have turned on live chat translate. I'm not entirely sure. Or it could be they actually finally scaled it because they were translating everything.
Right.
Like if you said hiya, it like for example, Titan's got this running thing because he always says hiya Maya in chats, and the translate changed it to shame on you, Maya.
Oh my God, yes.
So shit like that has been happening
didn't get
all
that
up
joke
and
in the
down.
Discord.
The
I
chat.
was
So
like, what
YouTube
is
may have
this
finally
joke?
scaled it back, so it stopped doing that every time.
The thing is though, when we put that in the Discord chat, I was like, what? I'm like, why are we shaming Maya? But then I didn't want to ask because I was sure it was an in joke that I didn't understand. Now I understand it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I love the in jokes. I'm like, unless I was present for it, I'm like, I don't know what this is a reference to.
I still don't even know which language it was translating from. Like, in what world is hiya shame on you? You know?
I don't know.
I don't know. Google be weird.
Shame on you.
Chad.
Oh my. But see, here's the thing. With embers and light, you need darkness to make them look better and make them look brighter. So that's why we all work together.
That's how we all work together. See, it's all part of the plan. The universe said so.
All right, I gotta turn y'all
after
up.
herself. Lil name was named Lil. I don't because it was pretty. You chose your name, so we are.
Actually, let me go change out my mic real quick.
We are the cool kids.
Okay, I'm tinkering with microphone settings to try to get everybody normalized.
Okay. Oh God, I'm like, I don't know why I chose this at I mean, it's gonna be. I think this isn't gonna be like an act of like frustration on top of being an act of patience, and I don't know why I gave myself this project, but here we are. I made choices.
I mean, sometimes it's just. I find great peace sometimes in working on things that take extra time just because, like, for example, the background here, right? Like, I could have just rearranged the elements in a couple of flags to make the thing look like it did, but I didn't because I wanted a certain level of detail in it. And so, like, obviously the heart comes from the poly flag, but I didn't just use the moon and the heart from that. I replaced the moon with the Flux Nebula so I could get Polaris in there. Actually, in fairness, I did use the moon originally, and then I was like, aha, I can put Polaris in there.
I need to get that one because I hate the poly flag. I hate it. I hate the poly orange flag. I hate the red. I hate the blue. I hate the black together. I don't know who came up with that, but if I was on the committee, I'd be like, nope. We need to
there's a few different versions of it. I went with the version that I went with just because. But yeah, I mean,
back with the better
it
mic.
isn't. Yay, better mic. We like better mic.
Thank you, Seth.
Thank you, Chad. Much appreciate. Our Tradish sends us $10. Thank you so much, and says for party business only. Absolutely, shenaniganery and things.
No, it's a step on party business. Thank you, Bilbo.
So this flag, and again, it's called the North Star flag, and it's, you know what, I'll play Illyria's video again in a minute because the audience has almost entirely changed over since the start of the show.
I like that much better.
Yeah, it's really neat. It isn't specifically meant to be like the poly flag. There's elements of it because it's an amalgamation of so many parts of other flags. It's got like you've got the trans colors represented on the right side here, how it's got white, pink, blue, but it's also got the intersex colors from the left side where it's got the pink and then the gold, and it's also got like it's this and this and this and this and this, and so like it doesn't have to be poly
as well. So it's a multi-tiered, it's a multi-tiered queer inception flag.
Yeah, and there's a lot to it, but also one thing that I put a lot of extra effort into is getting the telescopic lens flare from Polaris here to go outside of its box and like spread across the flag.
I got you. That
Yeah.
you have a really good eye, Amber. I think these are great. Did you? So I
Yeah.
know what, like. So are you work? Yeah. So you're just designing them and then you're sending them to like how we're actually that was not my question. It came back. Audio ADHD guys. Hey, I'm back. So I wanted to ask you, are you paying for the images or are they publicly available on a platform? I'm not making anything, I'm just nosy.
What do you mean by the images?
So like so
The space
some
bits?
like what? Like the
The
space bits
the
and
space
stuff. Like
bits?
of the yeah. Like the space
Yeah,
bits,
like
yes.
for you know what, I'll bring the thing back up so I can demonstrate
The
better.
queerception, yes.
Um,
Queerception, yes. Queerception. Perfect.
yeah, kind of. Okay, so let's go back over here. So the heart section is a close up of the sun seen in a false color spectrum that was then turned to yellow so it would be visible to humans. And that's a NASA image. And because it's a NASA image, it's public domain. Not all space images are NASA images, though. You have to be careful because some of them are from like the European Southern Observatory, which some of those are available through a Creative Commons license, but that's not the same as public domain. The license means you have to put the license information on it every single time you publish it. People neglect that a lot, but a copyright violation in Europe will still cost you a whole lot of money if anybody pursues it. Similarly, so I tend to use NASA images or my own images, but yeah, these space photos are all from NASA. This is the Rosette Nebula. These are the Pleiades. I mean, I do remix them sort of because since I am a photographer, I can adjust the information and whatnot. Like this particular image, if you get it off the NASA website, you're going to have like a blue glow around the stars, but it's going to be a lot more black than blue. But I can adjust the levels and the exposure and the gamma and all these various things to make it like this, you know? So I do a whole lot of blending and remixing, but the original source image, I'm not just taking images and plugging them in like cookie cutters. I'm making them work with what I'm building.
Right.
But
no, I think that's really
the space
great.
images do originally come from NASA, yes.
That's awesome. I didn't know you do them. So thank you. I learned. That's really cool. I think that's great.
Yay.
You artsy fartsy person.
Jenny sends us $5. Thank you so much. And says, happy birthday, Ember. We love you. Thank you so much.
When I get a job, I owe
appreciate
you a
it.
big super chat. Actually, I'll just say many.
I know I don't fault anybody for not sending one. I mean, obviously you can't demand presents, although, you know, if Maya would say, yes,
I
Ember,
will
you
demand
absolutely
presents,
could
guys,
demand
for Ember.
presents.
It's her
but-
birthday. Give presents. Celebrate that she's
But like,
born. She made a
I'm
trip,
very
she made another
poor.
trip around the sun.
I've been very poor for a very long time. I
Yeah,
get
so
it.
help the
You
girl
know, I
out.
mean, I've been out of a normal job for over a year. Like
That's
it
what's-
was
like, I
June 30th of the last year. So we're almost to 14 months now.
Okay. I will be out of a job. I was actually it's been exactly a month because I was let go the Monday before NanoCon. So I think about a month. But I'm not even mad about it. So it's one of those things. It was just circumstances, not because I suck or they suck. The circumstances. So it is what it is. I mean, I'm bummed though, because I was only 7 minutes. It was 7 minutes from my house. I didn't buy gas for a month. It was pretty sweet. And I have the best coffee shop called Halloween around by my house, and it's all Halloween theme. And Todd's making like the little keychains that he was handing out at Anacon. He's making some with like little ghosties and witches and stuff to sell for consignment at the store. So
Hell yeah. I'm trying to keep half an eye on Discord now and then in case somebody else sends a request. But reminder to people, I can't do an open room the way I used to because there's evil people running around. But if you do know me and you can reach me on DM or something, then I will send you a link so you can join if you would like to.
Pretty sure I know you.
I think I know you too. I'm pretty.
you might
I touched
say.
your boobies.
I mean,
so
I
know.
I mean, I might have a few pictures with you somewhere.
Lies, deep fake lies. You know I was there. Deep fake lies.
I mean, Lil has her own emoji on this channel.
I know. I just love it.
It's so good to be back here.
Oh
I
goodness.
have a green
Might have a
booby,
blanket.
So
See, I
after
do
the
knit
incident,
blankets
I
for
had to
people.
get
It takes me a
rid
while
of my
sometimes, but
booby.
I do
That
it.
a certain okay, so I had to get rid of the booby that a certain person gave me. So my roommate gave me an alien booby to squeeze, so I have an alien booby.
Fucking valid. I was
right?
thinking about bringing my boob. So it's no secret. I have a booby on a stick because everything is better
You have
on
a
a
fat
stick.
booby.
But I haven't used it for comedic purposes since
Right.
certain people who made that sort of their trademark turned. Okay, in fairness, one of them may not be evil. We don't know, but the other one sure as hell is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we traded boobies. I gave that booby to my roommate, and I said, "You can do with what you see fit. Maybe burn it, but it was be back because it's plastic. So don't do that." Alien boobies and squeezes.
Amazing.
They do like they need squeezes. You got to give squeezes to the alien boobies. It's important. I don't make the rules. Angier told me. Now listen to Angier.
Ember
Shows us how
does
to
have
about
a
the
booby
Kirby
with
socks.
blue
It's
feet.
important.
Oh,
I love when I drop
I'm-
that and only certain people know what I'm talking about. And that makes me happy because I love inside jokes.
It's true. We have fun with our jokes. It's pretty neat. And if you hang around long enough, you'll be in on some jokes.
Kai was getting rid of some of their clothes that are too big for them, and one of them was Grippy socks, and I really liked them. And I was like, I have to have these Grippy socks, even though I don't wear them. They just sit in my dresser.
I
I might
here's
wear them at
something
the Airbnb.
interesting. Here's something interesting that happened. Is my mic on? Or
No,
is
Yes.
it not? Okay. I was about to say because like it wasn't showing up that it was on. It was weird. That happened in the move. I lost all my socks. I have no idea what happened to all my socks. They're
Do you
just
want?
gone.
I can give you. If you give me $10, I will mail you socks. I barely.
I'm just stealing socks to be honest.
Okay, all right. I'm just
When I
saying,
need
like,
'em.
if you want socks, I got socks. I will sell you. If anybody needs socks, I will sell you socks.
Oh, Helen's got her
Just, you know,
business
I wear
going.
my Mary Jeans, and the rest is all whatever.
Yeah, like
I'll be a slut for you for
I'll wear
socks.
flip flops or
Mhm.
ballet
I'll be a
flats most of the time. So like my sneakers and my boots are the only shoes I need socks with. So I don't need them that often, but
Yeah, I have a couple pairs of boots I have to wear socks with, but I have to wear like those open, like top of your foot socks for my Mary Janes, which are fantastic. I love them. And I have a problem with hotchocolatedesign.com. They have the best shoes. Oh my god. Moving on. Yeah. Like my hillbilly shoes that I wore at Nana, and like I told Lil I would send her the website, but they have the best shoes, and they have flying monkey boots that I really need, really bad. But they're sold out right now, and I'm poor, and I also have to wait till I have money, but they're the best. And they last. Like I bought my first pair. I want to say Halloween 4 years ago, and but I interchange them so much. It's not like I'm wearing the same ones every day. So, and their platforms are fantastic, and they have ones shapes like kitty cats and heels, and they have black kitty cats, and I really want them, and I can't afford. I need a sugar daddy I don't have to sleep with. That just is like, I think you're cool and I want to buy you stuff.
Don't we all?
I know, right? Like, hey, if you want to, like, you know, hang out and talk about Lord of the Rings and parasocial relationships and give me money, great.
Oh my goodness.
So I can buy shoes.
Shoes would be
simple
no. Oh
girl.
my goodness, folks. Oh my good. So fun thing about both weight size changes and having babies and transition and all, so many body changes all at the same time. Your shit will change size. all your things will change all the sizes. And so, like, shoes. Be prepared to need new shoes. Often.
I've been a solid 8 since high school. Since high school, I have never changed my shoe set. Even when I was pregnant and I was swollen, did not change.
Here's the thing. When all the way up until I was pregnant with my second, I wore size 10 shoes. After my second, I wear size 9 now.
Hormones, body changes. It happens. Deviant's got to go to bed, so I want to Deviant send a super chat for 200 sex. We do. We're very sex positive around here. We love the sex. Thank you so much, Deviant. And Deviant says, I need to go night night, but here's a tiny little something to say happy birthday from someone who's exceedingly happy to have an Ember in my life. Much love from me to you, my beautiful Ember. Thank you so much, Deviant.
I'll send you a DM so you can book to be on my show. So I'll do that. Ember, I gotta do the same for you. I keep forgetting. And I talk to you every day. It's shameful. I like, again, you don't exist until you're directly in front of me. It's the object permanence, guys. I love you, but I'll forget about you right in front of me.
It's a whole thing. Okay, it took me a minute to track down where the hell it is. So I went through my 2 different folders of NanoCon photos. I went through the folder I keep of Ember photos because people keep asking me for photos for thumbnails and so, and I could not find the damn so finally I went to my social media, and it's not on my Facebook, but it is on my threads of the blanket that Lil gave me. Now, of course,
I saw that
that's the folded up blanket.
You look so pretty with
it's
it.
like,
I love it.
Yeah,
It
but I did
matches.
find it. It took me a minute, but I found it. Petite
It's a
Flower
nice
says, I don't
blanket. I
think
love
it's
it.
your feet. I think the shoes changed. That's probably true. But like, my goodness, I used to have very big feet. I wore size 13 and a half men's sizes. And then in the middle of last year, I wore women's size 9. That's like a third of my foot smaller, you know? It's fucking wild. And then they got bigger again. And then they got smaller again. That's the amount of weight you're carrying around has something to do with it, as well as hormones. And now they've been getting bigger again. And like, but also I'm wearing out my shoes because like it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing, folks. The point is, people make a big deal out of how women need a whole bunch of different shoes, and it's true. Like you need a good pair of flats. You need comfortable shoes. You need good walking shoes. And these are never the same shoes, but also sometimes it's nice to have high heels. Sometimes it's nice to have a few for different, if you can get away with having different shoes and whatnot for every different freaking outfit, fantastic. I love that for you. But even if you're very poor and trying to keep things as simple as possible, you need at least 4 different pairs of shoes. And then if your feet keep changing sizes, sometimes my sneakers are size 11 because I got them while I was in the early part of transition. And like, it was still much smaller than my feet were before, but now they're big. And even when I tie them as tight as I can, they still don't quite fit. And it's a struggle.
The struggle is real. I have 2 bags underneath my bed that hold 10 pairs of shoes each bag. They're both full. And then I have 4 pairs of boots in my closet. And then by my front door, I have 2 pairs of sandals. I have a pair of flip-flops, and I have a pair of like easy black sandals if I don't want to like if I just want to like not put on my awesome hot chocolate shoes. And so like I said, it's a problem. They keep sending me ads, and I'm like, I'm not working.
Alira says, I can't imagine my feet getting smaller or bigger. I thought foot size couldn't change because of the bone structure. Fun fact, the bones change too. The people out there, okay, not everybody. So the people who understand how HRT works will never tell you for sure your bones will change because it's different for everybody. For some people, they change a lot. For some people, they change so little you can't even tell. It also depends on age and other factors in your life. Like the earlier you start, the more your bones will move. Like if you start HRT, like at the age of 21, by the time you're 29, your bones will be as if you'd gone through the correct puberty in the first place. But it still changes later in life too. And it's not just trans people, it's cis people too. Like, you know, whomst among us, our grandmothers would complain after menopause about losing her hips, because when you stop having higher estrogen, your bones move, you know? So your whole life, your bones will move. They're they're very slow because they're bones, but they do move. Yes.
I'm gonna go do my gender affirming care because I forgot to take my estrogen, and I'll be right back and refill my drink.
I actually have
that's
to
what
do
I say
mine
all the
still, too.
time now
I
when
was
I talk
debating
about
doing it
hormones.
on the
I'm doing
stream.
gender affirming care. So if you just keep saying that over and over again, I'm like, please tell me how it's different. Oh, it's not. Great. All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah. I mean, I knew it was possible, and it's not just bones, it's also ligaments and different connective tissue, and people talk about body fat redistribution, and that's true too. There's not much fat in your foot in the first place, but never mind that. Muscle size, all kinds of things like that. But like, if you can see it just in my face, right? Like if you go back to a pre-transition Ember photo or one of the early videos, I believe I've member only'd most of the pre-transition stuff because of assholes. Honestly, I left them up originally so that people could see what transition looks like as you move through time. But then people came along and were trying to use them to hurt me. So I'm like, well, we can't have nice things, you know, whatever. But some of the early videos, if you look at my face, you'll see I have much wider cheekbones now. My jaw has changed shape. Like my brow ridge has, and I'm only part of the way through. Like your bones do change. And if you see me in person, like I'm a bit bigger now than I was last year, which is it's a source of dysphoria too. But like I have hips now, you know?
Yeah.
So like, yeah, you can see it just on me. So yeah, it's very cool. Oh goodness.
And I've said this on streams before, since NeoCon, but what surprised me, it's when most of your friends are online and then you finally see them in person, it's weird to see them in 3 dimensions. Like it's really cool, but it's also kind of a trip.
Yeah, it's trippy because like some of us you'll see from different angles. Like we'll do a mobile show or something where the camera's at a different angle, or even the camera moves over the course of the thing, whatever.
Yeah.
But like that's different. But also just adding that third dimension, getting parallax. It's trippy. It's trippy. The doggos have opinions. Let's see. Noise Ending says, I'm curious if you notice a difference in balancing when your feet get smaller, or does it happen so slowly that your body adjusts, or is it not even a problem? So most things that you do every day, your body will adjust for the most part. You don't consciously notice it because it's such a gradual process. But things that you don't do every day, it's so wild because in some ways I'm more graceful than I used to be for various reasons. There's a whole slew of factors that go into it. But in other ways, I'm more clumsy than I used to be because when I like trigger a muscle memory and the muscles aren't in the same place and they don't have the same relative strengths that they did before. And so like I'll try to like, I don't know, twirl a baton or something, and it'll just fly out of my hand because I don't use that all the time. So it didn't update as we went through the changes. I drop shit like, it's so crazy because my reflexes are so much better. I can catch shit in midair, but I also drop shit more often because the muscles just things aren't quite right, you know?
I've always had terrible reflexes. This is how bad I'm at sports. Shaming my childhood, but it's also kind of funny. So, also my chair got really low for some reason. Okay, so when my mom wanted me to play soccer, and I didn't have the ADHD diagnosis yet, or I did, but they didn't really understand it. And so I was playing some position, and when we were playing the game, I got the ball and I ran it to our goal. I was very proud of myself for like 2 seconds. Yeah. And because I was like, wow, nobody's chasing me. Nobody's trying to get the ball away from me. So it was like super easy. And I was really proud of myself. So that's Helen's ability to play sports. And I played I did play tennis for a while, and I skied. But I did like the easy, like team sports. No, I don't do so well with team sports, but I did do competitive skiing in high school.
I mean, I did all the running.
Yeah.
I mean, I did a lot of the other stuff, but like, yeah, especially long distance running. So I did track all 3 seasons, outdoor track, indoor track, all that stuff. Discus was all right. I got suckered into doing shot put because since I was a farm kid, I was one of the few kids on the team who could actually lift the fucking shot. Whatever. I never got the spin down right, though. I always looked so fucking goofy. But say la vie. Petite Flowers says, I would guess that your gait changes somewhat. It definitely does. And it's not just the feet. It's also height, right? Like,
my mom's
I
shrunk.
used to be 5'10", 5'11", depending on which DMV I was in at the time. Now I'm 5'7", and I'm exactly the same height as Lil, which incidentally is exactly the same height as Beyonce.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's one of the things that was like a trip, because it's like I know some people in the community are like really short, but I was like, it's just seeing that height difference. I'm just like, holy crap! And then like seeing that my Seth is taller than Seth Andrews was a total trip too. I'm just like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, when I met Seth for the time, I was like, wow. Like our Seth and Seth Andrews both. I was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, some people are taller than you think.
Yeah.
I still haven't
Like I
met.
said, I thought you were shorter.
Apparently,
What?
Helen nearly jumped over the table to come run and give me a hug.
I did. I was so very excited when I saw you. I was
Seth said that was so funny because he saw you and he watched it on your face when you recognized who he was. And it's like,
I get very excited. Like I can't, like, it's
You
one
may.
of those things, like all the oxytocin like floods into my brain when I see my friends, and I get super excited. Like Tommy, I was doing TikTok the other night because I'm trying to do more lives, and he popped into my TikTok, and I like gushed for like 2 minutes for him dropping by and hanging out. And I was so happy. Like that's the type of, like, I will gush at you and tell you the most awesome person. Chad, I do it to Chad. So I do it on Cheer. If I love you, I get excited when you show up. And if you're in public,
I need to
like
get
the
on
first time
TikTok,
when I saw Ember, I was like,
I know. And I honestly, I love that because like there's so few people who do that. Like I'm one of those people. Okay, so a ways back, I was helping a local theater do a production of White Christmas, and the person that I was dating at the time, and this was many years ago, because before Jess, I've been single for nearly a decade, right? So this was many years ago. But like the person I was dating was both the actual stage manager and playing the stage manager for the production inside the production. And so after the show ended, I was of the understanding that I wouldn't get to see them for quite a while because they had to like wrap up several things before they could come out and greet the audience like a regular cast member would, because of the various duties and whatnot. And so like I was talking to the kids about the themes of the show and the way the production went about, and like they had to borrow some of my specialty lights to make it snow on the set and like all kinds of things.
Ember.
What?
Were you a theater kid?
Can you tell?
Yeah, I know.
Yes,
right?
it definitely was. I talk about it a lot.
shocked.
But the reason I mention it is because I'm talking to the kids about the themes of the show, and I turn around and there's my partner, and I got so excited, I dropped my camera. I didn't even think about it. I just dropped it and ran to them. Like,
Oh, see, I love it when people get excited. Like it's like I got excited. Like when I saw Date, I got excited. Like it was just all these like yummy, warm feelings. And like I hadn't seen Glinda in 2 years, so it was really, really great to see Glinda. I hadn't seen AJ since that cruise last year. I just saw SR at the Black Non-Believers thing, so it was like, hey. So with John and Casey, I was like, hey, and I'm gonna see you guys all in October. Hey, it's like,
I know it's I wish I could get to more things, but NanoCon was my only thing for this year.
with the budget. If I can get back to the budget I had, and it doesn't get any worse, I can do like 3 a year. But I might, but with Todd making merch though, and he's also gonna make kink stuff, and we want to go to like kink cons, and have a table and sell. So we're going. So I figured if I can do that, maybe I can do 4 a year. I mean, I can go to Free Flow.
Yeah,
Free Flow is just a 2-hour drive.
Yeah, like me and Seth have pretty much decided we're going to try that at least the 3 events we're going to try to do every year are going to be the Art Protest, NanoCon, and Rocket City, and maybe fit in 1 or 2 others in there. Because this year we had I moved out here, which was a huge expense in and of itself. 3 weeks. Well, it was about a month later. We go to NanoCon. Or no, it was 3 weeks later we went to the ARC protest. 2 weeks after that we went to NanoCon. We were back to NanoCon for 2 days. Went to the beach. And now we're going to Rocket City.
I was laughing at Chad's comment because as we're both poly, so and we're both into kink. So I was like, thank you, Chad. I know my people.
Speaking of, Chad says I've definitely been gushed upon. Petite Flower asks, out of curiosity, what is a general dose of estrogen for transition? That's going to depend on a lot of different factors. Everybody's body is different, and also there's elements of your medical provider involved in, and it's complicated. Most of the people who understand transition endocrinology, or who don't, will say you should get your levels into the normal range for the person of the other birth sex, right? So like if you're going from male to female, if you're going for a binary transition at all, which isn't necessarily the case, a lot of people try to go somewhere in the middle, but whatever, you take whatever you need to get your blood levels in the right range. But there's a twist. If you're, say, for example, 50 years old, you don't necessarily want the blood levels of a 50-year-old cis person of the opposite birth sex. You need sufficient hormones to trigger that second puberty so that things will change, right? Because you need another puberty to change things. So you don't want the same levels of someone your age. You want high enough levels. You don't want to necessarily match an adolescent because there's a lot of other factors going on, higher metabolism for one thing, and human growth hormone and all the other stuff. But like so it's tricky. But most people find okay results doing the same HRT that a cis person takes, right? Like if you're postmenopausal and you take HRT, some women I know take 6 milligrams daily tablets. ContraPoints. Natalie Wynn has mentioned. Yeah, Natalie Wynn takes oral, the 2 milligram tablets you dissolve under your tongue. She takes 6 milligrams. Some people take 8. It varies. I do injections at the moment because, like I mentioned earlier, I'm splitting my injection to kind of even out the cycle a little bit. So I take 0.6 milliliters a time. Give or take, it's hard to get it that precise when it's that low a dose, but it's big enough that I can move the needle. You don't have to be super precise either. You know, like you're not going to explode if you're 100th of a milliliter over or under. You know, it's hormones. They're messy. They're not.
Yeah, and they'll like I was. I know you were saying about going through a puberty. I don't know if I told you this, but like last year when I was going through all my menopause stuff and with my cysts and everything, the thing is that it's like going through puberty, but in reverse. It's all the same feelings. It's this new sort of way of like this is what happened to me. Like I don't know if everybody, but this also happens to a lot of middle-aged women when they go through menopause or perimenopause and they get closer to middle age. One is they start reevaluating their life, but you feel the change in your hormones, so it changes your brain. So it's going to change your perception and how you think about things. And once I realized that, like, I felt like I was going through puberty again, but it was because I stopped my cycle, and I'm still have a very strong sex drive. But also, like, I started like going through like this paradigm shift a lot. I think that's why I've hit the like one, I give no shit part of my life. I love you, but I also give no shit, right? And then the other side of it is that you start reevaluating like what you want to do with the rest of your life, where like when you go through puberty you're trying to think about the future in a different way, like what type of person I want to be. It's kind of the same thing. You trying to figure out what type of person for the rest of your life you want to be. It's weird. It's like a psychological puberty, not so much the physical part. It's weird. I don't know if anybody else is going through this, but I went through that through my pet. I'm
Well,
so glad
another
it's done,
fun
though.
facet is what people often refer to as a midlife crisis, right? Like it isn't always a crisis, but there are some pretty significant physiological and neurological changes that happen around that period. And when you add some flavor of menopause on top of it, fuck.
It's a joy. It's a joy.
Oh, goodness.
It's all right. Like I'm telling all my wonderful people that are gonna go through menopause, it's a trip. Hormones will help. Also you will still experience hot flashes no matter what you do. I'm doing the hormones. They're less intense, but I have them like in the middle of the night. I just got, it's weird. I keep just calling them power surges. I just accepted that I have them instead of trying to stop them, because I'm just like, what? I'm lazy. I'm gonna be living with this into old age. So, but I take the estrogen because I know for the bone loss. But my doctor, as my last screen, said I was doing really well. So
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed. Okay, so do you take progesterone as well?
Not that I no longer take it because I don't have a uterus anymore.
So I was supposed to be on progesterone at the 6-month mark, but there were changes in I went through Folks. I was actually one of their ambassadors, but they changed out the providers and different things midway through, and like I guess my notes got lost. And so I made it to 18 months and I started to have like my joints were popping and aching and like all kind. And TLDR, it was like the earliest stages of osteoporosis, even though I was on estrogen. And so my doctor was like, "Oh, hey, you should have been on progesterone for like a whole year now. It'll make a big difference for your bones." And within a couple of months, the bones started simmering down once I got on it. So I'm on progesterone specifically for bone health reasons. It's helping everything else so much though also. But like that's why.
I have to go back on it.
That's why I asked, because it does help with
makes me
osteoporosis.
really fucking tired. So I like some still I still have some, and I'll be like, I'm tired and I can't sleep at night because I have insomnia. But it does. But my daughter was like, you don't really need it because she's like, your bones look really good. You don't really need it right now. Also because it's usually used for uterine health as well. And I don't have a uterus anymore. All I have is one ovary, so I can go through menopause naturally. So I don't need to be on as much hormone replacement therapy if they had done a full hysterectomy and took everything. So that he was like, well, he's like, I'll just go through it normally. He's like, I'll sign you hormones. You'll be fine. He's like, if anything changes, come back. And I'm like, okay. So it's a very weird. It's a trip. Getting
there's a lot of weirdness. Like as you know, my anatomy is pretty messed up. Like I I had an ovary this whole fucking time, much to my surprise. But when your testosterone level reaches a certain point, it shuts down ovarian function. They like go dormant, which explained a whole lot about
That's probably
my.
a lot.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing.
It
But
is a thing.
it varies from person to person as well, because there's trans men who've been on testosterone for 5 years and suddenly they're pregnant. Like, so the ovaries aren't ever completely dormant.
That's insane. I didn't know that. Like, I guess, well, it's nothing I was really thinking about. So it wasn't a thought that was occurring to my brain, but that's interesting. See, this is the thing. I'm like, it's all really fucking complicated, guys.
Yeah, it really is left over. In my case, it was yeah, it actually was the right side. So for anybody who's new, real quick catch up. I'm intersex. I didn't find out until later in life, and I have mixed parts. I have kind of half of each, but it's not exactly half. It's complicated, and I'm not going to get into it right now. But like,
you don't have to.
Some bits aren't original. They're aftermarket.
They're on a post sale.
Yeah. It's fucking, and also some of the parts that I wanted had to go away for different reasons. The American health system really, really sucks. Basically, you can't get things fixed until they nearly kill you.
Oh,
Yeah.
The extreme pain I went through, I wanted to die. I cannot express this enough. When I had to have my surgery for my fibroid, and I was waiting for it, I swear to God, I had to go to the hospital 2 days in a row for pain management. And I swear to God, I think my neighbors thought I was dying because I was literally screaming. And if someone had presented me with a button to be like death, I would have hit it, because it's worse. It was worse than being pregnant. Literally, it was worse than being pregnant. And they were like, it's not life threatening. And I'm like, I want to myself because I'm in so much pain.
Yeah.
And then I had to wait a week until I actually got the surgery because my uterus kept pressing. The uterus contracts, and all the time, and especially when your hormone levels go up, and especially when you're close to PMSing and close to your period, it will start contracting, and it sends a signal to your brain. And when the fibroid gets on it, it can't close all the way, so it goes through as a pain signal, and it sucks because it thinks you're trying to expel a baby. Like the body thinks your body's in labor, and it starts to, and because it's pushing down on an object on your uterus, it causes extreme pain. It sucks. The American healthcare system, and I live in Florida, is it sexist as fuck? Yes. Yes.
We've pretty much always ignored women's needs in healthcare. It's a whole thing. I just there's so much. It's so frustrating. But then when you add intersex on top of it, especially considering that intersex, there is no standard category of intersex. There's like 40 different flavors, but even the flavors, they're just broad categories. Like every single intersex person has a slightly unique situation.
It sounds like cluster B personality disorders. Like it's all like personalities, but everybody has its own little subset. You know?
Yeah.
It's like when we're talking about like medical things, like it's one of the things I'm like, yeah, it sounds like, you know.
Yeah.
It's
So Peter is here.
separate thing when we're getting down to the actual
Peter.
details of things, because people are complicated. It's almost like we all have different biology and shit.
Right. It's almost like this thing of you're one type of person or another type of person, and that's it. It never was actually true, like in any measurable way. Tori, hello, thank you. Peter made me this the pirate flag hanging on a flagpole for sunset thing. It's hard to see because we're in the way, but Peter made that for me, and it's
That's
one of my
awesome.
backgrounds too. I promised people I would play Alira's video again because there's new people here, so I will do that now, and then we will be back in a couple of minutes. So this would be a good time. If you want to watch the video, absolutely do. It's a banger of a song. It's visible on Alira's channel. It's great. But if you've already seen it and you need to like go get a sandwich or something, we've got A couple minutes. I'm not sure how many minutes, but a couple minutes. You know what? Let me see if I can see. I'll add it to the stage, and let me see if I can change this. There we go. 5 minutes. I'll let it go for. I'll let it go all the way through. There's a little post credits thing, so yeah, it'll be fun. Okay. So we will be right back.
If we look to the North Star, we will always find our way. There she is, making darkness look terribly underqualified. Our Ember, our North Star, a shining beacon of light, guiding us from afar, a safe path through the night. Track sights and flags, information and shows. Ember writes our path ahead, her heart aglow. The path ahead, treacherous, hidden, dark, obscure. Well, that's a cheerful little itinerary. Good thing we brought a star. We are stars in the night, pinpricks of light. Together we are strong, together we fight. There's one star in the dark that always shows north. An ember forever burning, highlighting our worth. A spark in our hearts. Pinpricks apparently very inconvenient for the dark. There's a minefield of hate, of smear campaigns and threats. What we once thought true shifted, now unstable ground we tread. People once called friends slice their way through, those who guarded the line, but some remain true. Betrayal, threats, smears, hate. Someone's been very busy, still no compass though. We are stars in the night, pinpricks of light. Together we are strong, together we fight. There's one star in the dark that always shows north. An ember forever burning, highlighting our worth. A spark in our hearts. No matter what happens, no matter our plight, no matter the barriers, the North Star guides through the night. A glance at the North Star, a glance at our ember, forever burning in our hearts. True north, the lines apart. The barriers may object, they'll have to find their own way home. We are stars in the night, pinpricks of light. Together we are strong, together we fight. They will not destroy us or dim our light. An ember is lit inside us, keeping the North Star bright. If we look to the North Star, we will always find our way. Still pointing north. Ember's legacy light. Together we are strong, together we fight. They will not destroy us or dim our light. An ember is lit inside us, keeping the North Star bright. If we look to
It didn't want to bring everybody back. I
I
can't. I
had a
can't.
sandwich.
There we go. There you are.
I'm having a sandwich. I'll be right back.
Okay, valid.
I won't chew
Sandwiches
into
are
the
good.
microphone.
Oh goodness. So while we were off, I was taking the opportunity to do my hormones, and like, I didn't hit a blood vessel this time, which is always a plus, but I only got about 2/3 of it. It'll be fine. That's one of the reasons I keep these orals around, is I can like make up a difference later on. It'll be fine, but like, it's frustrating. Also, Chad, I saw your thing. I've been keeping Discord open, but I wasn't keeping Facebook open. But I did open my Gizmo to get my calendar, and since I'm on Wi-Fi, it told me that, you know what, it's fine. It's fine. I sent you a thing though. So Chad may be joining us, possibly. We'll see. All right, Emberlyn wrote the lyrics and things, and you weren't here when we opened the show, because it was like, I did like a whole freaking music opening. It was legendary.
It was awesome.
I will have to go back and watch that later. So again, because I wasn't here for the opening. I was watching Emma talk to debunk a Mormon, and then I got distracted, and then I got a notification the birthday thing was happening. I'm like, oh, I'm not doing anything. I'm gonna go hang out with my friend Ember. So
I
love you,
keep
sure, Chad.
disappearing. What up?
Chad?
Indeed. Hello, everyone. In that video, I was the pirate that was being keel hauled, so I was kind of under the boat. Yeah.
Okay, valid. You're always in a different celestial thing every single time. Like last time I saw you, you were being sucked into a giant black hole with the gravitational lensing framing your head. Now you're in the middle of a nebula. Like, what's going on?
You know what? Every once in a while, I'll just go check out the JWST and I'll download whatever they have that's new and exciting. And I'm like, oh, that looks like my head is exploding. That looks cool. I'll do that. This is the best use of this technology, frankly. Other than, actually, a better use of the technology would be a certain flag manufacturer who we all know and love, right?
I don't know any of those flags.
Maybe.
I don't know 2, 3. No, I got 3 because I have 3. I have flag guys.
It's true. It's true. And also, for those of you who missed the very beginning of the show, that song, I noticed there was a flag in the background that looked like an amalgamation of a bunch of other flags, and I'm going through this quickly. Well, you can watch back later if you really want to. So I made that into a flag, and now that's available on astropride.com.
Love it.
I want everyone who wants one to have this. It's available as a sticker. If you use the code ALIRA, this will be free with any other purchase. I can't make it free because shipping and all sorts of stuff like that. But if you buy anything and you want to get this added on, it will be free with the code ALIRA. Or if you want to give me a couple bucks, I appreciate that too. But like, fuck yeah. So that's the North Star sticker. Yes. North Star flag in sticker form, I suppose. I actually did design a flag as well. That's what this one is from. That's why it's got the little grommets up in the corner here and down here. But like,
it works really well because on our Todd made a flagpole out of PVC pipe, and he attached rings to it, so both of them slid right through because it was like standard flag side. So and it's nice because then I can bring it around because like I wanted both on there, and it's nice that the other side like was blank, so I was like, perfect, I'll put it together bring it to events and be like, I'm cool. I got 2 flags in one. Plants. Big brain.
That's what you
I went to college.
you have bisexual flags. So yeah,
And
North
I
Star
really
Space
love
Pride
that what
sticker.
you did with these. Oh, honey, I love them. Like every time, like I'll go on there and I'm like, that's pretty. That's pretty. I want to have disposable income. I'll buy more.
I know I didn't think I'd add any more because like you know,
It's new to me usually because I forget. Like,
well, part of it is that like it takes a lot of time. I put this together very quickly last night, but I still put the time in to do a good job that I was satisfied with it artistically. But it still it was several hours, and many of the others took even longer, and like it just it's a whole thing. So it takes a lot of time, and sales have not been good. And then there was that whole fraud situation at the beginning of last month that left me with an overdrawn bank account. And so like the urge to make more of them is greatly diminished. You know, it just I very much appreciate that the people who love them and have gotten them, but the problem with selling physical products is once people have them, then they don't need to buy more, you know.
Yeah.
And it seems like everyone who wants a thing already has it, you know.
that's the
I've
thing
tried
though. Like
advertising, but
if you're planning like a pirate fleet, and I know if you're like me, and I know I am, you know, you're probably planning one, then you know, as you add to the fleet, you can add more flags. You know, it's just simple math, guys. Like, you know, if you have a boat and you're adding more to it, you need more flags.
it's true. It's true. But
Yep.
also there's the whole running out of time thing. Like
Eh.
I've had to really think about what it is I want to do with my very limited amount of time. And I mean, trying to get more time seems like a good way to devote things. But like, do I want to put a bunch of time and effort into something that'll just sit on a website and no one will ever see it? You know, it did. And
Right.
sometimes it feels that way. But I was motivated last night. I was also
Yay!
more than a little out of my mind. So I made a new flag, but it's not a lot of the new flags that I've been making for the last little while aren't typical pride flags. It's not like the bisexual flag or the pansexual flag or the aromantic flag. It's great that those are up there, that they're represented, that they're available, but it's stuff like the poly flag and the PTSD flag and now the North Star flag. It's more about community beyond boundaries and labels, you know?
I found a Catwoman flag.
A what now?
A Catwoman flag.
Oh, yes, cast gender.
Yep. So I was like, oh, I got one of those.
Isn't it an oxymoron? So for anybody who doesn't know, cast gender is when you care about your gender identity so little that you just don't care, right? Like, yeah, call me a woman, whatever. I don't actually care. You know, that's cast gender. Isn't it a little oxymoron to be like, I care so little that I fall into this category, but there's a pride flag for it. Like, do you not care, or do you?
Because I don't have an internal state of like woman is like I don't like if you like the label woman did not exist, I would not care. I like the social signifiers of identifying as a woman because I like makeup and girly things and you know being my pretty awesome self. But I don't attach those things to being a woman. I just attach them that they're objects that I like to express myself with and my personality, and because they're just objects that I use to decorate myself. I use my hair to decorate myself, my makeup. So there's no internal state of actual like I'm a woman. I just like the aesthetic. So because everything's performance. So but if you told me tomorrow gender's not a thing, I would be like, okay, because it doesn't affect my identity. Like and like I don't have a sense of like woman. Like I'm like, okay, that's a word, that's a descriptor. But I don't know what to, like internally. I don't know if it's the autism and I overthink, but I just don't have an internal sense of it. In the way that I navigate the world. It's
I'm not
part
gonna
of
lie,
my,
Helen.
like, a core part of my identity.
I'm not gonna lie, Helen. At first, I thought you were saying there was a Catwoman flag, and I'm like, okay, I have questions. Is it Eartha Kitt, Julie Newmar, God forbid Halle Berry? Like, what are we talking about here?
Listen, that movie is terrible, but she's so fucking hot in that movie.
Oh,
that I'm
yeah,
just
no
like, I don't care,
question.
it's crap.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
outfit.
like-
I'm talking that girl like a tree. Damn.
Mhm. I'm pretty sure that the movie was made specifically because of the outfit. Like, I don't think the director cared about.
I don't
the
care. Well, like,
concept,
and she
yeah.
took a Razzie for it, and she like made fun of herself and she went to the Razzies to get her award. And I love
respect
her for
that.
that.
Yeah,
I
I
respect,
respect
that
that.
so much. She's like, "Thank you for supporting me with this shit movie." I was like,
But my
"Yay!"
money's on Eartha Kitt because Eartha
Eartha
Kitt's
Kitt's
also
the best. Yeah.
best Catwoman so far.
So that is Catwoman. That
Sorry, Anne Hathaway, but not sorry.
no, Michelle Pfeiffer's hot too.
Oh, yeah, I would say so.
The Danny DeVito thing was weird.
Well, okay. So, which is the most blatantly BDSM look? Is it Michelle Pfeiffer or Halle Berry?
Ooh. I think
I
both.
don't know famous people.
That's a good point.
We're talking
Sorry,
about-
Amber.
Anyway, we can go back and talk about gender.
Yeah, good point.
We got sidetracked. So like I don't like it's strange because I'm not non-binary. Like I don't identify it as it. Like I just like looking like a woman, but I don't think I'm like I don't care. Like I don't. And I was like, is this a thing? And then I looked it up and I was like, it's an actual thing. I'm not the only one that feels this way. So go me.
Right. It's sort of like atheist, except the concepts of gender aren't irrational in the same way concepts of God are. It just it's not being a gender, but it's also not being any gender or it's saying
It's complicated,
this
'cause
is
it,
me
like-
and not important, you know?
Yeah, like it was like when I found out that of being polyamorous. I was like, oh, I'm like, because I like some genders, but not all genders. So I'm not pan. Like I do my sexual identity does like the signifiers of different genders. That my brain goes, oh, I like that too. You know, look, you know. But and it kind of ties in with my polyamory, the both together, but because I'm attracted to gender, but it's my own internal state of gender is weird. It's a like whenever I explain this to people, I'm like, I know it sounds strange.
Well, that's what
But I
labels
just
are
don't care.
for, is not to give a very precise,
Yeah.
this is exactly what's going on, but just to give a quick general understanding.
Yeah.
And
Because
that's why
I felt this
conservatives have
way-
such a hard time with what is a woman. But
Right,
first of
I'm
all,
like-
bestie, it's who is a woman.
I mean,
We're
yeah.
not objects.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
like they don't understand because it isn't a prescriptive category. It's a descriptive categorization, you know?
I think that's why gender essentialism is so hard for people because like they are like, well, there has to be like, you know, categories. I'm like, we do have categories, but they're like, you know, wibbly wobbly. You know, we shift between them because people identify, you know, and identity isn't always content. Like you'll have like your core personality and things like that, and your core experiences that you know you'll develop by the time you're 8 to 12 years old. But when you get into adulthood, like because if you're open to other people's influence, they influence, and you move through the world, and the more that you learn, you question a lot of stuff about yourself, and that changes. So I get why people like, you know, they dance between things because I felt this way for a very long time, but I didn't have a way to articulate it, you know, because it was just
Terms are
like,
helpful.
I don't really care.
Yeah.
Because it like gender's not a thing. Like, it's a thing, but not a thing. It's a social construct. The social
Yeah, it's
constructs are
extremely
useful.
complicated.
We
It's
need
as
them.
complicated as it needs to be to express something that's true. And you know, people lose their minds over this, but like
Yeah.
all words are made up. Words only exist to the extent that they provide a utility, a function for us to communicate ideas. The words aren't
Yeah.
platonic solids in some metaphysical
It was
substratum
so
of reality.
funny.
They're just descriptions. We're trying to convey an idea, and language will never be perfectly precise. But the more terms that we have available, the more precise we can get in our communication.
That's all I gotta do. So that hard. It was like so like Miss Non Sequitur and I were on TikTok, and I co-host lives with her, and this guy came in, and when we asked for pronouns, it's just because that's like a hey guys, if you ever want to do lives on TikTok, just ask for pronouns, and you'll find out real fast who wants to actually have an honest conversation. Because this guy was like, I don't believe in pronouns. I'm like, we're both like, did you take 3rd grade grammar classes?
You said I. That's a pronoun.
I'm like, I as a pronoun.
Yeah,
And then
it's a
he-
fantastic
and then
litmus
he
test.
said- He says school.
I feel like you
school
should
and
just
get
have
away
Schoolhouse
from me.
Rock ready to go, like, you know, as
Yeah,
soon as
I'm like,
as soon as
wow.
I have to, like,
Right?
play.
Like just drop it right there in the
Yeah.
oh my god. Joven has just outright been telling people to look up Xavier, what's his name, that episode of Schoolhouse Rock. He's like, just Google it later. It'll be fine. But it's such a great litmus test because the bigot brigade cannot help but vice signal. Like they can't not do it. Every so often you'll get somebody who manages to keep their vitriolic bullshit under wraps enough to make it through the 3 questions. What's your name? What's your age? Or are you over 18?
Right.
And
that's
what are
what
your
we-
pronouns?
Yeah.
But
And it's
so
like-
rare because the whole point of being a Nazi, a nationalist Christian, because the nationalism comes way before the Christianity,
Right.
is to vice signal. It's to be angry and to piss you off by saying hateful, hurtful things. The goal is to make you crash out. But because that's their whole thing, they have to dog whistle. They have to vice signal to show everyone how horrible they are. They cannot pass that damn pronoun question.
You know what's really funny about that though? Like, so on my lives, I just do a challenge. So I don't ask for pronouns because they're not going to be there that long. I'm just going to be like, you know, okay, let's do the challenge. No, you're gone. But I do ask them which God they believe in. And the number of descriptors of gods that people believe in, even for the same God, they get really into the weeds about that. And I'm like, gee, I wonder why you have such a hard time with pronouns when you don't mind giving me a whole lecture about your concept of a God, when 9 out of 10 is just a Christian God. But no, you got to dress up like Yahusha or the one true God. I'm just like, oh, good. So you understand how descriptors of things work. Okay, cool.
There was a guy that was on our live on, I think it was Friday night, and he said that when we were asking, like, you know, we were going over quotes of the Bible, and and then he said he hasn't read the whole Bible, and I'm like, and we were both like, you haven't read your holy book? Isn't that your super special book? And he's like, well, I listen to scholars, and I'm like, oh, you do? And we're like, what scholars? And he's like, well, I listen, and he's like, they translated from the original Hebrew, and he was jumping through all this, like, you know how they like, what, what's the word when they stuff a bunch of information at you and you're trying to
Gishgalop.
Gishgalop, yes, thank you. And I was like, so I'm like, we're trying to tie him down to like one thing, and he was stuck on the way. I think the word I can't remember what the word was, but it was like, you need to translate it from the old Hebrew. I'm like, do you know Hebrew? Because I don't. And he goes, no. And he's like, but the scholar says it means this. And then he was like doing his own interpretation. I'm like, that's not what the text says. I go, and what version of the Bible are we doing? And they don't like Bible Gateway, guys. They don't. If you like go on Bible Gateway, ask them what version they're reading, and then read a different version that's a little bit different, and they like kind of lose their shit.
Yeah.
It's so amazing to me. So many of these different things, like how people, they're like, oh, well, you know, you have to understand what it means in the original Hebrew. And some of them actually do learn at least some of it. But if you, the English language version of Christianity is so vastly different from even the Greek. It's fucking nuts. Like the evangelical concept of sin. You are born a criminal and God will judge you and punish you. And that's not what sin means. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
Like in in every other language, sin means you're falling short because God is divine and you're just a mortal. It's not a crime. You're just a different category of being.
Thank you, Catholics.
That's what sin means, to fall short of God. But in English, it's a crime. It's an active offense that you have to be penalized for. Holy shit, but I also love when they come in and they say stuff like, I believe in the God of the Bible, and then they try to run like the transcendental argument or something. I'm like, whoa,
Right.
I thought you said you believe in the God of the Bible, because that's not this God.
Mhm.
And then
By the
when
way-
they said that the flood was localized, but God did cause the flood. And I said, okay, I'm like, even if it was localized, like, well, because he was like, well, ancient people, like, they didn't really understand how things work. But then when we got to the irreverent word for a God, like, they're not wrong. And I'm like, is the Bible written by people or not? Pick. I can't, like, it's like this weird sort of like, well, it's inspired. I'm like, what does that mean? Like, if I wrote a book inspired by Lil, and Chad going on an adventure to go save a Princess Ember, is that now like a religion? They save Ember.
You could
from
make a
the
religion
Tower
out
of
of this.
Evil, like, goth wizard. Like, what
you
are
were
you
talking-
talking about?
You were talking about
a story in 2 minutes. I'm proud of myself.
You were talking about translations there, Amber. I grew up in a King James Version only household, which that is a whole ball of wax. But my dad was so committed to that bit that when we became missionaries to the Netherlands and Belgium, he found the oldest translation of the Bible in Dutch, and he claimed that it was basically the equivalent of the King James Version. And he wasn't wrong. It was so equivalent that modern Dutch language speakers don't understand it. So he tried preaching from it as an American who had issues learning the language in the first place. So there he was preaching out of a ancient version of a language he didn't understand, that even the modern people didn't understand. It's as you might imagine, our whole tenure as a missionary was not successful because he was so committed to the idea that the oldest version of a Bible somehow is the best.
Although, get this, the version of the Bible that my church growing up accepted, the only one they accepted, was a fucking NIV.
There you go. You heathens.
Heathens.
Heretics, even. Heathen. Okay, so I understand that a large part of the
I don't remember
community.
what version I have. Let me go grab my Bible. I'll be right back. Well, it's the Bible I got when my kids were baptized, so I'm gonna go get that Bible. I'll be right back.
Baptized Bible, yay. I understand a huge part of the community uses the term heathen as a communal sort of thing. GE says it for his intros, what's up, heathens, how y'all doing? Fine, great. Heathenry is an actual religion, though. It's not a synonym for atheism. It's like we're all walking around calling each other Buddhists. Hey, Buddhist, what you doing? Like I realize it's me being pedantic. It's probably my tism, but it breaks my brain a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, praise Odin. He did more for the world than Jesus did. I don't see any frost giants, for example, but
Plus, I mean, there's ravens everywhere now, and yeah, we can thank him for that.
So
I like
this
ravens.
is
They're
the
awesome.
Keepsake box from when my kids were little monkey butts. They have like the precious moments things on them.
I'm already creeped out.
Which his story is so sad. It's so sad. The people that came up with the precious moments, it's actually really heartbreaking about like children dying, and I was like, oh, it's so sad. It's so sad. All right, so baby's first Bible.
Okay, keep this away from me. I'm going to play the supercut after you're done because holy shit. I have to update the supercut again, but I haven't done it yet. It's fine.
And it's illustrated, guys. This baby's first Bible is a full Bible. As you
Hold
see,
on.
it's not been
Do they
used
have
very
an
much.
Do they have an illustration of the genitals that are like horses and yeah?
No, but Adam is naked in the garden.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, that makes sense.
So the artwork's actually pretty good in this. My mom bought me this one. Oh, this is baptism. Jesus got baptized.
Because
Jesus-
he was born God, so of course he needed to be baptized,
he's
just like he was born perfect and he needed to be circumcised.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus
So,
looks
yeah.
like he's on a magazine cover there. Like,
Like,
yeah.
magazine Jesus. So
Men's
I
Health.
do have the King James version. I also had either of you seen a baptismal bib from the Catholics? Have you seen a baptismal bib?
Catholics got the extra books, very nice.
Yeah. So this is my son's baptismal belt. You put this on your baby when they're baptized. This is my son's, and this is Kai's. So, and I have my baptismal candle in here from when I was baptized, and some other little keepsakes. I just like going through it every so often because it's like it brings back the memories. And like when I was like leaving the Catholic Church, my best friend, he's like, just keep it. He's like, you don't have to get rid of everything. It's a nice memory. It's like they got a little water sprinkled on them. It's fine. And I was like, okay. So, because then I can bring it out and show how stupid this is. Because
Although in at least a few places, it turns out their holy water had a lot of fecal matter in it. But oh well.
it did, yeah. I didn't find out that.
Holy
I
shit.
did photography for a baptism once, and that was after that came to light. And so like there's this young family with their baby and like their relatives, and there's the priest, and it was a really nice, for the United States, older Catholic church temple cathedral, that's the word. And they had like this special fountain so that you didn't actually have to hold the baby upside down and dunk its head. It was more like a drinking fountain. It would
Where's the
squirt
Buddy
water up,
Lebowski?
and then
They just
it,
made
it
the
was
sign of
it
the
was
cross
freaking
with
weird.
Well,
But one of the relatives started having a conniption. You know, is this contaminated water? And the priest is like, it's holy water. And she's like, right, but is it contaminated water? And it just wasn't clicking for the priest.
it was like it's holy water. It's clean. I buffed it. Germs don't exist. Germs does not exist in holy water, guys. Go ahead and drink it because the priest says some words over it, because that's how that works. I can't, like, knowing that all the times I made the sign of a cross as a kid, knowing that I was putting dirty water on myself over and over and over again, it's like fucks with your head. And I did it to my kids. Luckily, they just do this. Like, my church only did the sign of the cross. They didn't do the dunking. So small blessing. But I like the fact that I put dirty water on myself from the time I was a baby all the way till I was like 24. And then I left after the sex abuse scandal. So, because my diocese.
Yeah, I missed out on a lot of community moments because every other kid in my school was some flavor of Christian. And so they got to leave early a couple days a week to go to church school. And like it was just me and the teacher was very resentful about that. And like all the other kids were like, you should come to church school with us and learn about Jesus and all that. And I'm like, no, that's not me. But like in some respects, I missed out on a lot of I mean, I was already othered for a whole bunch of reasons, And like having that one extra thing that I'm different from all the others, I'm not part of the group. There shouldn't be church school. Go to church when you're not at public school, because fuck, you know?
I was ready but like I did 8 years of Catholic school before I went to public school, and I was ready because I got a secular education because you had to meet the state standards in New Hampshire at the time. So I actually got real science. Like I made a diorama of the solar system when I was 8 years old. I remember I clearly remember that. And then I have I had history class, and then we had theology class. So we would have religion class. We would actually learn about a religion. Do I remember any of it? No. I remember the solar system, but I don't remember really anything I learned in that class at all.
Well,
and I took it for like 6 years. So it just didn't stick.
But in learning about the solar system, you also learned about pagan gods. So, you know.
I did learn about pagan
It's
gods.
true. It's true.
For 10 years.
So-
oh my God, Chad, you know what I'm doing for NanoCon next year?
What's that?
I'm going to do my baptism, and I'm going to do a workshop on the importance of secular ritual.
Hell yeah. Also,
It's nice to see that coming back. Tommy has returned. And also, Helen, I also made it wasn't a diorama exactly. It was a model of the solar system in second grade, which was around age 8, and I got in trouble for it because what I did was I took a book that had like photos of the planet. Well, not photos; they were artist drawings of the planets. Even though Voyager 1 had already happened, they were drawings. So I photocopied them, colored them correctly, cut them out. Put 2 of them back to back so it would be visible from both sides, and glued a string in between so I could hang them from the ceiling. And I like measured, it was not to scale exactly because Jupiter was this big, but like so that they were at the right distances from the sun relative to the inside of the classroom thing. I wanted to do the whole school, but they wouldn't let me do that. So I had to make it work inside the classroom. And then the following week,
I love you.
we did our math unit on circumference. And the teacher was like, we're going to do an exercise. Take a string and run it around a circular object, and then take the string and hold it to a ruler, and that's how you get the circumference. And I'm like, I want to get the circumference of Jupiter, but it's 2-dimensional. It's made of paper and it's hanging on the ceiling. So I need to figure this out. So I took the circumference of a coffee cup, and then I measured, and I found that it was about a 3.1 ratio. And then I measured something else, like a TV dial or whatever. And I found that was also a 3.1-ish ratio from the diameter to the circumference. So then I took a yardstick and I measured the circumference of Jupiter multiplied by, or not the circumference, the diameter of Jupiter. Fuck, I'm fucking up my own story. I took the yardstick and I measured the diameter of Jupiter multiplied by 3.1 and put that down as the circumference. And the teacher started yelling at me, you can't just make up a circumference. And it took me 20 minutes to get her to stop telling me I was a liar for me to explain to her what I had done. And I just did it just now, even with the fuck ups. It took like 35 seconds. It took 20 minutes to get her to listen.
For her to just listen. Yeah.
And I'm like, no, this is what I did. This is the process I used. And you would think a child independently discovering pi would have been some kind of cause for celebration. But no, I got sent to the office for talking back.
Wait, what? For doing math?
Well, as we all know,
I didn't follow instructions, and then I made trouble, and that was my whole life. I couldn't follow instructions because when I followed instructions, I got hurt. You know?
Yeah.
Well, in God's perfect world, pi is actually 3.2. So yeah.
Sure, but we're not doing pie today. We have brownies today.
Hell yeah.
I'll get into them at some point. I just keep talking. Anyway,
I will have some ice cream later in your honor, Ember. I have some.
Someone sent me an ice cream thing earlier. I would like to do some ice cream. My son keeps making milkshakes with my ice cream, though. Well, I probably still have ice cream sandwiches, so maybe I'll be able to do that. Oh, did I?
So it's ice cream and sandwiches.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what happened to Chad?
Sandwiches are ice cream and sandwiches.
To digest. I'm on.
Click the wrong tab. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, I was about to say, well, thanks for having me back because I saw, well, now you have a Lil and a Chad, and I have beer now, so now it's a party.
Yeah, it's a party.
Huzzah! That's right. Huzzah. It's just we're gonna keep going for a minute. I did
vodka.
I did promise I would do the supercut because
you did.
The children's first Bible makes me think of the opening thing from the Apologist supercut. So everybody enjoy. This is like 3 minutes if you have to run to a bathroom. Yeah.
You can't even
baby's first Bible. What the fuck? All right. We'll be right back.
I have a problem with this stuff being normalized across the spectrum. And specifically, why push this on kids? Why introduce this to kids?
It's better because it's better.
How, though?
Yeah, because it's better.
Can you make an argument for
Sure,
it?
because it's better.
In what ways?
The ways in which it's better.
You're incapable of being a good person. You're an evil person. You're a terrible person. At the core fabric of who you are. That's why we need laws. We need laws because we're bad people. All of us are bad people.
You can't spell Pride Month without demon. Pridemon. TH.
If we don't know who the women are, because they are just people, then we won't be able to pull the women up to equality with men.
This is a really vile, misogynistic movement that is definitely a danger to women.
We have to try to limit the harm. And that means reducing or keeping down the number of people who transition. And that's for two reasons. One of them is that every one of those people is a person who's been damaged. But the second one is every one of those people is basically, you know, a huge problem to a sane world.
Transgenderism must be eradicated.
Carl, that kills people.
The LGBT, transgender, grooming our children's minds is a national security threat. We need to hold people for treason, start having some public hearings, and start executing people.
I was having breast tissue removed. Okay? I was always a man.
This is war. Kill or be killed. Period. End of story.
I will use whatever gives me victory. I don't care about the truth, and I don't care about the law. I care about one thing, the control.
But then they rigged the election, and now we won, so I'm going to be your president.
Then what happened is they rigged the election, and I became president, so that was a good thing.
I agreed with many things you said during, in fact, probably more than most other candidates when you were running for president, but I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian.
I just want to say I feel good about the Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes.
It was actually a tremendous blessing to these children for them to be killed and go to heaven and be with God.
How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles?
You can give consent when you're drunk, unless you're all saying, I've been raped and I'm a rapist.
Stop letting people pressure you into thinking.
I want to be ignorant, honestly.
Being a Christian doesn't exclude us from experiencing spiritual dryness.
We're bad people. All of us are bad people.
And if you're experiencing spiritual dryness, it's a good time to stay hydrated.
So, is there a
Close
lube
enough.
for spiritual dryness?
Is there a what?
Is there a lubricant for spiritual dryness? People want to know.
Yeah. Holy water, obviously. Let the Holy Spirit
But
gush
it's
over you. Let it come in waves. And I will call upon his name.
But it's, oh no, you get the contaminated holy water. Oh no, ew.
Yeah. By the way, when I said that thing about pie earlier, it reminded me, and I had to look it up real quick in the break. Apparently, the state of Indiana once had a bill trying to establish pi as 3.2. So there's that.
Why 3.2? If they did,
Amaze.
Yeah, because from 4 you would round down, not up.
Yeah.
Only if you're doing that liberal woke math.
Ah.
Why am I doing liberal woke math?
My bad.
In capitalism, bigger is always better, right? So you need to amend the bill so that the following year it becomes 3.13.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Do
you
they
see,
know how math works?
well, a random doctor in Indiana thought that he had figured out how to square a circle, and so he presented this in front of the Indiana legislature and said that basically he wanted any kind of royalties that came from it. This is in the 1800s. They had nothing else to do, apparently.
But can God put a square in a circle, like a square peg?
They still have nothing to do.
That's a good point. They still have.
Because, like, what are you doing?
Fair,
like,
yeah.
I mean, like I could do these acidine questions all day because I hear them, and I go, that doesn't make. I'm like, I don't care if God can put a circle in a square hole. I don't care. It doesn't matter, even because that does not happen.
Right.
You know.
But I do want to like express my appreciation for Indiana as an Ohioan for making us look less awful and dumb.
I lived in
appreciate
Indiana for 3 years, and I can vouch that it is just no.
I mean, Indianapolis is all right, but yeah, the rest of it.
No.
I drove through
I
Indiana
come
twice.
from the distinction from an East Coaster
Okay.
that anyone beyond like Ohio and between all the way to I think maybe Nevada, nobody lives there.
An
I
elephant
know,
graveyard.
I lived in
but
Bloomington.
like it's just like what do you do? Like being landlocked? so so I know you all live there. I'm just like, but my brain does things because I used to do like this was something of a concept, and I'm high, so here we are. But this was
Fair
a
point.
concept when
Feral
I was
hogs. Also,
Yeah, those
you
kind
can in fact put round pegs in square holes.
Love it.
Spot that
Love
goes
it.
square. That's right. It goes in the square hole.
Yes.
And how about this rectangle? That one
Also the square.
that goes in there too.
Yeah.
Up next, we've got this thin rectangle.
The thin
You
rectangle.
guess where that goes?
The thin rectangle.
That's right. It goes in the square hole. And up next,
Mhm.
a cylinder.
The circle.
I think that goes in
The circle.
the square hole.
Suck it, God.
Fuck you, God.
The state of Indiana almost had it right.
Apparently.
Yeah, I've seen that video, and I just love like how her face drops, and like
Yeah.
my tism can totally relate to everything she's going through in that entire video. It's like, no, it's the wrong hole. Like I know it works, but it's the wrong
I
hole.
know. Like no, put it in the right hole. Like you're
I had
you're
nickel.
screwed up the order. You screwed up the order. You're fucking with me. Stop it. I need the cemetery. Don't do that. And I
So
don't, like,
you can there's a whole saga. There's a redemption. There's a part two.
I want. Oh my god.
The channel is called Tired Actor, and the
that.
girl's name is Allison Burke. She does some other cool stuff too. But if you want to watch the whole thing, I encourage it. It is so fucking funny.
Okay, I'll have to watch that. It sounds fun.
Mhm. Please do.
So, Tommy, you have the tism. And
I
the
do.
ADHD.
Yep, pretty good at it.
So, I'm gonna. Do you have problems with ambiguity? I can't even say it. Ambiguity.
You have problems with Ember? No.
I mean, I wasn't going to say it here. But
I'm being ambiguous because I can't say ambiguity.
But
me.
yes, I
Do you have problems with
I-
aubergines? Okay.
But yes, I have as much problem with actual ambiguity as you have problems saying ambiguity.
Okay, good. I feel better. Because I don't you have to tell me like clear instructions and like give me steps. Okay. And if you just say like, hey, I want you to upload a couple of videos to the computer. Okay. And I'm like, and my brain goes, okay, how am I going to do this? And you just hand me a camera. Normally, you would just plug it in and hope you upload. But tell me where the plug is. Like, if it's not something I've done before, you have to tell me step by step. If you just think conceptualize, I know what you're talking about. I don't, because I'm like, you didn't explain it like I was 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't like that in relationships either, because then it gets complicated. I'm like, will you just please say what you're going to say? Like, if you're pissed, just say it, because I don't like this. And I don't like people like hiding. I rather just have a conversation, because the ambiguity. Oh, I said it correct. Score for me, guys. Anyway, the ambiguity.
I told you I was fine.
Causes me anxiety.
What if everyone has some flavor of tism? I mean, it's a spectrum, so everyone is on it technically. But like, what if people with our flavor of tism are we want very clear communication, but we're fine with things being ambiguous, their nature, right? Like, you know, an intersex person, you're like, oh, so you're a little bit of both. Cool, no problem. Like that, the mind wraps around easily. What if the people who are the opposite, the what do you even call it? Let's say neurotypical, they actually have problems with ambiguity when it comes to things being, but they're fine with being unclear with their communications.
Interesting.
Because it's always the same people who are like, you trans people have to justify yourselves to me because I'm the gatekeeper of whether you're allowed to exist, you know?
That's interesting. Which,
speaking of, I'm fantastic at segues, as all the world knows. One of the things I had on cue for us that I just came across while I was moving windows around, Kathleen Stock. You may recall her. She's a former philosophy professor who resigned her job. She was not fired. She resigned because she wasn't allowed to penalize her students for not agreeing with her on the fact that gender exists. And so she's a bit of a thin skin, and she's been wandering around with the gender critical conspiracy theory, the anti-feminists, for a while, which is wild because not only is she a woman, she's also a lesbian, but she's with the anti-feminists now.
The jackals are going to eat her face.
Whatever. So apparently the gender critical grift has been running a bit thin. So now she's running around trying to apply elements of her conspiracy theory thinking to other things. As you know, one of the big arguments that the conspiracy theorists like to make about gender ideology is that there's a social contagion element, and they have some junk science from some retracted studies that seems to paint the plausibility of maybe that's the case, as long as you don't actually look at the science that they're trying to cite, because it makes it very clear that the studies were fucked and there's reason that they're nonsense in the first place. That's a long story for another time. Kathleen, however, she's like, what if we could use the social contagion idea to be extra ableist? And so she wrote this article. Yeah, Andrew sees it. She's also ableist now too. Of course she is. Once you're a hateful person, you're a hateful person of everything that's different and woke. My goodness. So she wrote this article hating on young people using walking sticks. And she says the subtitle is a disproportionate number, whatever that means, of Gen Z females are affected by vague symptoms and may be victims of social contagion. And this is earlier this month, August 5th.
Can I just jump through time and like shake her?
No, you see, I feel like this is where you need to like coordinate your strategy a bit more. When people do shit like this, I find it's better if you lie back to them like even more absurdly. Like, no, actually they're not using walking sticks. They are all secretly wizards and they are watching you right now.
They're more wizards than ever before. It's true.
They are about to start the ritual.
Yes. Yeah. I like that. Always escalate the conspiracy theory. Like one example I've heard is like when people try to tell you, oh yeah, we didn't actually land on the moon, huh? And like you respond with, oh, you're one of those people who think the moon's real, huh?
Yeah.
Keep escalating. Yeah.
I go, well, or if they say
That's
like,
good.
if they say like, the pyramids are, built by aliens, and I always go to lizard people. I'm like, oh, so you believe in lizard people? Because lizard people built the aliens, and they're still here, and they're in government, and they're watching you. Same. Lizard people are my favorite. Hail the lizard people.
Also, I love the may be victims of social contagion. If you may be a victim of social contagion, you may be entitled to, veterans cannot be refused. I don't know.
Yeah.
Ironically, there is actually
enjoy
a
your
social contagion element.
$2.37. Yeah.
Insofar, like we keep talking about, she and her friends like to use it against trans people. Like, oh, you're only trans because social contagion. You're very weak mind and susceptible to suggestion that there might be, maybe you could, hate yourself less. And that's just silly. Obviously, look at me, a lesbian philosophy professor who quit her job because meltdown, snowflake. My goodness. In any case, it's
like, don't take
nutty
away my
and it's
depression. And it's
infuriating.
like, okay, girl, slowly roll, girl.
Like to the point earlier, they literally do not have anything else to do. Like,
yeah.
Why is this article? Is it just to have an opinion? Is it just to be controversial? Is it just to say social contagion? Why?
All of the above.
Who is this for?
And I will admit, I'm not familiar with Kathleen Stock. Does she live in Indiana? Is she that bored? Is that where this is coming from?
I'm not actually sure where she lives anymore. Since she left her university, she's kind of been an itinerant grift speaker. Like, she showed up in Cornell a couple of years ago, and I did a special about it because, like, why is she there?
Well, it's hard to tell from her stock photo.
Right. So she writes,
I'll
in 19th century Paris, walking
you
with
did
a
there,
cane
Chad.
was
I
a
see.
symbol of dandyish flaneur, which actually, no, walking with a cane was a symbol of physical infirmity. And only the wealthy people could both afford a fancy cane and had the social capital to use one without getting bullied over it. But never mind that.
Everyone had
Strolling
polio
with
and shit.
Strolling elegantly around the city with an ironically arched eyebrow. Like she's off in fantasy land already. It's amazing. In 21st century Britain, canes are the unironic perverse of vulnerable preserve. Unironic preserve of vulnerable looking girls. No one else uses canes. Only vulnerable looking girls.
In my 30s, I walked with a cane for quite some time and still do once in a while because of a botched knee surgery. So, like, wow. Okay,
I
cool.
walked with
Thanks.
the cane for 9 months after I came down my transverse malaise because I had to learn how to walk again and I needed the support. And my oldest now walks with Kai walks with one because they have an autoimmune disorder. So
Yeah.
I bet you didn't know how trendy you were. Wow.
Yeah,
I know. I'm gonna tell Kai they're a social
really...
contagion because they're non-binary and they use a cane.
Yeah. Yeah, like I have to use one occasionally because my hip's all messed up. So
Also, maybe vulnerable looking girls need to have a stick handy because of people like Stock. Just saying.
Yeah, the former disgraced professor. This is the Indiana Pie bill that Chad mentioned earlier. I just noticed he put it in the private chat.
Yeah.
I have so many windows open, folks. It's fine. But yeah, that's a real thing from 1897. And here's the fucking model that the Godwin used in Section 2 of the bill. And they had political cartoons about it. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
This is hilarious.
A bill to square the circle at a ratio of 3.2. So, yeah, it's
You know, if words don't mean things, you know, like if like if you just pretend like nothing counts for anything, then yeah, you can do it. Why not? Fuck.
I mean, in a way,
you can,
it kind
you
of
can say the earth is flat and tell people that anyone that thinks that it's all like spheroid that they're wrong and they're gonna do like this mental gymnastics that I cannot keep track of because it's nonsense. I'm like, why is this so complicated?
Yeah.
It's
I'm like, this is not how
it's
physics
infuriating
works.
because it's
This is not how things work.
1897, but it kind of shows what was going to happen in the 20th century, right? It was a herald of the times. Every fucking 4-year-old has had this thought. Like, what if we just made it 3.2? We could just make it a law or something. But most people grow out of it by the age of 7. You know, we're like, oh, that's really stupid. That doesn't work at all. And here's why. But in as early as 1897, not only were people having these kinds of thoughts as grown fucking adults, someone decided to try to just change reality by way of passing a law. And that says everything you need to know about the way American society operates these days.
I'm surprised Alabama hasn't tried this yet. Like today.
Yeah. Give them a couple decades, they'll catch up.
Yeah.
To the early 1800s.
It's what we're doing now is we're trying to declare, people's sexes by executive order. And they fucked it up. Of course they did. They, depending on how you read the executive order, either everyone is female or everyone is non-binary. Whatever. But they're now officially no men in the United States.
In the womb, Ember, in the womb. Fetuses have genders. In the womb. I was like, okay, that's not a thing.
Yeah, I blew someone's mind the other day when I was just like, hey, have you ever wondered why you have a seam? Just saying.
which makes all babies, all male babies trans because they develop first as female and then they transition to a male. So I'm like, okay, so yes, trans everything, and
Well,
trans babies.
kind of. It's a bit more complicated.
I know. I'm
The
simplifying it.
right, like no embryos start female and then become
Yeah.
male. Like it's you actually have both systems. Both they're called ducts, right? You've got the Mullerian ducts and the Wolffian ducts, and everybody starts with both. Usually, one will develop and the other will be reabsorbed. But not always. Sometimes neither develops. Sometimes both develop. Sometimes you get parts of one and parts of the other. And if you're two smushed fetuses that grow together, sometimes you get some very interesting results, like myself. But that's a whole other thing. The executive order says that your sex is determined based on the gametes you produce at conception. And at conception, you are one cell. You're not producing any gametes. So like you are an egg.
You just are the gamete. So, so again, I guess we're all
so
female. So
when does the soul enter the embryo? Like that's a like is it? It's like what?
No, they say that they've seen it because they see a flash of light when conception happens.
Okay. Do you guys know what? Yeah. Do you know why that's bullshit for like at least 3 different reasons? You guys heard about this? Yeah.
The flash of light thing?
Yeah.
Well, there's
okay,
a few different ways. Yes. Like for one, they haven't seen it.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's several things. Well, first of all, I thought it was interesting because I actually read this debunking of that from a Catholic website. So, even though they still believe it happened, but so here's like there at least like 3 levels why the flash of light at conception is not a soul entering. So first of all, they've also observed this phenomenon in other mammals, like certain types of rodents. So I guess we're saying they also have a soul. Second, the flash that's actually happening is actually artificial because there is like a release. It's supposed to be like they call it the zinc spark because like the egg I think releases a flood of zinc or whatever to surround it, and that's kind of what keeps other sperm from also like getting in and fertilizing it. But what scientists did was they actually added something to I forget what exactly they added to actually make the spark because they actually wanted to observe like the zinc being released. So the spark was artificially created. Like that spark is not actually happening like inside of people when they become pregnant. That's only in this experiment. Plus, but this is the real kicker. Whenever you see those pictures or videos of the spark happening, that's when when they're inserting a sperm enzyme into the egg. It's not even an actual sperm. So the egg isn't even actually being fertilized when this happens.
Oh my God. I'm using that now. I'm gonna I'm gonna
look it up. Don't just take my word for it. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, because I asked this dude the other night. I was like, "So where's the soul? Like, can I see a soul? Like, when does it get in me? How do I know I have one? What does it look like? Is it what's the essence of who you are?" I'm like, "Well, the essence of who I am is in my brain." So are you saying my soul's in my brain? And they're like, well, and it's like, well, it's the feelings. I'm like, my fifis also come from my brain. So
weird how that works. In fact, everything we're aware of runs through the brain at some point.
Yeah.
And then literally everything about the brain, which is really meta.
Go ahead.
No, like literally everything we are aware of, even like has to go through our brain. Otherwise, we're not aware of it.
So is my soul outside my brain because I can because it doesn't make any when I think about I don't know why when I was a Catholic, like you just kind of swallow this, like it makes sense. And then if you sit down and think about it for like a minute, you're like, wait,
I mean,
what is a soul?
I mean, same things happen when you're a Protestant, from my experience, for what it's worth. So
yeah.
I will say too, like this has been an interesting question I've started asking people who really try to convince me that hell is a thing. I'm like, so you're saying that hell is eternal torture, right? They're like, yeah, absolutely. So a lot of pain, right? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, okay, cool. A soul doesn't have a central nervous system, does it? They're like, well, no, by definition. I'm like, yeah, okay, so why is it feeling pain? I don't get that. Yeah, if you don't have a central nervous system, pain ain't a thing.
Yeah. This is a question I have about so many like supernatural claims, like with ghosts. Like, first of all, why do the ghosts look like a physical human body? and are also wearing clothes? Like, did their clothes also have a soul? But then also, how are you seeing them? Because light can only interact with physical objects, and that's what you're seeing. And if they can speak and hear you, how are they hearing and talking and seeing you without the physical things that you need to do all the things? But
I have,
yeah.
well, also,
and also,
you know,
why do they
I'm gonna
go through
promise
walls?
y'all.
Yeah, but real quick, why do they go through walls but they don't fall through the floor?
Sometimes
Well,
they
I'm
fall
gonna-
through the floor.
That's a good point. I will promise y'all, if there are ghosts and I have the option of coming back as one, you'll know it's me because I'm going full frontal. Okay, I am not going to bother with clothes. What are they doing? What are they going to do?
Listen,
Arrest
you're
me?
dead,
Like
so you deserve
seriously?
it. Mm.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
I'm
because
just-
what are you gonna do? It's like I'm dead, bitches.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you gonna
Yes,
do?
but please, like, if I do ever become a ghost, I want to haunt people just to let me know. Tell me if you can see my feet.
That's what my rebuttals to that, because people will say like, oh, ghosts, they have unfinished business, like sometimes because they're stuck. And I said, what if they didn't finish the laundry when they died and they had like a heart attack and they're like haunting this house because they couldn't finish folding their clothes and it's
like,
this
"God
unfinished
damn
business." I'm like, what is it? It's
Oh,
like, well,
man.
it has to be emotionally, like it has to be like some connection to like family or emotion. I said, what if they're folding like their kids' clothes and then like now they're stuck and they didn't
Yeah.
finish it?
I mean,
And
'cause-
was like,
It was a very important date outfit. That's what it
yeah,
was.
exactly.
Yeah,
I'm
here's the
folding
thing.
the
If it's,
same underwear for eternity. Yeah.
Right.
but if it's unfinished business, that meaning like you have all this stuff left undone, does that just mean that everyone with ADHD is going to be a ghost?
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Bro,
Oh,
listen,
okay.
I'm going to hell in every religion. You might as well add some ableism onto that. It'd be great.
Why do so many young ghosts go around with walking sticks too? I mean, it's really just a disgrace. Yeah.
the walking
Social
sticks.
contagion. Oh
so
my
there's
goodness.
like ghost peer pressure too. Damn it.
What age? I want to ask her, like, what age is appropriate to use a cane? Like, I have to be decrepit? Is 50 okay? Is 40 okay? Is 41 okay?
Yeah.
Please explain.
Scrooge McDuck used a cane and he went on like adventures and shit.
Okay,
yeah,
so,
hell yeah.
well, because I've been using one since I was like 33.
Same.
So
Yeah, I mean,
It's
and
so
I-
frustrating in another aspect because a few weeks ago, maybe a little over a month ago, maybe it was right before NanoCon. I can't fucking remember time, but
Yeah.
like I released a video called "You Don't Need Glasses," and it was an allegory for being a trans kid, but it was also a literally true story about me needing glasses as a child and my grandmother saying you don't need glasses because only old people need glasses, and you're far too young. You shouldn't have access to something you physically need to see because I don't think you're old enough. And here's Kathleen Stock doing the same thing. You're too young. You don't need access to assistive devices. Fuck.
I don't
like
think
it's like she saw my video and it was like, how can I be evil about this?
Right.
I don't think Kathleen Stock needs to have access to the internet, frankly. I think she's too old for it.
You may be right.
Like
Good
I wish I could do the mental gymnastics. I really will. Because even as a thought experiment, like I don't actually like want to have this mindset, but like if I could get a brain and I could just insert it like in the matrix so I can understand how conservatives think, it would be great. But I can't because I'm like the logic doesn't make sense. Like it just doesn't. Like why are we hurting people and like making big fucking shit about canes?
like one thing I've seen, talked about and speculated about through like a lot of over the years with like conservatives and stuff is it's all fear based. Like it's all making you afraid of something.
Be afraid. We have to protect the women and children from
Fuck your women and children.
everything but us.
Well,
Yes.
not the children. Yeah. Noise ending, by the way, brought up a really good point. I almost said those exact words word for word to my therapist when I got diagnosed with PTSD. Yeah.
And then you learn what trauma
Well,
was.
okay.
I love
noise
complex
ending.
PTSD.
No
It's
shade to
super
veterans.
fun.
Veterans absolutely do. Yes,
Yes, absolutely.
veterans absolutely do. But
Oh, yeah.
here's the fun thing. As you may know, I'm a veteran. I already had PTSD by the time I showed up. Like, some of the shit that I went through, the people in my unit were like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna be having nightmares for the rest of my life and all this shit." And I'm like, "I've had worse." And they're like, "Are you?" Yeah, I have had worse. So yeah, I mean, that's again, as you said, no shade to anything that veterans go through, and everybody reacts to trauma in different ways. Reacting differently than the next person doesn't mean you're doing it wrong, but like, the shit that happens to civilians, especially to children, can be a lot more damaging. Like, if you're in a combat type situation or a lives are on the line type situation or whatever, even though it is stressful, you have certain expectations. Like, I guess it depends on certain various levels of maturity about certain topics, right? Like, if you've been around a lot of death in your life, then going into a situation knowing some people could die, potentially lots of people could die, if you go in with that expectation, then it won't be a shock when people start dying, because you're more prepared for it. You're like, that's what's supposed to happen. I need to do what I need to do so that as many of my team as possible can survive, you know?
Yeah.
But not everybody can do that. Not everybody is mature enough to do that. And that's one of the trade-offs of recruiting children with no life experience to be your military force, is they don't have the life experience to have that maturity, you know?
It's weird because like having trauma in your childhood, it affects you as an adult in ways you don't really, and it just keeps doing it. You're going along and you think you're fine, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, that's a memory I didn't expect today, and then you start bawling, and the day stops, and you crawl up in the ball and have the depression puppies. It is, and you think you forgot about something, and it just stirs up, and it's weird. It's weird. And I also think that so I'm going to share something about my molestation, but the context is important. I was molested by other children in my peer group, which means they were being harmed. So that changes the way the brain processes the trauma, because like with my SA, it was a adult. I was 14. There's circumstances. So that's different. This, the trauma is more, it's complicated because I'm aware of the fact that they are victims and they wouldn't have done this if somebody wasn't doing that. And this is like peer group kids from the time I was 5 to the time I was 11. It's weird. It makes, it makes
having it go for, oh my goodness, there's so much relatable. Helen, we need to have a get together and have wine and talk about all this this stuff. But it's happened to so many people. Like Jenny says, babysitter. That's what I was referring to earlier. So how to summarize without causing trauma by telling the story. There was starting around 4th grade, a new family moved into town, and a new little girl started riding my bus. And she was a little shy. And while I wasn't exactly my extroverted self, I wasn't really an introvert either. And I was the only one who didn't tell her, no, you couldn't sit here. So she was a kindergartner at the time, and she assumed that meant we were now best friends, you know? And whatever, I tried to be nice. I'm skipping a lot for the purposes of content and not traumatizing. She crossed every line very quickly. And when I tried to get an adult involved, they said, no, that's not possible. You're a boy. A girl can't be doing something to you, especially one who's so much younger, because I was in 4th grade and she was in kindergarten. And they were like, no, that's not possible. And I'm like, and yet here we are. And this went on. All the other kids were freaking harassing me because she made it clear the only way I could physically stop her was to physically stop her. And as I've said before, I was a farm kid. I knew I was a lot stronger than all the other kids. I had hurt kids before by accident. And so I'd already developed that kind of thinking that it's better for someone to hurt me because I can take it than for me to risk hurting them because they'll be in the hospital, you know? and all this sort. So it went on for years. And there's so much more to it. And I'm again super summarizing. My brain fuzzled over most of that for obvious reasons. It wasn't until years later when I went to start a trucking job, because I had a very thick neck. They made me do a sleep study so they could forcibly sell me a CPAP machine. Some of you may remember that. When they put the mask on me, that mask that seals over you and makes it really hard to breathe unless the machine is pushing air at you, that flashed me back to elementary school. It was only that moment of not being able to breathe, because it wasn't, she didn't just touch me. You know what I mean? It's there was a lot more to it. And not being able to breathe because she'd like get on top of me and like kiss and kiss and kiss to the point I couldn't breathe. And like, so it flashed me back, and all of it just, it just opened the door, and all of that was right there suddenly. And it was hard to deal with. I talked to a few of you folks about it, as well as an online counselor. And a lot of people were like, well, that just means your brain is in a better space and you can handle it now. I'm like, I don't think it does. It didn't come up organically. It came up because of a stimulus that triggered the memory, you know?
No,
and so it was,
oh no, go ahead, finish.
long story short, the ending bit is, and I am trying to shorten it up as much as possible. After that, I tracked down the girl so I could try to get some kind of closure. I found out that she was being abused at home, and she, in order to cope with her abuse, had internalized the idea that that's how you show affection. She wasn't trying to hurt me, but it was a big red flag that she herself was being hurt. And because the adults wouldn't listen to me, nobody was able to help her.
Right. Yeah, it sucks. And it's a very complicated web when it comes to trauma, because then like hurt people, we know that. And but we also, like, when with other children or our peers, like there's the responsibility shifts, you know. And if you're an older person, like you said, Ember, you know, and the younger, you know, opposite gender is hurting you, that creates a whole bunch of other problems. And I think for adults who don't want to admit that this is going on, I think, and you know, it triggers something in them. It might be triggering their own traumas. It might be triggering that, you know, this need to project themselves into their children and deny their autonomy, that things are happening to them. And it's complicated. Like my memories didn't come back from that, I think, till I was like 30, and it was random. I was like, I wasn't even doing anything. I was driving to my parents' house, and then all of a sudden, and I was like, whoa, that's new. Oh boy, that's gonna, and I'm like, I'm going back to therapy because
sometimes shit shows up unexpectedly. That's definitely true. It's a whole fucking issue. I mean, it wasn't that no one believed, it's that they wanted to characterize it the other way. Like, you know, the teasing from the other kids, the harassment, all of that shit was horrible. But also, people kept reporting it to the adults. But the adults assumed, because I was the older boy, that it was going the other way. And so it eventually reached a point where police were called. And thankfully, this girl was honest enough that when we were in that situation with her and her parents and the principal and the police, after the principal got done shouting his head off, as he was wont to do, because he was an abusive asshole as well, but that's a whole other thing, she outright, they were like, you have to stop doing this. And she was like, what do you mean? He can't stop me. It's me doing it, and he can't do anything about it.
And that's what she learned.
And they wouldn't do anything to her. They were like, oh, well, she's just a little girl like her. So they all kind of went away with egg on their face, but no one did anything about it. But police were involved, for fuck's sake. And like, even my friends, like by the time we got into 6th grade, we had a writing project. We were supposed to write a fictional story to learn about storytelling techniques and English language use and so on and so forth. And this one person who was, she considered herself to be my best friend at the time. Her fictional story was about me tied up and helpless and in a basement, and there's a whole bunch of it was an extremely embarrassing, humiliating story, and it was based on what was happening on the fucking bus, and she made that the center of her damn project and read it in front of the class. Like,
That's fucked. It's like kids are awful. And
it was kind of everyone sucked situation, you know?
yeah, everyone sucks. I've been there. I've been in those everyone sucks situations. I was in one for 3 years in school, so I hear you. And I think that the fact that we, and I hate to say it, like that we are people that experience trauma, we work through it. Like it's hard. Like we're constantly working through it. It's just like you have your boulder and the boulder gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And sometimes you got your little rock and it sits in your pocket and you know it, you're not thinking about it. And then you take out and look at the rock and you're like, oh yeah, that happened to me, like I'm doing now. And then all of a sudden the rock jumps out of your hand and hits you in the head, and the boulder grows again. And then you're dealing with new memories and new things you have to do. Because the brain is complicated and it processes things in a way that we don't always understand because we haven't mapped the whole brain. But we know what areas that are affected by trauma and memory, and it distorts things. And this is why I'm such a advocate for mental health and talking about trauma, because we're like in parasocial relationships. Sometimes you're stepping on trauma wounds because that person doesn't realize they are traumatized with religious, if you're talking about religion, a lot of people have complex PTSD because of religion, but they don't know they have it.
That's just how it's supposed to be. So everyone in my church is.
Yeah. So it all loops back to the same cycles. Abuse is abuse. Your brain doesn't care how the abuse happened. It just know it was abuse and it didn't feel safe along the way. And trauma changes your brain. It changes how you perceive things, how you perceive yourself. It affects your emotions and your cognitive function. So it's a trip. So guys, that's why I go get therapy. It's a good thing. Go secular therapy.
Always. Yeah. I very much believe now, obviously not every therapist is going to be able to help everyone. It's just like our voices when it comes to helping people escape religion. You don't know what specific thing is going to get through to any specific person. All you can do is say what you can say. And therapists are the same way, is they can do what they can do, but it isn't going to be a match for everybody. But I very much believe if you can find a therapist that can work with you, that resonates with what you've got going on, everyone can benefit. Because even those of us who know we have things that we need help with, there's more. There's so much more. Like when I started therapy, 2020, 2021-ish, I finally got my hands on a therapist that I could talk to by phone because I was a truck driver and I couldn't make it to actual office visits and shit. And it was very helpful, but there was so much more that I didn't even realize, it was, there was a lot. Everybody's got more than they think. Whether you think you have a lot or you're one of those tough guys. It's like, not me. I'm not a weakling like you liberals or whatever. Especially you. The fact you're acting like that is a demonstration of the huge amount of trauma you're carrying around and beating other people with like a weapon.
Yeah.
Like everyone can benefit.
Yeah. I mean, you got to treat your mind just like any other part of your body. I mean, you still go to your regular doctor, even if you don't think you're sick. You still go to your dentist if you don't think you have any cavities or whatever. It's just regular maintenance. So even if you don't think you have something wrong with your brain or whatever, then yeah, you can still benefit. Like Ember said, you can still discover things you didn't know were even going on. But
are we doing this again next week?
It's a round circle.
Pretty therapeutic, yeah.
This is therapy hour, everybody.
I know. Well, I've
it's a good thing.
I have such mixed feelings on it because I don't want to re-traumatize people or bring up old memories or whatever, but like you said, Helen, it's important to talk about. And the stuff that I talk about on shows, it's dangerous because there's the assholes out there who will weaponize anything they learn and try to hurt me with it. But at the same time, I think visibility is important for the same reason I'm visible about everything else. It's important to be visible as an atheist. It's important to be visible as a trans person. It's important to be visible as an intersex person, because there are people who can't find people like them out there, you know?
Right. Yeah.
And
yeah,
real quick,
and
on that note, I do need to get moving myself. But Ember, happiest of birthdays, happy 21st. Enjoy the rest of your day. Seriously, I do need a wrap, but thank you.
Thank you,
It's been so much
Bye,
fun.
Chad.
I find that when like I see content creators talk about like something that relates to me, it's a good thing, because people were talking about trauma online. I felt like I can talk about my trauma and try to help people, you know, because you're like, if someone resonates with my specific story or whatever, or my experience, then I did my job, because then you know that like, hey, it's a road, it's going to be crazy, but you have to do the work, you know. If you're not, you know, it's not good to walk around with this inside you. And if you cannot afford therapy, educate yourself on trauma, how it affects the brain, how it
In fact,
can
there's a
therapy,
whole course
Yeah.
right here on this YouTube channel. If you go to the channel page and go down below, you'll see playlists, you'll see trans rights, you'll see debate reviews with Mark Reed Atheism, you'll see a course on the history of the universe, and you'll see a course on how to help survive, how to support survivors without causing harm. And there's 5 units in that course. One of them is tools for understanding trauma and abuse. And like, obviously there's more than you can do in a 5-unit YouTube course, but like it's there, it exists. It's for people to learn these very, very basic things that they never get taught. It's a starting point, so you can start to get help, or at least stop hurting other people without knowing what you're doing.
A lot of the behavior changes internal, it's a lot of like I benefit from cognitive behavioral therapy, because I'm always in my head anyway, because I overthink everything, and once I kind of remove the emotion and I have kind of like the top down perspective of things that happen to me, that helps me you know, separate it. So and I'm not saying I don't have flashbacks, they're rare, but they happen, you know. But also the benefit of that is that, like, if you can say like, oh, if you know what's going on in your body, like I can't watch essay and films or TV, it will trigger me. So we were trying to watch a little thing about the Roblox thing, and I was like, I can't, yes, go there. Also, if you're looking for a therapist, go to the therapist page, the application there. You can use that when you go to find a therapist as an interview sheet. So and then you just go through, and if you want a secular therapist, and if they're not part of the secular therapy project, because you might not have a therapist that be close to you, or you might live in another country, so it's a good resource to use when you're vetting a therapist. So I just wanted to say that, because it is a multi-layered thing that I'm constantly working on, even when I'm not in therapy, because it's just a part of, you know, the hell and mess. It's part of the chaos goblin, you know. And then I can mitigate symptoms too when I have them and I know what they are, you know, as much as I can. And also, better living through chemistry. Meds are great.
Yes.
They do help a lot. I mean, that's how I'm able to function these days.
Right? I know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so back and forth with my damn meds. Like, I mean, I thought I had them fairly well balanced, so I was able to do NanoCon, and like, I did not do well with the drive, but I got there. And then once I was there, the meds were able to normalize me for being there. I didn't realize how like the pain was higher because of having gone through the drive and whatnot. So I needed more. and apparently that fuzzled my memory and shit. But I mean, I was able to move a little and like interact with people most. Like I couldn't do a lot. Like they had a dance party one night and I so wanted to go dance, but standing was hard.
I can not really dance anymore unless I want my nerve pain to activate, and I hate life tomorrow the next day. So I was like, nope,
Yeah, that's sort of the thing, is like know your limits. Because like
Yep.
I had pushed way past my normal limits for my meds, but I had them like under control-ish so I could kind of function and carry on conversations and shit.
Yeah.
But I could not go any further. And it just, even then, it's still, with all the meds, it was still very limited. So it just, it's so frustrating. But it made it possible to go, is what I'm getting at.
Right.
Is like without that, there was no chance. I'm hoping I can fix some of that soon.
And we're glad you made it. So
yes, it was.
I
so
am
much fun,
too.
so
It was, fam. I've been through a lot of very painful things in my life. That hurt more, like indescribably painful. I'm not going to get into counterexamples because it will traumatize all of you. Just believe me when I say it was more painful. Still worth it though, because I don't know how much longer I have left, and I've been dealing with that for some time. Maybe I will be able to do something, and multiple miracles will happen, and we'll all be here next year for another birthday party. Maybe I'll be gone next week. I don't fucking know. But either way, getting to go and see so many people for real and spend time with them, people that I like, not just random people, not just other enthusiasts for our flavor of crazy here on the internets or in the world, but like people I respect, people I want to spend time with, and to spend time with them. That's another big part of the reason I didn't go to a lot of the other talks and stuff, is because I was there to see my people, and I spent my time doing that. Absolutely worth it.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
That should be an ad for conferences, honestly. Like clean up the language a
Right.
little bit, make it a more snappier message, but like
that's good though. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're never going to see all your people in one place, not if you have more than one person, but like,
right.
If you can take a stab at a bunch of them.
It is
Go for it.
like I always get
Yeah.
excited about, like, I'm really excited for Rocket City Reason. It's gonna be a fucking blast. And I forgot to I gotta figure out a way to book the Airbnb. I keep forgetting. Even I put a reminder. Gotta figure it out. Because I did it for when we did it for the back cruise with a bunch of people, and that was great because we're all in the same house. It was like a nice little safe place to come back to if people wanted to hang and party, in a safe place. If they drank too much, there was a place to sleep. It was just, no, don't stab your people. Don't do that. So it was like a nice safe place, and it's nice being in a place where you don't have to mask. You can just be yourself and everybody's like, cool. And that's really it's freeing for people. Like when I remember when I went to my first RFR excursion, I'm like, holy crap, man. I'm like, not just people online. Wow, I can just be myself. Cool, and it's a very liberating experience. The more and more you go to.
Yeah, because honestly, like the reason I went, like, it was almost like the whole time I wasn't even thinking about the conference. Like I kept having to remind myself I'm going to an actual event, or I'm going to, because to me it literally was just about seeing the people who were there.
That's
and that's
what
also
I want to see all my friends. I want to see all my friends.
I mean, and the conference was great. Like once I got there and started actually going to like seeing speakers and going to workshops. Oh, the conference is cool too, but really it was like for the people, which is also why one of the reasons I'm planning on going to Rocket City Reason, because apparently now I'm addicted to this shit. But second, and I'm thinking like, now I don't believe in signs or anything. I'm none of that, but I did
like
see
stop
that.
or 35 miles per hour.
Yeah, fuck that. But But I did notice the Saturday of ReasonCon, of Rocket City ReasonCon, is actually my kind of official 5-year anniversary of becoming an atheist. So I'm like, I think I have to.
I think that's
So-
that's my 19th wedding anniversary weekend.
Ooh.
Yeah, but it's right before because our 19th is that Monday. So I told Casey, I'm like, I want a toast.
There you go. So it should be good times.
I'm coming. I'm gonna have a table. Okay. I'm gonna have a table, guys.
Yeah, I mean, there were times at NanoCon that I distinctly remember that I was talking to all three of you like one-on-one for a while when I was supposed to be doing something else, but I'm like, I don't care. I'm talking to my friends.
I miss Glinda's. That's my bad. I went to the panel AJ did on healthy masculinity. I went to the one Ember and John did on content research. I'm trying to think what else I went to. Hold on. To mine. I saw Mass Magic Show. I think that's all I did. And the rest of the time I was like hanging out and talking to everybody and getting hugs and seeing my people. I was like, I'm like, I'll do like conferences next year. Like this is really important because I was like, this is our healing weekend.
Yeah.
Don't even feel bad about missing.
Yeah,
Don't even feel bad about missing the things because, like, I'm constantly telling the kids it took me years to get my head around.
Yes.
Just because
Yes,
you
it did.
can do something doesn't mean you have to. If you want to say, it's great that everybody else is doing all these workshops and shit. I want to go to the pool. There's a pool. That's a valid thing to do,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you just you can go for a hike in the woods, like because it's a beautiful area. You can take pictures of nature. You don't have to, and then you can, and probably somebody will go with you. It's like, hey, I'm thinking about going for a walk. I'm like probably be like, kind of break away and probably be like, oh, and somebody will be like, oh, I'll go with you, and you take a little walk and bond. It's little things. It's like making those little memories, like touching the booby.
Oh yeah, especially like that. Yes.
That's in fact,
I love little
organizers, future organizers. I know after 4.5 hours, you're all listening raptly at this point, but that is a very important reason over and above my expertise in numerous scientific and political adjacent disciplines is the booby. If you invite me to speak at your conferences, we're going to sell some tickets. I'm just saying.
Right? Yeah. But speaking of the whole, like, the,
is that
like
our
the
mascot in the
right?
sex cult is the booby? Is that our mascot now?
I mean, we do a lot for the boobies, don't we? Like, I mean, I went to a great deal of trouble to get boobies,
So that's our mascot now. Or the booby is the official mascot of the atheist community, super secret. We're very rich cult.
Yeah.
But
speaking of but speaking of, as much as we love the conferences themselves, like how much we love like the just getting together aspect, like I don't know. It sounds like maybe we should instead, like, not necessarily even wait for a conference. We should just like schedule time. Hey, let's just all meet up in this one city and hang out and like save save the $100 or whatever is on the ticket and like just get a bunch of hotels or Airbnb.
What we were going to do, we did when I did the RFR subscription for 2024, we got an Airbnb for the week before and if we could get there early, we went around Richardson. Is it Richardson? Yeah, it's in Virginia. Fuck. Richard. Never mind. Can't say words. Words are hard.
Words are hard.
Words are hard. But
they're dumb.
But the thing is, though, when we went to the conference, like we just rented that Airbnb and we went around this shit together. We went to eat, we hung out, had sexy time with certain people. I did anyway. And it was a really great weekend. And then we went to the excursion because we got all the hangout stuff out. And then we could enjoy the excursions. That's another thing too. If you go a little early, you can have all the friendship time, and then at the conference you do stuff at the conference if you can do that, or if you can just do the conference or you can just do the Airbnb hangout time, you know, you can do that too. It's, you know, people, we're all very accepting over here. Just don't be a dick.
Yeah.
It's just the basics.
Pretty much.
Yep. And don't be condescending. I hate condescending. I guess
mean,
that's
if
the
you
next
can
thing.
pull it off, it's fantastic. But we have tried a few different subgroups. Like there was a girls group who tried to put together a retreat. There was a just general secularist group who tried to put together a retreat. Like, you've heard the phrase, it's like herding cats. It kind of is. You have to have an external organization put a pin on a fucking
This is
calendar and
true.
be like, this is when the thing is happening, or it will never come together. Not with more than 3 people, you know?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's like, even just like having a show, like with me and Matt that I do the show with, like, honestly, that's like the main way we hang out. I mean, that's that's what we did even before, like when no one was watching it, that like we still enjoyed it because this is like our hangout time. And I remember like talking with my therapist about like, oh yeah, hang out with my friend, like we do our show, and that's also I'm like talking with other people. She's kind of laughed. She's like, that is like the most neurodivergent way to have a social life ever.
Oh yeah, it's the perfect way.
Like,
I love having
yep.
my nerd, because like also too, because I have problems with eye contact. Like if you notice, I don't look at you for a long period of time. Like I'm acknowledging you, and then I start moving my eyes around because like eye contact makes me nervous. And so I like this part of it because it's friendly but not intimate, and I like that for my particular spicy of for my particular neurospicy.
Yeah. My thing with eye contact is like I'm not necessarily like averse to it. Like it doesn't like make me feel nervous, but it's just not something I necessarily naturally do. Like my eyes just naturally wander. But the problem is, so if I'm trying to like focus on making eye contact, the problem I run into then is, instead of listening to you, like while I'm making eye contact, my brain is going, hey, I'm doing a really good job making eye contact right now. I wonder, like, how long should I hold it? Like, when is it appropriate to look away? Like, I'm thinking, like, is it getting creepy?
Staring contest. You know, in the Navy, I had a captain who, if you made direct eye contact when he was talking to you, he took it as a challenge. He was like, are you being disrespectful to me? And so like you had to like look slightly over his head, because if you looked away, then you were, you know, being disrespectful. So it was,
what is these
it's still
nonsense
fucked up.
gymnastics?
It's so stupid. To me, I don't have a problem doing it. It just seems like really intimate. And I think that might be part of the point, is like either you have to be like stupid aggressive to be staring someone down with eye contact, or it's a way of saying, I'm letting you see me. I'm being vulnerable right now. I'm being open, and therefore you can trust me. And so, of course, the car salesman immediately capitalized on that.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's naturally for me, it's difficult because it's so intimate. It's like a thing you do with lovers. And so other people expecting me to do that, to me, especially as a child, when I was being told all this, you have to make eye contact and be respectful and blah, blah, blah. And at the same time, also keep your eyes downcast, never look up at an adult, and then just whatever. Contradictory messages for days. But all of that shit, it was like, you have to make eye contact. You may as well have said you have to let them touch you, you know? No, you don't actually. They will tell you you do, but you don't actually.
The it's like it sounds, it's just confusing to me, because like the mixed messaging we got when we were kids, like, is something that we all had kind of to sort out, you know, like you're like, women are supposed to be like my parents wanted me to go to college and have a career, and but also get married and have babies and go to church, but also you need to be educated, also you should get, you know, you need to be able to fend for yourself, but also have to make babies. And I'm like,
yeah,
confused.
No, like
the impossible double standards.
Yeah, like I was in the same boat. Is like my parents were like, you know, get educated, make sure you can support yourself, but go have the grandkids. And it's just like, how?
Yeah.
I just like, it's confusing to me, because like my parents did the best they could with the tools that they had. I don't like my parents lived through the Second World War. They were teenagers when that happened. And I love those. And it's so, and I know my mom is an immigrant, and my dad only had a high school education. Then he went to the Navy and then went to the Korean War, but he was on like a supply ship. He didn't actually see any wartime.
We
But my uncle
ripped
did,
the supply
and it
ships.
fucked them up. So what? But we only have like those tools. I think it's hard because we realize our parents are people, but there's also a part of me like I'm like I really wish you did a better job, and I didn't have so
Yeah.
much shit to sort out. Even though I love you, and I know you only had the tools you had.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I actually talked to my mom about a year and a half ago. Is it's like this is all this, and like we kind of got into the conversation of like this is where you could have done better, and it's one of those things of like I'm not griping at you because I get that you were doing the best you could with what you had, but this was the completely wrong way to approach this. Yeah.
Yeah, and it just makes me like I know that I was very lucky because I took childhood development. I was a preschool teacher. I got my certification in early childhood education, and then I just started studying psychology for fun, and then I went to college for it. So I had the tools. Like I knew how kids developed. I knew that to be authoritative but not authoritarian, and having that love, security, and discipline my kids got, like they turned out pretty okay. And they're very respectful, they're very kind, they're funny, they're irreverent, they have their own level of neurospicy, and they're my friends. Like they grew into being my friends. I'm friends with my children, and that's what you want.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's hard, but it's hard when you realize your parents are people, but if they like the lessons they taught you hurt you, and there's a better way, like you practice it, it can be hard to parse it out, It's a tangled emotion, just like this, and I'm still working on it, and I'm getting mad, but I'm doing it anyway. It's so fucked.
We're the untangling is a metaphor for life.
Yes.
Thank you, Helen. Yeah.
You're
also,
welcome.
I like the headband there, Ember. It's very nice.
I randomly was like, I'm gonna try wearing this as a headband, and I don't actually headband.
I am gonna go.
It took me a few tries to get an angle where it would stay.
I'll be right back.
Was
I'm gonna
good
get
though.
drink.
Yeah. All right.
This is your birthday,
I'll allow it.
and I'm not going anywhere tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna I might need to pop off here for a little bit because I've got to at least take my dogs out before it gets too dark.
Yes.
Wait, if I do it like this, then maybe kinda, but not really.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
I mean,
colorful.
I like it.
I do like my hats.
The hats are good, but I'm also
do
like the
love your
worst
hats.
person to ask
The
for
hats are
like
great.
fashion advice. But
We all have our pluses and minuses. I honestly, I had such mixed feelings about hats, and part of it is because of gender indoctrination. Like when I was raised, it was, oh, you're not allowed. Fashion is not for you. It's not colorful clothing. No, that's gay. All of this shit. And I'm like, so I didn't like fashion because I was told not to. But then once I started questioning that, fuck all the rules, I was like, actually, this is really fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I used to wear more hats, but that was more just like, partially I like the hats, but also at the time I just really didn't like my hair. But just solved that problem. So
that is one solution. I used to, before I started my transition, I would shave my head twice a year. And like, in fact, the last time I shaved my head or even cut my hair was like days before this channel got monetized, because it was monetized while I was at the Comic-Con.
Oh, nice.
I was away for the weekend when we finally crossed, because I had the watch time for fucking days and days and days, but I didn't get the subscriber count. It was before we changed it so that to the 500, I had to get the full 1,000, and we got 1,000 while I was away. So we had to wait for monetization till I came back, and then we did, and we immediately rolled out some emojis, and it was fantastic. But like, I used to just buzz my head because I didn't like to deal with hair, or not having enough hair and all of those things. And now I do. And like, yeah, I have a high hairline, just like my mother, just like every other woman in my area, just like certain other people we've known online, many of whom actually wear wigs so they can like have fake bangs to like hide their foreheads because they're sensitive about it. I'm not sensitive about my forehead. It just, my hair's not as thick as I would like, and I've been taking some medicine to help with that, specifically vitamins. I'm told vitamins are more helpful than other things, but whatever, it's not important. Like, it's not where I would like it to be, but it's no different from so many other women, and it's not a problem for me. You know, I have always said that hats are one of the most underutilized fashion accessories for women, and now I'm proving the point. I'm not trying to hide my head.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I
the hats
can't
do look
do
good.
like
Yeah.
like I can't do hats because of the sensory thing. Like, I don't like the feeling of something on my head for a long period of time. Like, I will put a wig on for like a costume and I wear it for a couple hours. But even then, I'm committing to the bit because I'm like, I put time into this. I'm like gonna look great for like 3 hours, and then the wig comes off because like I can't, like, it feels, I don't know, like it does this thing where I can only think of the thing on my head. Like, it doesn't absent like when I wear my clothes. It triggers that. I don't know. It's weird.
No, I get it. It's tight and it feels weird, and sometimes it's itchy, and eventually it starts getting sweaty, and you can't even brush it the same way you brush your hair because it snarls. It's a whole thing. Like, they're great for short-term use, but I could not wear one all day. Not a chance.
Yeah.
Speaking of all
Like, and
day,
I love
Jenny's
yours. They're
been
so,
here a
like,
while,
I love your
but
hat.
she has to go to bed. So Jenny sends a member chat, member for 11 months. Amazing. Thank you so much for your support. And Jenny says, I need to get some sleep. Happy birthday again, Ember. Thank you so much. I hope you have a lovely nap. I hope I have a lovely nap later because I haven't been napping much recently.
I have ambitions to nap and I can't because like my brain just doesn't shut up, and I'll just lay there and I'm like, okay, I could be doing this, you know. It's the anxiety. It's the chaos goblins. They're just like
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm going to try to say this quietly because my kids are home with me at the moment, but that was been like one of the benefits of like me and their mom separating, and like the kids, like, we're like splitting time with the kids. It's like, so they're like half the time it's like just me at home. Like, and also I have no life other than like doing the show on Wednesdays or popping into these, or the time that, or the occasions where me and Matt or like our other two friends we see in real life remember that we exist in the same city and can actually hang out. Most of the other times, yeah. but yeah, it's, yeah, I'll be like just in like the middle of like a Saturday or Sunday. It's like I literally have nothing else to do. I can just go lie down. This is amazing. But yeah.
Like, I do a lot of couch sitting, and I'll do like little projects, like when I'm watching YouTube videos. If I play a new video game, I tend to get hyper focused, and it eats up all my fucking time.
Yep.
Don't talk. It's been a few months. It's been a ride.
Yeah.
But it's the best game I ever played. If you guys play video games, go play Claire's Expedition 33. It got best game for 2025 at the Game Awards, and it is beautiful. It's all about
Mhm.
French existentialism too. It's super French, which I love because I'm French. It's my
Yeah,
people.
I've heard nothing but good things about that, but I'm not really into RPGs as much.
You will
Probably
love it.
the
I don't care. I've
okay.
had people. There are people that will don't like RPGs. They don't like turn-based combat. Everybody loves this game. I'm telling you, the music
Cool.
is fantastic. Composed by one person. All the music was composed by over 8 hours of music. Andy Serkis is in it, even though this was before we found out he's a butthead. And also Charlie Cox, who played fuck. I'm trying to remember the name of the show. His costume is red. He's a superhero. Marvel. Can't remember. I don't know. Superhero. Charlie Cox, if you know who he is. I can't remember the name of the superhero he played on his TV series. And he's blind too. What the fuck?
Daredevil?
Daredevil. Thank you. I'll get there. He's in it too. Oh my god, you have to. It is gorgeous. Gorgeous. And the
like I
story
said,
is beautiful.
Yeah, because the closest to RPGs, I guess it's still technically an RPG, like games like Dark Souls and Elden Ring. Like those, I guess those are more like action adventure RPGs or whatever. But yeah, now those games I'm absolutely obsessed with. I remember when I first got Elden Ring, like you can see like your number of like hours you've played it.
Yes.
With it in the first month after I bought Elden Ring, I had played it for a week. So
it is okay.
Yeah.
Like the thing is though, like when you play one of the Souls games, because I have Elden Ring and I love it, but I have to be like in a mood to get frustrated, like because that's what it requires you to do. Like you have to be like, I'm gonna get so pissed at this game, and I have to be because you'll be like, cool. I'm like he's down to like 60 points, and then you miss one hit, and then they parry and kill you, and you're like, fuck.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Rude.
Yeah, especially
rude.
Yeah, especially with like bosses like Melania, who can actually like anytime she hits you, she actually heals. So like you can get her whittled down, but then she like does her fucking waterfowl dance or whatever and hits you like 10 times. It's like her health bar is back and mine is gone, just like within 5 seconds.
Like this is the thing. Like I like to play. Video games are my hobby. I like to play them because they like. I like a challenge. I like using. I like games that make me think. So I'm using my higher brain thinking rather than just randomly killing things. That's what Skyrim is for. Skyrim is my go around and kill things and collect loot in the game, and then just store it all in my 7 houses in this fucking game. I've been playing Skyrim for too long.
Yeah, so I have a funny story about my first time playing Skyrim, but it's only funny if you're familiar with the Legend of Zelda games.
Yes.
So you know how it's like a big thing in Zelda, like, attack the chickens because it's funny, and if you do it enough, they like swarm you and stuff.
Oh, attack the chickens?
Yeah, so my first time playing Skyrim, like the first little village I came to, there was just like a chicken walking around the middle of the road. I was like, oh, I remember Zelda. So I like hit the chicken. All of a sudden, like the entire town is trying to kill it.
Listen, there's some like the law in Skyrim it's a little weird.
Yeah.
It's a little weird. They'll be like I love the middle of games, like somebody is like assassinated and they'll just like, oh no, a body, and then a few people walk over and they just look at it and walk away. But if you kill a chicken, the whole everybody.
Yeah, or I mean, that was the other weird thing. Like in the whole kerfuffle of the entire town trying to kill me. I can remember in this town there was one person you're supposed to find to talk to. Well, I think it was like her house. I ended up like ducking into, but of course she was attacking me too. So I had to kill her too. But then literally right after I kill her, it's like her husband just walks in the room. Yeah, hell yeah, noise. But her husband walks in the room and just sits down at the table and starts doing small talk with me. I just killed your wife, and she's literally on the floor 5 feet away from you. You're just talking to me about
So one thing about Claire's Fear that I now that because it's a lot of turn-based combat, and you have to use either the visuals, the way that the camera is moving in the game, which is really good if you're new or spicy, or sound effect. So so you're actually using your high brain function, and you also got to figure out because it's a turn-based combat system, timing on parries can be insane. And one of the bosses, I'm currently looking for all the fucking builds right now to kill this boss because he's bad as a Dark Souls boss. And they do like their Final Fantasy and their Dark Souls games over at that particular studio, Sandfall. But I was like, well, I think like now that I've trained my brain because I've played this game literally since April on and off. I love it. I fucking love it. Sorry. Yeah. Love it. Sorry, not sorry. But that kind of trained my brain because a lot of Elden Ring is that. It's a lot of listening to sound cues, like, you know, noticing the patterns and using, like, even though you're focusing on the enemy, there will be like things, the way the camera moves and the way. So like, I'm going to see, like, I'm a little more trained so I can kill Godric because I haven't killed him yet because I got almost all the way there and I got killed by in the archery part where they're all the archers and I lost my shit because I spent so long. And I'm like, no. And the save point was like just beyond where the archers were and I was so pissed.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like, but that's my thing. Like, parrying is something, like, as much as I love those games, I could just never really do the parrying thing. I'm just always just like, if I have a shield, I'm just turtling behind it and then, you know, just doing other things.
It's such an open world that, and all the enemies, you can do the parry mechanic. Like, it took me a while to like get it, but once you get it, because you get those bonus points and it's like it's the reward system. I'm like, I got a bonus. I got $20,000 more, 20,000 points more damage. Woo!
Yeah. Now I did get into parrying in Bloodborne because that one's separate. And I just love that, like, you don't parry with a shield in that game. You're parrying by shooting the person with a gun. Yeah. Like, that's just like the craziest thing.
It's so much fun, guys. Like we're dorks. I love video games. Yeah. Like, I've been playing for so long. Like, now I'm gonna have to go back and play Skyrim and pull up my save. And
yeah. Nope. Helen's muted again.
The cat muted you.
Cat, yeah, but because I'm eating ice cream and the cat, it's like, oh, mom. No catnips.
Yeah.
All right, you have to be on
but
camera,
it was.
If you want ice cream,
What am I saying? And like the whole like Soulsborne whatever games, like Dark Souls 3 is still my favorite. I mean, yeah.
That's our baby. Oh. Catnip's never clean.
Kitty time.
Kitty time.
No.
Oh. She's like, Mom, please
cool
let me know
eyes.
I want ice cream. Wow. Okay, there you go. She was our ambush kitty because me and Todd, we had lost one of our cats and it passed away. Not lost. It passed away. And what was it? It is Claire Obscure Expedition 33. It got everybody should play the game. And and if you want to have an existential crisis, this is the game for you. It's beautiful, but it's goes into a lot of the art is inspired by the Art Deco movement and also the light and darkness artist style that was coming up in France during the early 20th century. So it's inspired by that, and it is
Chiaroscuro stuff, you say?
Yep. Yep, I highly recommend.
Nice. Yeah, because that's the cool thing.
I'm telling people, you know about this game. Even if you don't like turn-based combat, play this game.
Okay, fine. I'll look into it. But yeah, that's one of the things about video games. I mean, sorry, Ember, we're hijacking your stream to talk about video games, but so feel free to stop.
I got to eat a brownie. In fact, I ate two.
Oh, awesome. Because I could go on forever about like things like, you know, video game therapy, you know, especially talking about, you know, like the Dark Souls games. Like I said, Dark Souls 3 is my absolute favorite of like that whole series because like I played it like shortly after like recovering from cancer when I was in the middle of like, you know, going through the whole like rethinking the everything. And there's so many great things about that game in particular that are like deal with like nihilism and existentialism. And there's this one character and either you played Dark Souls 3 before?
I have not played 3.
Okay. That one's my absolute favorite. But there's this one
I've seen the VLDL skits about it.
But there's this one character because like I said, this was right after recovering from stage 4 cancer, which like before like had like it was melanoma, had like a stupid low survivor rate, like up until like just a few years before I got it. But it was one of those things like as soon as like most people, when you hear stage 4 melanoma, it's like, oh, okay, let's start making your funeral arrangements, kind of thing. But but there's this one NPC you encounter and I still don't actually understand all the story because it's Dark Souls and that's kind of how they roll. But there was this whole group of people or entities or whatever they were, who were basically, the point of them, they were supposed to take a pilgrimage to this place and die. And then there was something that was supposed to like happen with their bodies or whatever. But you come across this one that's still alive and you find him. And there was this one line that like hit me right after this. Oh, it seems I failed to die as was ordained. Oh, well, perhaps my purpose lies elsewhere. I'm like, dude, I'm you. That was a cool moment, but
that's cool.
Yeah.
I've played a lot of I like games that explore existentialism. I'm just saying. Oh, look.
I think I've seen this. This is good. Yeah.
I fucking love VLDL. I muted it so we won't necessarily have issues, probably, but like
you died.
I just like, even if you haven't played the game, it's so relatable because it connects to so many tropes about other games.
Yeah.
And Dark Souls games are brutal, but they're again, it's like an exercise in frustration. But when you beat a boss, it is the most satisfying thing because you get you're like, oh my, because it's a struggle. Like you're thinking like, oh my god, I have parry here, I gotta hit here. And then you're trying to figure out the pattern. It's like, okay, after he parries, he'll spin and then he'll do his AoE attack. It's like, okay, now I gotta back up. It's all strategy. And that's why I like them because they force you to think. But a lot of the stories are like dark. One, like Bloodborne is my favorite game. Why? Because it's super goth. Two, it's very eldritch horror.
Yeah, it combined. Yeah, you combine like gothic vampire with like Lovecraftian bizarreness.
Yeah, it's like so cool. And like this is the thing they produce, and I'm like, yay! When you monster fucked and create the perfect game, good for you. It's great.
Yeah, and also noise ending.
It is so hard to show existential horror in video games, and they usually fuck it up. And this game, like, you get these are entities. That like this is how I think if there is a god, this is what I think it's going to be, some kind of eldritch horror shit. Like it's not going to be like this benevolent, like we love everybody, hippie Jesus. He'll show up if you do mushrooms, by the way. Hippie Jesus, he's cool. Yeah. But I'm not recommending you do that. Please talk to a medical professional. Just put my clarifier in there. But moving on, like it's one of those things that like that it gave me a sense of like that's what a god would be like, because you wouldn't be able to you would try to understand it. Like speaking of Pi, have you seen the movie Pi by David?
I do not remember a whole lot of it.
He did Mother. He also did Black Swan, and he did what was the other one? Oh, he did Noah. The big Noah film with Emma Watson and Russell Crowe a few years ago. Anyway, so he did that movie, and this is his first movie. It is like shot in black and white in like a 35 millimeter kind of range for a handheld, and it's about a man who he does math where he discovers God is real because the math shows it's real, and he kind of goes a little cuckoo. So, which is one of those things about an eldritch horror. Like if you discovered that, like, oh my god, reality is really controlled by like a god, you would kind of lose it. Requiem for the Dream. Yes, thank you. That's another two. I haven't seen The Whale yet. I do like some of his movies. David Attenborough. He's not David Attenborough. Oh my god, no, that's the narrator guy that does documentary.
Which I'll be right back.
Oh my god,
I can still hear you, but be right back.
I said already something. Yeah. What's the name of the director though? No, he's ending because I said David Attenborough and I was completely wrong, but I'm high, so I'm gonna use that as my excuse. Hi, I'm Helen. I'm pretty.
I need to use that line more often. I remember. I'm pretty. I'm just here and I'm pretty.
I did it at a conference too, because like when I was in Anacon, I said that we were in Nashville, Texas, and then Todd goes Tennessee, and I go, "Hi, I'm Helen. I'm pretty. Good thing I'm pretty." Like, and I moved on. Darren off and Nazi.
Oh,
Oh my
goodness.
god, I was completely off. It was 2014. Oh my god.
That's enough time to have a teenage child.
Oh wow, I'm feeling old, man. I'm old. All right, I gotta go put my ice cream back in the freezer. I will be right back.
Sitting there listening to them
goodness.
talk about video games, I cannot help but think my son is named partially after a video game.
You named him Zelda?
No, I named him Dante.
Oh, okay. Oh, goodness.
I do love Dante's Inferno and Dante Alighieri and all that, but when I was the story behind it is I was in labor and we were about 30% sure it was a girl, but just in case I needed to have like a boy's name and I couldn't think of one. My oldest son was named Draven. And I'm sitting there in labor and I'm playing Devil May Cry. We find out it's a boy. I'm like, what about Dante?
I missed the thing about video games. I heard something about your son.
My youngest son is named after a video game.
Oh.
My son's sort of named after a novel character. Like we were originally going to call him Damien. Like we thought that you know
from Bad Omen.
It was fine, but then like in the hospital, she was like, I don't like it. I don't feel good about this. I'm like, you want to pick a new name right now? And she's like, well, we're out of time. I'm like, you don't fill out the paperwork until after, you know. It's fun. But in any case, so we needed. I hate like traditional names and shit. It's whatever. Like my different story for another time. Focus Ember. So one of my favorite book series, one of them is the Magician series by Raymond E. Feist. And if you're not familiar, there's this royal family who's been trying to protect this kingdom for ages and ages, and there's this empire to the south that wants to conquer their western side, and there's another kingdom to the east, and there's barbarians up in the north, and there's even worse shit beyond the barbarians, and like all this different stuff. And then humans from another planet figure out portal technology and open a rift in the middle. It's called the Rift War Saga.
Okay.
They open a rift in the middle of the kingdom and start invading from their empire on this other planet. And
that sounds very Dune.
there's a lot. There is a lot going on. And so it's a saga. It takes place over generations. And so I'd loved the book series. I'd gotten my partner to read some of the books because she was very much into like long narrative sci-fi stuff. And so I'm like, what about this story? And so she was at the point in the story where there was a prince named Nicholas who was like commanding the fleets of the Western Kingdom and shit. And so she was like, what about Nicholas? I'm like, perfect. You know, like we've got Prince Nicholas, we've got you know, there's like some royal dudes who were named Nicholas, and of course Saint Nicholas, and that was a whole thing for a while. So yeah, he's Nick now because of books, kind of. Puppy.
I have no origin stories for my kids' names. I wish I was cool, but Andrew was just because I like the name Andrew, and when Kai's dead name was Kayleen, and I used to teach preschool, and there was a little girl that I really bonded with, and her name was Kayleen, and it means beloved in Hebrew, and I really liked that. So that was their dead name, but now they took Kai, and they picked an Irish last name too. So when they transitioned, I was like, that's fine. And so yeah, but we've been telling my mom it's a nickname. She's 94.
Yeah, it's well, in some ways it's easier. Like I get that a lot of people have to just like tell people what they need to hear in order to avoid trouble, but also in some ways, even if a person is nominally supporting, it might be better, circumstances depending, to keep it to yourself because like I mentioned earlier, I haven't used my dead name in a long time.
Right.
And it's often when something shows up in the wrong name, it's because a relative had something to do with it. Like they're like, "Oh, we accept you, support you. We're so proud. We're so happy that we have like, you know, a niece or cousin, daughter,
We
all
have a
the
queer
things."
in the family.
Right? But then they'll send like a card to my dead name and then it won't get delivered and they'll be like, "Well, why didn't?" I'm like, "You sent it to the wrong name. That's not my name and it hasn't been for a long time. And we talked about this last year and the year before that." Like, well, I
Also,
just
I
wasn't
match-
sure. If you really weren't sure, why didn't you ask instead of assuming
how
and
words
fucking
work.
everything up, you know? Like it's frustrating because in some ways it's that passive aggressive attempt to assert like, "Oh yeah, sure, I'll accept you, but I know your real name is blah," and it's like, "No,
Yeah,
it's
that's
not.
what
My name is
that's
legally
what my
changed,"
roommate
you
went
know?
through. That's what my roommate went through with their dad. Like told them they were, they were transitioning.
Yeah.
They were still trying to figure out, they're kind of gender fluid at the moment, and they would like to be called, their new name. Dead name. Like it wasn't even like they paid attention, and I'm like I like it, like it's context, right? Like I can't, I'm not explaining. My mom is okay with like gay people. She knows gay, like I told my mother that like I didn't say bi, I said gay, because my mom understands that concept. Gender politics, my mom's gonna get really, really confused. She's 94. So her name was blah.
Yeah.
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 So it's like it's a trade-off. It's like, because I said, I'm like, I'm not going to tell her, but I'm like, if you want to tell, instruct your 94-year-old grandma, her short-term memory is going on, non-binary and gender, gender identities. Do you want to do that? And Kai's like, no. And I go, then I go, I'm like, you live down in Florida, just go see her, give her kids, play a game of Scrabble with her. It's fine. Like, but like the rest of my family knows, and it's kind of a little bit of a mixed bag because like they accept them because it's obviously like their niece, their nephew. But flip side of that is that they're not like they're individually, yes, as a whole in this community. A couple of my siblings have different feelings about that, so we don't discuss them because I'll get mad. So it's a good thing I moved down to Florida when I did.
I mean, on the plus side, I've already gotten rid of most of my toxic relatives because of some things that happened years ago involving other relatives and the way they reacted to it. I was like, yeah, no, I don't need these people in my family, as it were, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can never change your DNA. Yeah, but I don't have to go to Thanksgiving with you.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
the thing that's like I find so confusing, like I get gender affirming care, right? So and I don't really think I have a gender, so figure that out. And this is the thing, like if you tell someone like, well, you can't, God made you that way. I'm like, okay, so I can't take hormone replacement therapy because that's what you're saying. And they're like, oh no, like, well, I can't. You're a woman. You're supposed to go through it. Oh, okay. So, why can't other people have access to this? Because, like, you take hormones for a bunch of different reasons. So that have nothing to do with like transitioning. So, what are you saying? We're saying like nobody gets access to hormones that might help, help them function. Maybe they have a hormonal disorder that they need, synthetic hormones to bring those levels back up. Same thing when you're getting like fucking like I have to take estrogen to get my bones okay. You know, and I just get mad. I'm sorry, I'm whacking my boobie, my alien boobie. Like, but I'm
Okay.
just, it just like, I'm like, why these, like, the mental gymnastics are exhausting. I don't care. I'm like, they just care too much, and I don't know why. I just don't know why. Like, it fries their little brains.
Yeah,
It's weird.
Like, isn't it like also like a fact that the majority of gender affirming care actually goes towards cis people?
Yes, hugely. And it depends on which specific thing you're talking about, right? Like if you're talking about HRT, then you're in, you know, the high 90%. It's you know, women on birth control, that's hormones. It's women dealing with menopause. It's other things, but also men. You've probably seen ads. They're everywhere on the internet as well as regular TV. Are you experiencing low testosterone? Come see your doctor. And now they've got a whole thing where they're trying to pitch testosterone to cis women for libido and for weight loss and other various things. And like, the straight people are getting all the HRT, and we're fighting to get even just a couple little bits and bobs. And it's the same thing with the surgery. Every single surgery, top surgery, vast majority for adults is cis women, whether it's augmentation or reduction.
Yeah, or reconstruction after cancer, stuff like that. Yeah,
Yeah, all that sort of stuff. And for under 18s, it's cis men. Like cis boys getting breast tissue removed, like Frank Turek.
Yeah, I gotta say he was in that montage earlier.
Yeah, it's around 35% of men have gynecomastia.
Which is interesting because like they're like screaming about like you can't, you know, you should, you know, leave things as God made them, blah blah blah. I'm like, well, you got breast tissue removed. Maybe God wanted you to have breast tissue. Just to think about, no, I'm not trying. You know, I didn't have gender affirming care. I got breast. I'm like, what do you think? What? I'm like, you're the one that's, you know, doing these like mental gymnastics, saying like, you know, if you have breasts and a vagina, that's a woman, and then if you have a penis and you know, have like, you know, you present cis, you're a man. And I'm like, this is dumb. This is dumb, sir, because you don't know
and
how
again,
much, like the biology works.
The specialist of pleadings.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like with the Frank Turek example, or like any man who like has gynecomastia and like gets like the tissue removed, which like, okay, good for you. Like, yes, I'm glad you were able to get that. But they try to say, well, that's not gender affirming care. It's like, but why did you get it? Because like the reason they get it is because they identify as male. They want to present as male, and to them, having breasts is not male. So they want to have that removed so they look more male. Like that is literally the definition of gender affirming care.
Right.
Because they'll say, I was never a woman. True, but you were afraid you looked intersex. You wanted to look like a man. And so, yeah, you were affirming your gender of being a man.
Yeah, because even his verbiage there, like his excuse is like, well, I was always a man. Like, well, a trans man would say the same thing. Like, that's exactly what the thing is. I've always been a man. I'm now wanting to get the treatment to make my body match what I have always been.
Right. Like,
So,
and some people don't express that till much later because they get into a place where, you know, the pressure to change is coming against, you know, the identity, and, you know, try and make those things align, or they feel safe enough to actually do. It's probably both. Like, you know, the I'm willing to take the societal risk to feel comfortable in my own body, and sometimes they have a really good support system, you know, so when they go through it, they, you know, it's okay. Like everybody's complicated, but like eventually, you know, push comes to shove. Like, why I get really mad, because this is the thing I always comes down to: what right do you have to tell another human being what their internal experience is?
They're Christians. They think they get to tell you about your internal experience anyway. You know, oh, you really do believe in Jesus, so you're just hiding the truth. You know, just like the Muslim who says you really believe in Allah, you're just hiding the truth. And the Buddhist who says, you know, you really believe in Vishnu, but you're just hiding the truth. Like,
I believe in Vishnu. May praise his name. I want to have him up
Hey,
in
Mark.
arms. Hey, Mark. I get so much stuff done.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the thing. Like, I
That's
dealt
just my
with now.
favorite Indian god. He's cool. I want an elephant
No,
head.
Yeah, so I'm making a comparison, not saying it's the same thing, but there are like some similarities. Like, so I'm not at all saying that like me coming out as atheist and no longer being a Christian is anything like, you know, being trans or queer or anything like that. But it's like, but I would get like, speaking of like you trying to tell me what's really going on inside, like my experience was like people like all I would say is like, well, I'm no longer a Christian. Like people who had no idea why, like what my problems were, what my issues were, like why my faith left, they immediately came to me like, oh, but again, because like what Ember was saying, because I'm a Christian, therefore I know so many things about reality and everything. I can tell you why you need to come back. I can tell you what was wrong with you and like so I can only imagine like for someone else who had like I said, like so like your experience, like just that to like so many exponential degrees or
It
whatever.
does shut them up though.
Yeah.
I will say that. I'm like, well, right. And then I go, do I know your eternal experience? Am I sitting here telling you that no, you're really an atheist, you're just in denial, or you're really, you know, you're really gay,
I do make
but
that
you're just in
argument
denial.
sometimes just to make
What?
the point, but there is something to that. Like the whole the projection, the truth is undeniable, all of that crap. It's cope because the person making that argument, I'm not saying all Christians are actually atheists, but the people who make those arguments, they have a huge insecurity about the fact that they don't actually believe and they're projecting that at you. It becomes your problem, you know?
Yeah, or like because like yeah, or the common like one of the like common thing that's thrown at a lot of people who leave the faith is like, oh, you just want to sin. I mean, that's an easy one to throw right back at them because you know there's a common trope. Oh, if you want to sin, Christianity is the way to go. You can just ask for forgiveness. Like us atheists, like we don't have that whole like atonement, whatever. We just got to deal with whatever shit we have, like or whatever we did. Like we have to actually deal with it. There's no just automatic grace and forgiveness.
If anyone still has religious hangups and feels the need to have atonement, I don't have a service set up on Cameo, but I do offer absolution services because I am an ordained minister and I enjoy using my powers. I really like performing weddings because then you know everybody's there to celebrate the love of this couple, and it's one of the most wonderful occasions. But some of the other services are really, really nice too. But I will be happy to absolve your sins if you need that sort of thing. If you need that feeling of a clean slate, of spiritual washing. I don't even use blood.
Well,
yeah.
Now I have no plans, but if I'm ever wanting to get married again, and if if I ever get married again and you're still around,
Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, I was going to say
top
something
of my
about this.
list.
Okay, this is oh my god, my nail file's seen better days. Anyway,
Velcro.
okay, so Hail Satan. What is like you want to say? What does that mean? Like, because I'm like most people are good people. Nobody's around murdering each other or like lying on the rag. Like there's we have a balance to society. Like it's a little messy, but most people are just doing their best, right? Okay. Then you got these motherfuckers saying like, "Oh, you want to sin? What? Have sex? Is that the thing you're talking about?" Because if you're talking about like these really big things, like murder,
birth rate. You just want to sin.
I keep forgetting. And then I'm like, hey, guess what? Because like I was told on TikTok the other night that I should not have sex with Todd anymore because we're not making babies. And I said, what? And that's not even doctrine. He was starting to say it was Catholic doctrine. It's not. It is not Catholic doctrine at all. And I was like, no. And it was like this big argument because my body was made to, have a man, put some sperm in me and then have some babies. And we're like, well, why didn't God make it feel so good if like oh my god, the Turtle Pope. Yes, I love Turtle Pope. Somebody's played Elden Ring. Hi, Mark.
Yes. Oh yeah, Mark's an Elden Ring fan. Yeah, and also
oh
like
my god, Mark. We're gonna talk later.
Like, did everyone else get the Belka reference? I totally got. That's a Dark Souls thing. But yes.
Yep. I love Turtle Pope. Go see Turtle Pope. But like it's one of those like
nerds.
I'm always like, this is really dumb because like sex isn't her. That was me as a kid. I was like, murder, sex. They don't match. and then I like so I'm like the thing they're mad about is that they're
Gigging.
they're envious, one, and two, as you said, like they're not real believers, so they do like this projection, and they say like, well, if I cast this person as like evil or whatever or a degenerate, then I can say like, well, I'm not as bad as they are, and I'm over here going like, as a queer sex positive person, I'm like, I don't really care what you think about me. So, and I'm not hurting anybody. So what? It's very confusing. Like, and I don't know why God would care what I was doing with my genitals anyway. I have questions.
Yeah.
Because he designed them to make sure you only ever eat shellfish. Oh, wait, no shellfish. No, I had that backwards. No shellfish.
Right. Got it.
It
And
looks like a clam because shellfish is bad.
Are we not supposed to cook food over human shit? Are we not supposed to? Is it yes or no? I can't remember in the Bible. Are we supposed to cook food over human or not?
But I just want to say, like, so many people are probably not going to get this, but I want to say, like, noise ending, like the dog pope. I love that's beautiful. The levels.
It's turtles all the way down, and then it leads to dogs.
No, it was turtles before. Now it's dogs.
Why can't it be both? Maybe it was like a turtle dog sandwich. It's like turtle dog.
I mean, I can explain it if people want, or if you prefer to have your own interpretation. That's cool.
Because you can have two different arguments, and then you can do turtles and dogs all the way down.
Well, it's turtles all the way down, but you can take a dog leg.
You can take a dog leg, yes.
We solved it. We've cracked the cosmology.
We solved language, everybody. Woo!
All right, like we solved all the concepts. What's the name? Infinite regress. That's the term. Yep, it's
regress. Yeah.
It's turtles all the way down until you hit the dog leg.
Right.
Yeah.
See, like whenever I just think of Discworld, like whenever it says turtles all the way down, because like it's no Stephen King. I think it's Stephen King. Yeah, because the universe was coughed out by a big turtle named I forget the name of the turtle, but he had a tummy ache. Yeah, okay,
Gary.
yeah, he had a tummy ache and he spit out the universe, and so he's like the peace turtle. This is the Stephen King universe story. If you read it, it's wild. I can tell he wrote it on
the Dark Tower, the whole thing. So there's a whole thing. There's the turtle and the bear, and there's like 12 different totems that there's a lot of story. But yeah, the turtle shows up in it. It's also a riddle in some of the early Gunslinger novels. See the turtle of enormous girth. On his back he holds the earth. And there's a second couplet that goes with it, but it changes throughout the story to like give you a clue or whatever. It's weird.
Yeah. Yep. I also do Discworld one. Thank you, noise ending. Yeah, every time turtles all the way down, Discworld. That's where my thing goes.
And thank you, Aunt Jura, for
you are better than Neil Gaiman. I miss you.
and thank you, Aunt Jura, for bringing that. I think this was one of the tangents we went down on our show, I think last week, but I think by this point, like I was inebriated enough that I forgot about this. So thank you for reminding me of that conversation.
I don't know that reference.
Oh, the Terry Pratchett stuff. So in Discworld, not only is the Earth flat and the speed of light is very slow, but there's the disk of the Earth, the world, is on the backs of 4 elephants, who are in turn on the back of the giant turtle who flies through space.
Yes, I remember this.
There used to be a 5th elephant, but it didn't quite fit. And so it fell off, and like some kind of weird shit happened, and somehow it ended up landing on the counterweight continent, where its remains are now like some kind of marmalade mine or something. It's weird, but there's a whole book about it called The 5th Elephant.
Oh. And then it became The Fifth Element, which is a very weird adaptation.
That movie is okay. So me and my friends, when we were pagans, we were going through an esoteric stage, and my friends like, you need to watch this movie. If you're going through an esoteric stage, watch The Fifth Element. it's a trip. And I was like, what the fuck am I watching? Because it is a wild movie. It like there's a plot. There's kind of a plot. Like, I know there's a plot, but like it takes like these esoteric like sort of like ideas and mashes it into like Hollywood mumbo jumbo. But there's cool queer people. And an opera singer is badass. You should go see The Fifth Element. I recommend if you do partake in the Wacky Tabaki, do that first, because it is wow.
I would, but unfortunately, I'm apparently immune to it, which is like worst superpower ever. Like I've tried, like my wonderful friends, like my wonderful friends have tried like so many different times, so many different methods. Like I've done edibles, I've done joints, I've done oils, all kinds of stuff.
Have you tried smoking and then drinking, like at the same time?
Well, okay. So the one time it did kind of work. It was apparently just magical combination of I had a couple beers, then a couple gummies, and then I watched the Swedish black metal video where the entire video was just like 8 minutes of an extreme close up on an eyeball. And that finally did it, like just that one time. And then I figured out everything. But since then.
Yes, tricky for Massive Attack. Yes, I agree with you, Noise.
Yeah.
Also, Angel. Sorry. We're talking about experience. Yeah, we do know
things to watch while you're.
Yeah, there's some. Yeah, I have videos I watch when I'm like really high, and I get into like a music headspace, and I'm like, ooh, pretty, and it involves a lot of metal, a lot of Swedish, and because I love the Swedish, a lot of death metal. Yeah, so we.
Oh,
yeah.
Have you heard? So this was the band I was listening to. Have you heard of the band Mefarash?
I have not, but I bet you if I tell Todd, he does.
Yeah, it was their song Chrysalis.
Okay.
Fucking amazing.
Okay, I'll listen to that. I'll tell Todd because you're leaving.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You? Okay.
Me. Ember, happy birthday. I love you to absolute pieces. I do have stuff I need to go do, so but I'm so happy
does
I could pop
stuff
in.
they need to go do. No,
I know
thank you,
adult
Lil.
teen sucks. But what can you do? But happy birthday. I love you to pieces. So
thank you for coming.
Hello.
And I love you to pieces too. All right, see you later, guys.
Wednesday.
Bye.
Good to see you.
You know, Lil gave me my boobie.
Oh, it's a boobies.
She gave me the blanket too, but the boobie. So I can't remember exactly how the conversation started, but she found it on Amazon and she was like, "Ember, put this on your wish list right now." And I like when something shenanigan flavored like that happens, I don't question. I just click the damn button. And a few days later, it showed up at my house. So
awesome.
I spent years on hormones, and it was Lil clicking a button that gave me a boobie. So
she like texted me. And I don't know what we're talking about. We were like in this private chat, and we're just like shooting the shit. She's like, "Do you want to see what I'm making for Ember?" And she like shows me the blanket, and she's like super proud of herself. She's like, "I'm gonna give it to an Anacon," and I was like, "Okay." She's like, "Don't say anything," and I'm like, "I won't. I'll be a good girl."
Good job.
She did not keep that secret terribly well, but I still when she gave it to me, I still fucking flipped out. Oh my goodness. Like
right.
When I tell you folks about I get emotional, I can't even describe what it's like in real life. Like when I see my people, I'm like sort of like Helen was talking about earlier. It just like yay. But like when Lil handed me the thing, I was like, I had the vapor. Like it's not just that it's so sweet, but it like there was so much to make it for me, right? Like it wasn't purple, it wasn't just purple, it wasn't just shiny, it wasn't just handmade. Like on the way there, she was adding butterflies. Like I was so touched.
She was like, "Oh, we were driving up and like I added the butterflies," and I was like, "Oh." She's making me
that is
one.
so
She
cool.
asked me, so I'm anxious to see what she comes up with. So I'm pretty stoked.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's very sweet.
Yep.
It's I'm going to call it my 50th birthday present. So.
I mean, but I also but speaking of the boobies, because who doesn't love to? I
love talking about boobies.
One of the reasons I
that.
love that you've added that as one of the emojis that we can use as members is one of my favorite jokes is to put 3 of them and say, name that movie.
Okay. Did they do that in the remake? I never saw the remake.
Well, here's the thing. I never saw either of them. I just know that's a thing.
Oh, that's right. We live in the age of YouTube where you know more about movies from clips and from honest trailers and from CinemaSins than you can actually watching the movie.
Yeah, because that's also anyone who knows me and Matt and our show and most of our conversations. If the question begins with "Have you seen?" the answer for me is probably no.
Same.
Yeah,
I don't get to see much.
I was like, have you seen this?
These
And she'd be
days?
like, no. And I'm like, what do you mean you haven't seen it? What do you mean you haven't seen this? Because I feel and I'm not super hip with the kids, so I don't always know what's coming up. But if something usually one of my kids recommended it to me, they'll be like, "Mom, you'll like this." They know me, what I'll pay my attention to because they're cool with the kids. So other than that, I watch either they tell me things or I absorb things through YouTube because I'm not gonna watch every movie, guys. It's just quicker to watch somebody make fun of it for an hour. I'm currently watching the Twilight series with my roommate, and I already know everything that's gonna happen. But God, the movies are terrible, but also great. It's weird. They're beautiful, and it's Kristen Stewart and Rob Pattinson, and the cast is really good, and it's beautifully shot. But every time I'm like, wow, Bella's stupid. Wow, I love Charlie. Wow. Bella's really stupid. Edward's a stalker. I hate him. Wow. Wow. I kind of like Jacob right now. Nope, don't like Jacob anymore.
Yeah,
I just watched Finish New Moon. I got to start Eclipse.
I
love Mormons. I love Mormons. Because it's so one of the Mormons analyzed it from the Mormon perspective, how the Cullens are basically the holy family of God's angels, and Edward comes along, he's basically Joseph Smith offering her eternal life, because there's no downsides of being a vampire apparently, but she also threw some vampire lore in there because the plot doesn't show up till later. Because and then when she becomes a vampire through sacrifice and having babies, and she has the chosen one because she's half mortal, half vampire, so she carrying 2 parts of a soul. Then Michael Sheen, who is the best thing in all the movies, I don't care what you say, he is fantastic. Watch if you haven't seen the Twilight, watch it for Michael Sheen. He's anyway. So I saw the movie in the theater. I saw Cocaine Bear in the theater. It was so fun. But the fact you're watching this movie and this it's kind of like a fever dream. This knowing Mormons wrote a Mormon wrote this, and once you see it, you can't, because the Venatori are the Catholics, and the Mormons don't like the Catholics, even though they stole a bunch of shit from them and then try and be the new religion. So Edward and his family is trying to be the new religion to replace the Catholics, and the Catholics are violent and have the queers involved. So it's because Michael Sheen's queer, and it's very queer, and they're so gay. Dakota Fanning, it's so great, but also it's terrible. I don't know. I'm having this re-examination with it that when I first came out, because I tried to read the books and I hated the prose. I'm like, I can't read this book. I can't. But then I got absorbed in it, and also I'm really enjoying the experience because it's ridiculous. It's so fun.
Right. Yeah, ridiculous is always a selling point for things. But yeah, and part of the reason, like I said, for a while that's been a thing with me, just not watching things just for whatever reason. But lately, just go to the library.
Go to the library. It's so good.
But honestly, that's been one of the plus and minuses of getting to know so many of you awesome people here on YouTube. It's it's like I don't need any subscription services because it seems like at pretty much any given time, like somebody is streaming that I know and am friends with, and can
Yeah,
like
most of
watch
the time
or like
evenings,
jump.
if I want to, like now that I have a little bit more time, we'll see how long this lasts. I'm going to try pop.
Yeah.
This was my like initial. I was like, oh yeah, I got to do that. Oh, it's Ember's birthday. Here I am. 'Cause I love you. But I need like I'm like I could just go online more and hang with my friends, and not too much because like I need to be with my man. But it's one of those things that like usually I'll pop on. I'm like, oh, so and so is streaming. Hi, I'll stop in the chat and then I'm gone.
Yeah, a lot of us pop in, especially if there's a lot going on. Like,
Yeah.
I know a big chunk of my time is health related, like
Yeah.
trying to do physical therapy and that sort of stuff. And so, like, if I see somebody's on, I'll say, you know, hi to everybody, and then I'll like leave it on, but go back to doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Or like 3 different people are on, and so I'll pop quickly, and I see other people do it too. Like AJ was here in the beginning, and she's kind of infamous for her ninja-ing. She'll come in and she'll be there for like 2 or 3 to 5 minutes or something, and then, you know, and she may drop back a few hours later. Who knows?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because usually, like,
It's-
I'm checking my feed, and then I'll say like something's on, and I'm usually sitting on my couch doing something else, and I'll pop in, say hi, I love you, and then I'm gone. It's just because like I tell people, I'm like, I love you and I will support you, but I'm probably not gonna always watch your content because I get distracted.
Understand.
Well,
like,
I think
everybody
that's
puts out
one of the
really good
pluses for
content.
streams is
What?
they're more interactive. Like
Yeah,
I
that's why I
love
like it.
recorded videos, and by the way, y'all should go watch the chat I did with Trevor from Believe It or Not on the Believe It or Not Why Do You
cool.
Care.
Okay, I'll
It was
watch that.
it was really sweet. It's linked in the description.
Yeah.
But recorded videos, they're harder to hold my interest. Streams, because there's that interactive element, even if you don't get the host's attention, like on the call-in shows, the hosts are busy with the calls.
Right.
You're still getting feedback from the other people in chat. But I also try to do feedback with the other people in chat because I like to be acknowledged myself. It's a
Right.
golden rule
I
thing.
love attention.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a big reason.
we
I mean,
do
you
this.
referenced it. You referenced it earlier about how like easily distracted me and Matt are, but that's a big reason our streams go to like 5+ hours because we're just watching like a 15-minute video, but like the chat keeps trying to talk to us. It's not our fault.
And that's honestly more fun. And as I've said many times, I really love the people who stop by because not only do you think of better jokes than I do, you think of cool things to say, you have experience with stuff I don't know about, but the knowledge base, especially since there's such an overlap with the science friend community, most of the things that I've never heard of, someone in chat will just know.
Right.
I know. I will be like,
That's fucking
I
cool
will
too.
ask chat. I'll be like, hey, like I said, Darren off. I'm like, what's the name of the director? Like, I know his name. I was a DA.
Yeah.
I was right. I just got the names
Yeah.
confused. Because you're
Yeah.
like, I know you guys know shit.
Yeah, and Ember, speaking of like, even if like, you know, that's one of the joys of going into a chat where, like you said, even if like it's not the host that's noticing you, like you're like getting to know just so many of the other people in chat, because that was one of the big things, like for me, like on our show, like was when it got to the point, because like, you know, when we first started and for like well over a year, like before hardly anyone was even watching it, like that was one of the fun things. Like we had so few chats, it was easy to interact with literally every single comment. So that's kind of why we do it, because that's just what we were used to for doing it for so long when like no one was chatting. So like any comment came up, we're like, oh, someone's actually interacting. So, but where it got really cool for me was like seeing like where we kind of like turned a corner, like kind of in a good way, where it was like the chat like started interacting like with itself. It's like they weren't even like needing us to respond. Like the chat was like talking to each other. It's like I've missed entire conversations, but like they don't care because they like are talking to each other like that. So that was like
Tommy,
one of the biggest
real
like
quick, what was the name of that band?
Mepharash.
What was the name?
MEPHORASH.
I haven't heard of them.
Oh, I'm
Check 'em
surprised.
out.
You usually know everybody. Usually when we have this conversation, I ask you, he goes, "Oh, I know who that is." So
There's a lot of bands.
I You know,
Mhm.
you watch all the music shit, so
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you had, if you know, because he does like he the music knowledge man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
missed
that's
one here or there.
Okay.
yeah, me too. I mean, that's what I like to say. Like, there's like they have the people, you know, who say like, "Oh, I listen to everything." I like to say,
Yeah.
"Well, I listen to everything else."
You're right. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
I listen to weird
I
shit. I
listen
mean,
to
I
everything
can
else
listen to
as
normal
well.
shit. Like, you know,
Mhm.
Metallica's great. Some older country before it was all about, oh, my girlfriend left with my dog and my pickup. You know, when it was like Chris Ledoux, most of his stuff is fun. Kenny Rogers had a few here and there. The typical music is fine. And in fact, I've come to like pop music a lot more since my kids started having a taste in music. Like, oh my God, Taylor Swift. But but the stuff I like is weird YouTuber stuff, like Nate Wants to Battles, video game themed original songs, stuff like that one dude who's like, what if Korn had done Evanescence's Bring Me to Life? You know, that
Oh,
sort
I
of
like that
stuff.
guy.
And he
Yeah,
does
he's
such
good.
a good job with those, you know.
He has a really good job.
Stuff like that.
Oh,
Bo Burnham with his YouTube stuff, delightful. But my church music is sort of like Renaissance fair heavy metal, high fantasy stuff. Like Rhapsody's okay, but I really like Luca Turilli, who's an Italian who doesn't speak English, but his songs are in English. So
Yeah.
good luck.
Have you heard of this band? And now that I go to recommend them, I remembered. Oh yeah, I don't actually know how to pronounce their name. I think it's something like Eluvaitier or something. They're from Switzerland, but it's like a Celtic folk and metal like mixture. It's really good. But I wanted to point out
Husband
one of the
Kyle
bands.
introduced me to one a few months ago, but I'm so bad with names I cannot remember the name. They're on YouTube though, and their videos are pretty cool. They're like, it shows you a scene of like a castle in a forest, and there's like a banner, and then like the banner catches fire and it burns slowly through the course of the video. I can't think of their name though, but the songs were very good.
Have you seen Christopher Lee's a New Belt metal band before he died?
Oh
He's in a
yeah.
metal band.
I think he actually did stuff with members of
With
Rhapsody.
the metal band. But did you see the video
Yeah.
and the song? It is okay. Hold on. I'll pull it up for the people. It is
But what?
awesome.
Yeah, but while she's pulling that up, I wanted to point out Guard mentioned a band, Zeal and Ardor.
Guard. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I love the concept of this band. It's like a mixture of black metal and like American like slave spirituals, because the concept of the band is like, what if the American slaves, like with their songs, instead of going towards like, you know, the Jesus like gospel-y kind of song route, what if they actually sided with Satan? Like, what would that sound like? And it's amazing.
Sing to Satan, sure. I mean, he's after thousands of years, he's at least as likely as Jesus to show up and help.
Right. So, but yeah, good shit.
I mean, I was saying this for a reason, so
That's fascinating because I haven't heard in person Dan Barker's Godless Gospel, but of course I've seen Mandisa and Cam and Kelly sing, and like, it's an interesting concept, and I like the idea of secular hymns, but in a way, spirituals to Satan, it scratches a certain itch, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, in my favorite genre, black metal, there's a lot of that. I mean, there's like one of the biggest bands in that genre, Emperor, like one of their first, like most popular songs. It's Inoa Satana, which is literally just Latin for a hymn to Satan. And it's just an amazing song. Yeah. But
the band that Christopher Lee is called Charlemagne. He
that's different than
singer
what
on an album.
Carl,
It's a whole
that
epic.
killed people.
Yeah, that's a whole epic there. about the
Which-
Charlemagne, and it's wild because it was done like a couple of years before he died, and I was like, this is fascinating. It's kind of new metal-y, and I don't really like it. I listen to like a lot of melodic Swedish death metal, also a lot of alternative music from the 90s. I listen when I call Savagina music and Angry Penis, and then they come together in the perfect way.
Did you say Angry Penis?
Angry Penis. That's what I call metal music, because there's a man yelling at me and he's angry.
Oh, okay. When they go beyond the demon voice and they
growls, like
just
the, like,
shout. Yeah.
when they no, they do the growls, like kids. Like, okay, my one of my favorite bands is Opeth, and Opeth, like you. Oh my God, Michael. Okay, Michael Agarfoth is an amazing singer, but then he'll do like these deep growls when he's doing more of like metal parts of a song. They're it's not alternative metal. It's like, okay, anyway, I'm blanking. Anyway, side tangent. But
Damn it,
when you do
I don't know
like
if I
the
can
deep
do it.
growls, I call it Angry Penis.
It's been a long time.
And then I'll go through a phase where I'm listening to like Tori Amos and Alanis Morissette and Fiona Apple, and I call that Savagina. And there's a balance between the two.
That's good. That's good.
See?
But then you get
I
like
don't think I can do it anymore.
but then you get like the female fronted like extreme metal bands like Crypta or like
Right.
Arch Enemy, and then it's like Angry Vagina.
Angry Vagina, yeah. You can have, and you can also have like Sam Smith and have Sad Penis.
Right. That's
So but like usually in this house, it's Angry Penis and Sad Vagina. So,
it works. That's called
there's
balance.
some non-binary in there just to like throw a little wrench in it. It's fun. We're wacky people in this.
Yeah.
I mean,
what's
it's
noise
kind of,
ending?
they say art is a mirror of society, and that's kind of where society is angry penises and sad vaginas.
Yeah, that's exactly
Because-
that's
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, this is the world that Christian nationalists want. So,
Apparently.
Yeah, I'm here. I've been here a while. I like Sad Vagina Place is not fun.
like, oh.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go look at it now. Thank you.
Yeah, because like Noise Ending said like jazz and death metal. There's this one band I'm thinking of, which I'm just like completely blanking on their name now. So I'm looking them up now. They're from New York.
Not New York. Oh
Not New
no.
York.
Yeah, I'm a Sapphire. I really enjoy Angry Vagina.
Okay. Imperial Triumphant. Yeah. So yeah,
Oh my
Noise.
God,
Let me know
thank
if you've heard of Noise
you,
Ending. Let me know if you've heard of let me know if you've heard of Imperial Triumphant. They mix like kind of, it's like black metal with avant-garde jazz. It's one of those bands like,
Yeah, it's like
I
open,
wish-
like the
no, but
avant-garde
it's
chart.
even it's even like more avant-garde than even Opeth. But it's because like they're one of those bands that like I wish I could get into because I just love the concept so much. But I think they maybe like, just for my personal taste, like just a little too far. I just feel like there's not much for me to really like connect and grab onto. But then I'll listen to like other like even weirder shit.
There's some like really, really good artists out there that I wish I liked. Like I have friends like you would like you like. I'm like, it's not him right. Like I want to like him because the concept is cool, but I just can't. Like okay, for example, this is, I love bardcore. I just love it because I play D&D and I'm a super nerd. And there's some really good bardcore YouTube creators. They produce really good music. They the arrangements and the singers and everything are fantastic. And there's also like people that do like instrumental work, which is really nice. Other ones, I'm like, I feel like they took the gimmick like and didn't. It's not the same level of work. It feels like it feels hollow. I guess what I'm trying to say, like the way.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hello.
In a while.
Hey.
Kelly Garvin Money. She's one of my favorite. Yeah, she's one of my favorite. I have a few others on my. YouTube.
Birdie the Bard, I think he did the
Didn't he do the my favorite is I think it's Lose Yourself, like Eminem's track in Bardcore
that is
is
really good.
freaking fantastic.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
No, I
That
do like
sounds
Bardcore.
amazing. I
I
haven't
do
heard
like
that
Bardcore.
name in a while.
What? Hildegard von
The-
Bingen?
the-
Yeah,
the-
she was named after a 15th century nun that was a feminist and did a bunch of writing about her spirituality and her connection to God. Was like a feminist sort of wrote a lot of feminist literature. I think it was no, it might not have been the 15th century. Let me look up that Hildegard. Boom.
Also, cool to see
I
you,
know
Mark.
stuff.
I think this is the first time
Okay,
we've actually like
Hildegard
been live
of
together.
Bingen, who?
Oh, really?
Hildegard
I
I
of
feel like I
Bingen.
talk to you all the time, Tommy. Like probably in chat and stuff, but like I feel
Well,
like I talk to you all the time.
Yeah, well, that's I guess that's the thing about being autistic. Like me in type is pretty much like interacting with me in person.
That's fair. That's
I
fair.
was
do
completely wrong.
lose track of that sometimes too. Like, was I on a stream with this person, or was I in chat, or were they in chat? I don't. We're
I
in
do
the same
that all the
place.
time. I'm like, I know you, but I don't know how I know you. I'm like, did we hang somewhere on the internet?
Right.
Or somebody told me about you because we're all in the same weird. Okay, since I have you here, Mark, because like I realized that
Yeah.
every time I try to find you on the socials, I have a little bit of our like connecting, and I was like, hey, I gotta ask Mark on my show, so you're here. So I'm gonna ask.
Okay. Yeah. I
Helen's
think
recruiting
I've
again.
agreed to it. Like I usually, I don't
Until I've had
Facebook. Yeah. That's all right. That's okay. All good.
I'm gonna send you my calendar in the private chat, and you can just pick a date.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because I will say I haven't been on Helen's show yet. I'll be on it this Thursday, but I will go
Yes.
ahead and pre-recommend it to other people.
It's a good time.
Say it's a wonderful
Mm-hmm.
experience, and I highly recommend it in advance.
It's my ADHD.
I imagine it will have had been delightful.
Yes.
Last year or so, my ADHD has been kicking my ass. And it's so weird. I found out this term the other week. It was like ADHD paralysis. And I have described exactly this to doctors and my psychiatrists and psychologists. And none of them have ever told me the term ADHD paralysis kind of thing, right? Which is kind of weird because you think that if you describe the exact symptom to a doctor, they should come back with what the technical name of that symptom is called, right? You'd think that would happen.
You might hope. Is it the
You would
same as
hope,
executive
right?
dysfunction?
No, not exactly.
No,
It's sort of
I know what you're
like
talking about. Go ahead.
being in this state of like wanting to start something and not being able to, kind of thing, like being sitting there and going, I know I should start this, and still not starting it. In fact, it's kind of sitting around thinking how you should start it and actually not doing it. Yeah. Whereas executive
usually
dysfunction
need, like,
sort
a
of
push.
yeah, kind
Yeah,
of.
it was a-
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
It-
executive
it-
dysfunction's a lot more overarching. It kind of, you know, as you go through projects, executive dysfunction makes you go woo off on
Yeah.
this tangents kind of thing. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And-
thank you,
and
Helen. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And this is one of the areas where like autism and ADHD have a lot of overlap, even though the actual underlying symptoms are very different. The way they can like express can be like, because that sounds a lot to me like something that I experience is what they call like demand avoidance. They call it pathological demand avoidance, but I'm like, that sounds weird.
Sounds like you're about to murder somebody. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a but it's called, so that I guess still over generally the official term is pathological demand avoidance, or PDA, but not the fun kind of PDA. But
That's
I found
unfortunate.
I found this other term that I like a lot better. It still keeps the PDA, but it's something like a like pervasive drive for autonomy, or something like that. Because that's really what it's about. It's like I don't want other people like telling me what to do or like putting these expectations on me.
Yeah, that's not the same as avoidance. That's like, no, don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, but so this was one of the weird things that occurred to me the other day, or I should say the other night, like as I was lying in bed. It's basically anything that like feels like a demand. It's like your brain just automatically says, well, I just can't now because it feels like I have to do that. So just just no.
Oh yeah,
But then,
fuck you, frame
yeah.
of mind. Yeah. No,
but then I was like,
yeah.
but wait, what if the drive to? But now it occurred to me that sometimes the feeling of needing to avoid the demand now feels like a demand. So it's like, damn it, now I feel like I have to avoid the demand, but now I feel, but so that caused
what it's recursive, and that's
you get into.
Biorhythms go in
4D
cycles.
chess with your own mind here.
Yeah, you're playing
Tommy.
4D
You're
chess.
playing 4D
Yeah,
chess.
so
How do I
why
outwit my mind?
biorhythms are a thing, because you start to avoid the demands, and so but then you get the feedback loop of the avoiding the demand being itself a demand, and so you undermine that, you reject that, and then and you go back down. But then you're like, oh, now I'm doing the things yet, and so like you get your sine waves,
yeah.
just
So
like everything else.
So long story short, I haven't been getting enough sleep in decades.
Yeah, you know the problem with outwitting your own mind.
So, but it's one of those things. Like I know we're talking about. Like I'll be like, I am job hunting, but I don't like, I have to kind of force myself, and then I'll like avoid it because I hate it. And then because like I want to start my own business, but I also have a job, so I have the money to start my own business, and they're conflicting with each other. So finding the motivation is really difficult. But I have to. So there's the pressure to move is outweighing like the need to like hermit and think. So it's usually the push of something external that will make us have to overcome that paralysis to motivate us to go. And then the executive function stuff comes later. It's getting over that hump. It can be as simple as like, I need to clean my cat box. And you'll get to a point like a couple days later when it starts to smell, it's like, I should have done that 2 days ago. And then you clean it, and then you feel better, and then you forget about it all over again. And you tell yourself, I'm not going to let it go this far this time. And you do the exact same thing.
My gizmo is littered with Google reminders for exactly that reason. And some of the stuff is stuff I do every single day, like my physical therapy. It'll blink at me and be like, you should have done this an hour ago. Shit's starting to pile up. You don't want the stress.
I won't even say how long it's been since I've
Happy birthday, Ember. I came on. I didn't actually say it. I was going to. Maybe I procrastinated. I don't know.
We do distract people around these parts. It happens. But
it probably felt like a demand. So
no, not really. Not really. I mean,
Mark, have you found out about perceived rejection dysphoria?
No. Perceived rejection dysphoria.
Perceived rejection dysphoria. So because ADHD people, we this is something that there's a little overlap between it's socialization plus like how ADHD like functions in the brain. Okay, so the thing is though is that like how ADHD people are socialized, and because we're really trying to pick up on social cues, because something about our interactions with people, like we interrupt people, we get excited, we overtalk, and also as children, if you were hyperactive, you were told like sit down and stop moving. Okay. Now, because because we become as we get older, there's a little bit of depression and that comes with ADHD, and also a lot of ADHD people have trouble with emotional regulation, and they'll become emotionally flooded very quickly. And because you're emotionally flooded, you're feeling not safe and uncomfortable. So you'll watch micro expressions, and you'll have someone like not looking like say something in a very neutral tone, or they don't respond to a text, or they you perceive, or they dismiss something you say, not because you said anything wrong or did anything wrong. It's just like, normal human interactions. But the brain, because it's constantly looking for social cues, because we're so distractible, and because it also relates to our social functions with other people, we will perceive rejection when there isn't any, and when we become emotionally flooded. And this causes a lot of ADHD people to misread signals. And also that they'll start making up narratives in their head about like a relationship with someone that isn't true. and they might become overly apologetic. They might try to people please because they're trying to reduce that anxiety of being emotionally flooded because they're worried about how other people are receiving them.
Interesting.
I know.
Hmm.
Being studied by
I think
psychologists, it tends to be a thing with ADHD people. It's very strange.
well, I think everybody does that to a greater or less degree, like sort of mind reading. You sort of assume
Right.
what people are thinking, and I think that's something that, as I've gone through sort of my mental health journey, that
Mhm.
you sort of have to push back on assuming that people are sort of thinking in any way, because you sort of have the tendency to, someone snaps at you and you're like, oh, what's their problem with me? And they might just be having a bad day or something, like
Right.
there's this tendency to sort of, read their mind kind of thing. And I mean, that relates to, I mean, you were talking pre-subs earlier, that idea that, they will just go, no, you believe in God, you're just doing this, this, and this. And
Yeah.
so that is like mind reading, which is definitely like something that we should not do to people. And like, I've seen atheists do it as well. I've seen people who disagree with sort of, moral positions go, no, that this is the case. And it's like, what? Like, what? Or like,
I just want to go back to
tell
the perceived rejection. The
yeah.
emotional flooding does not match. Like you can tell yourself
Oh.
logically, and then you'll think about it later a lot. Like you'll be going like, oh, me and Tommy were having a conversation, and we had a disagreement, and then he kind of looked mad, and then you were thinking about something else, but I think you're mad at me, and then I'll think about it for 3 days straight, and then either I'll wait until Tommy gives me a signal that everything is cool. Or I'll hyperfixate and then I'll call him or text him and be like, hey man, are you mad at me? And I'll try to clear up the understanding. And he's like, and usually people are like, Helen, I don't know what you're talking about. It's the perceived rejection, but there's not one there.
Much relate. Yeah.
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 Like,
no, that's fair.
Yeah.
because
It's different than my reading.
Yeah. Or a way I kind of describe it, like with myself, it was like, yeah, because for me, it's very easy for me to perceive either a reaction or lack of reaction as something actually negative. Because like the way I like to describe it is when it comes to like people actually like liking me or being like okay with me or just not being mad at me or whatever, I feel like I lack like that kind of object permanence. So it's almost like if you aren't telling me like on a regular basis, Tommy, I like you, like I'm fine with you, I like this about you, I'm not mad at you. If I'm not hearing that all the time, then it's like almost like it's the easiest thing in the world for me to just pick anything. Oh, they don't like me anymore, or they're mad at me now. Like if I'm not hearing the constant positive feedback, it's like I'll interpret anything as they're mad at me now. But
not everybody experiences because everybody, but it's common enough when ADHD people, because the perceived rejection versus what is actually happening are just not correlating, and it's just because your body's emotionally flooded and your emotions are your feelings are feelings, but they're not good for data. You could be like, well, because I'm like, well, I can receive rejection, but it might not actually be rejection, and it's hard for us to differentiate because of the emotional flooding. It's weird. I've learned to get better at it as an adult. I still get emotionally flooded and I will overthink, but then I remind myself of like, what's the pattern? And then if I'm really concerned, I'd be like, hey, can you just reassure me like things between us are okay? And usually everybody's like, there's nothing to worry about, Helen. Calm down. I'm like, my brain's doing brain stuff.
Yeah. And so I'll just to put it out there, like just knowing that that's something I deal with, and like if it makes anyone, like no matter how well I know you or whatever, if it makes you feel better to just reach out to me and just say like what Helen said, hey Tommy, are you mad at me right now?
Yep, that's all I get.
Go for it. Yeah. And I'll probably say no, but yeah, but feel free. But yeah, but like you said, it's one of those things, like it still happens. It's still something I deal with, but now like recognizing that it's a thing. So now when it does happen, I'd be like, oh, this is that thing. Like, So let's deal with that. Not just, oh, this must mean everyone hates me now.
Right. Yeah, it's a weird phenomenon. Anyway, sorry, I just wanted to clarify that, Mark, because it's a
No, I
little
gotcha.
different than the mind reading. It's a little bit of both with emotional flooding and then like perceived. It's fine. Anyway, we can go back to the
No, I
conversation.
gotcha, I
I just want to
gotcha.
point that in. Go ahead.
Corn relates. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so much fun.
Mhm. Yeah. Brains are weird.
Brain's weird. Like Mark, I didn't get on meds till I was 40. And it was like someone put a light on in my brain. I'm like, oh my God, I can focus for a longer period of time on things I hate. Yay.
It's
I
so
didn't get
so handy.
diagnosed
Yeah.
until 40s. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Also,
sort of
like,
diagnosed, so.
also for that message that you put up from Aunt Jared saying how she's never been mad at anyone on the panel. Is it bad that my brain immediately went, oh, give me time?
See, I just assume people. I have that same kind of issue, right? Like I worry they secretly hate me, or they'll just they don't even care about me enough to tell me what I did that was wrong that has made them mad at me, even though I have no reason to think they're like all of this shit just goes through my head.
Yeah.
The coping mechanism I came up with to deal with it is I just lean into it. I just assume they are mad at me. And I'm going to keep existing until they tell me. Damn it.
Yeah.
Make them speak up.
Yeah, because that's one of the things, like when I talk about this with my therapist, one of the things she always brings up when I say, well, I feel like, well, I'm not sure if this person has a problem with me because of this. One of the things she always says to me is like, okay, if they do have a problem with you, whose responsibility is that to bring it up? Like,
right.
I'm like, it's theirs.
Yeah,
But-
we can't mind read, despite what you may have been told as a child.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think I would
Or
want that.
or
ability.
the mind
Like-
readers
like,
are very good
really.
at lying about it. One of those.
Like
That could be.
like listen, everybody. I don't think mind reading is a good idea because my brain never shuts up, and nobody wants to go through Helen's weird, like crazy
Helen,
inner dialogue
what if-
about like
what
how
if-
to make a bed, and then I'm thinking about
What if
like,
mind reading is
color
real?
purple is for royalty. What?
What if mind reading is real and autism and ADHD and all the various neurodivergencies are an evolutionary barrier of protection? The telepaths can't read our minds if they don't run in straight lines like theirs do.
Prove me wrong. I'll prove me wrong.
I think you're onto something here. Yep.
You think you're right? Maybe it is one like it's one of those things. Like when I found out somebody didn't have an inner monologue, I was like, you don't have a voice in your head telling you all like narrating your life to you, and then go on like 4 steps where you're like, I have purple. She's even from royalty, and then I'm like, oh yeah, because purple was a really expensive dye, and I'm like, I wonder where that kind of came from, and then you hyperfixate, and then you're on Wikipedia learning about purple dye.
And the damn snails and things. Now, here's another question. How many internal monologues do you have at the same time?
Oh, at least 4.
Because the question always seems to presuppose there's only one. I have never in my life had only one monologue going at a time.
I have one telling me the task I'm doing right now, and then I have one thinking about the purple dye. Then I have another one thinking about a conversation that I had with like somebody, and I'm trying to work out what the conversation is about. And then I'm thinking about like atheist shit and existentialism, and like how am I going to get be a better content creator and advocate and activist? How I do that? That's my brain. And also I'm working out other problems, relationship problems, and like I hope my cats stay healthy. Maybe I should get them this. That's my
But one of the things my brain noticed is, hey, we're over the 6-hour mark, Ember. So
I noticed that as well. I've been keeping half an eye on it. I'm still feeling pretty much okay. I snuck in a bathroom break during that 5-minute music video. That was plenty of time. I may have to go refill my coffee, but I haven't even had to break up my sandwiches yet. In fairness, I did have a couple of brownies, and that's like more calories than I typically have in a whole day. But it's my birthday. I'm having a fucking brownie.
Everybody
Oh,
gets
yeah.
treats for their birthday.
Hey,
I
that's
got ice cream for your
fine.
birthday.
But yeah, awesome.
Yeah. So we're
Um,
we're doing all right.
So,
Mhm,
Mark,
mhm.
so like you were saying that did you just get a diagnosis? I might have misheard you.
It was a few years ago now. It definitely
Okay.
was maybe 5 years or so. So it would have been about 40, 44, 45 or so, roughly.
Mm-hmm. I was diagnosed when I was, I think, I was in, I want to say 4th grade. Yeah, so I was 10, and mostly it was like extra help because they just thought like we needed to release some energy. I didn't, weirdly enough, the hyperactivity didn't really show up till later, probably because the way I was socialized, and also autism, like follow rules because then I'm safe. Like I
Mhm.
want
Yep.
novelty, but I also want everything to be the same.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
Go
And I
ahead,
will say,
go.
because I talk about being autistic, probably ADHD as well. I will say, like, I've never been like actually officially diagnosed with anything, but like with the autism, it's like I've gone back and forth on whether or not I want to actually pursue an official diagnosis, but for several reasons, like one of like not the least of which being just how fucking expensive it is, and I just don't have the money for that. Also, two, given like in this country with like our current like health and human services secretary, I really don't feel like being put on that kind of list right now. But
we have to do work because that will cure the ADHD and depression. That's what we just have to get off meds and then go out in nature and like build, I guess, dig trenches, and then that will cure the ADHD according to our health secretary.
all right, yeah, just more work. Yeah, what's the phrase? Yeah, more work? What's the phrase? Arbeit macht frei. Is that is that the term? Yeah.
Yeah.
But but also just because like I feel like I don't need to get the diagnosis because it's just so fucking obvious. Because like, so I see a therapist, but like her credentials aren't such that she can actually officially diagnose me with it. But I remember in one of our sessions we were talking about it, and the way she put it was something like, look, I could get out like the DSM 5 or whatever we're on right now, like all like all the diagnostic criteria, and she's like, look, you're checking the boxes. So,
that's what my therapist says. Like I didn't get official diagnosis, but when we started discussing, she's like, "You're checking all the boxes, Helen."
Yeah.
Like,
and also that's something I've heard apparently with autism, self-diagnosis is apparently super accurate, because it's not like autism is one of those things like people are wanting to be. So they're like, oh yeah, I'm probably autistic, because like, no, it's like you only think you are if you like actually probably are. Oh yes, and the Tylenol. But
how does that lead to more trains? Like what? What?
Well, because like Tylenol
causes
causes autism. Like,
yeah.
Like,
Okay. So we're just putting
one of my
because like listen,
I need to refill my autism pills pretty soon, actually.
One of my favorite responses
today.
Yeah, one of my favorite responses to that was someone said, like, yeah, but my mom, when she was pregnant with me, she only took Tylenol PM, so I'm only autistic at night.
Very nice, very nice. What else is very nice? Majestic Beck gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Those went to watch me read things now. Holy shit, folks, I'm so farsighted. When I checked the battery on my thingy earlier, I lifted my glasses. I have to hold it way the fuck over. Anyway, now I can read things. So let's read things. So those went to Purple Dragon Shill, Blaster Master, Dean Kruger, Ms. Lemon, and my monitor's still bad. So even being able to read better, it's not perfect. I want to say Martinelzen, maybe. My apologies, friend, but congratulations. Enjoy all the fun custom emojis, all the member exclusive content, and the other assorted goodies. And thank you back. I appreciate it. Now to get back to the right window. There we go. I have so many tabs open.
I see. The thing is though, like I close out my tabs because like if I'm like it's too much. I need like my limit's like 4 to 5. too much and I
Mm-hmm.
start getting anxiety and I'm like, it's too much, it's too much.
Yeah.
But then like I'll split my screens and then I'm opening like multiple like of the same website on both the
Okay, so
screens.
what I have going on is my main browser window.
All
I've
right.
got my YouTube channel, StreamYard, the YouTube Studio, and then the actual live video
Yep.
because they show different things. And there's a Google window open because I was Googling something earlier. And then I've got the window for the stuff that I bring up into the stream, which is in a separate browser window. And that is chock full of goodies at the moment. There's, you know what, we'll run through it. It'll be fun. So let me bring this on stage. So we've got this is Alira's music video, which I may play again later. Who the fuck knows? And then there's the close-up view of the new North Star flag, and then there's my threads tab, so I could show you guys the blanket Lil made me, and then there's the Astral Pride tab, so we can learn about the whole thing, and then there's Square Hole Girl because that came up.
I love that video. I love that
It's
video.
so
That's
great.
awesome. Yeah.
But we were proving that you actually can put a circle in a square hole. She already did the signs for us. Then we've got the VLDL Dark Souls players video, the NanoCon photos, and Ember in 2024 to show the contrast, the gay rights, the trans agenda people.
You need to send that to me because I have to send that to my kid.
The trans agenda one. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do. And then I've got a few YouTube videos prepped for us. One is the history of Sir Ewan Forbes, a video that I've always intended to make but never actually had the time. There's so much cool stuff there. I've got the article that we were reading by Kathleen Stock. I've got the story of this intersex person who believed he would. You know what? It's unfucking readable anyway. Huffington Post is just overwhelmed with ads, but it was about an intersex person. Anyway, this is genders.wtf, which it's wild. It's like, oh, the three genders. We've got Ms., Mr., and privacy, or female, male, and unselect. Like, I find it so funny. And so that's one of the things that we might have gone through. We might go through. I've got 5 different tabs of this, which is TERFs getting into an intersex group and trying to tell the intersex people they're not intersex. The term intersex is offensive. It's DSDs actually. And like they got fucking rolled. And so that was kind of great. I've got 5 different screenshots. I thought it might be fun to go through. I've got this Instagram page of the Kansas compliance crew. That's a bunch of trans guys running around aggressively complying with Kansas law SB 244.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're trans men who are using the women's rooms in compliance with the law. And that's actually all I wanted to cover with that. So I can actually close that tab. And then there's more about what they're up to. And then I've got
malicious compliance, really.
I fucking love it. And then I've got 4 videos pulled up in case we get to that point or got to that point. There's this fellow who wants to tell us about how Jesus absolutely definitely rose from an empty tomb that we don't know where the tomb is or why Paul never mentioned it. Never mind that. We've got this dude, Ruslan, who's going to tell us about how he was right all along about something, probably. We've got that video I threatened before, the critical faculty one with Bob Price about gender, the thing that Bob Price is absolutely not a scholar in. It's a long video.
It's
but
very interesting. People without education about gender or science have a lot to say about gender and science.
It's so fucking wild to me that there's all these people who are supposed skeptics who value expertise and understand the importance of elevating marginalized voices, especially for people who are getting actively shut down by the system. And then when it comes to specific kinds of marginalized people, they'll talk to anyone but a person who is that thing, like let's talk to the old white racist about trans people. Why? Makes sense. Yes. And then, of course,
Well, that's
camps
something
of
I've brought
capturing
up time and
Christianity.
time again. Like, really, like, why are we listening to some random priest behind a pulpit on the science of transgender, studies? It's like he's just some dude in a dress, like it's wild, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it's very weird because, like, you're like I grew up Catholic, and you're just told, like, the Pope, tells the
Is the
cardinals,
authority, yeah.
tell, like, the bishops, and the bishops go down the priests, blah blah blah
Yep.
blah. The hierarchy, yay. It's all patriarchy. Fun for that. And you're told, because it's very, like, it's sort of romantic, the rituals, and that with music, it's all designed to, like, lull you in, that you're having all, like, emotional experiences. And, like, I tried to believe, I really did, like, I was really trying, but, like, I kept stumbling, because also I was reading the encyclopedia growing up, and I was also learning science, and I'm like, people don't rise from the dead. Like, once I learned what death was, like, the people don't come back, and I was like, ghosts were kind of cool, but I couldn't really get, like, I was like, I don't think ghosts are real. Like, that is because, like, you kept hitting the cognitive dissonance. And I was like, I'm like, yeah, but I've studied a lot of science, and I was a molder. I was very much a molder. And then, I kind of shifted Scully. Scully's like, be skeptical about everything. Like, just go where the evidence goes. And I'm like, okay.
Listen to the smart woman.
Thank you. Thank you, Gillian Anderson. And you're hot. So good for
You know what happens when you don't listen to the smart woman?
Yeah.
You get lobsters.
We've got jellyfish that, until something eats them, they can go on. And lobsters, for example.
I'm glad you saw that. I was about to mention that I had just sent that to you, because I don't know what triggered that in my brain, but, like, when you were going through all the tabs that were open that you had, like, for some reason that triggered my, I need to send that clip to
I missed
Ember.
that night. Did he say that jellyfish turn into lobsters?
No,
I can
that
play it
was
again. It's
actually-
only 9 seconds.
Please play it again.
So we've got jellyfish that, until something eats them, they can go on. And lobsters, for example.
Now, if you do, I do have the longer clip if you want me to share that, but totally up to you.
So I think his argument, from what I can work out, because jellyfish are asexual and they don't really die of old age, I think he's saying that women make us die. I think that's what he's saying. But lobsters,
Okay.
there is a female, and the thing about lobsters is they don't really die of old age. They die when their shell becomes too large and things like that. They have a bit of,
They're not
but,
out
like,
of the mold.
yes, but notably the lobsters do have male and female. So I don't know what his point is at that point. Take the lobster. Okay.
Listen, I can't hear lobster not think of Jordan Peterson. I'm sorry. Like,
I know.
They are forever connected. And I'm from New England. I love lobster, but for some reason, forever it's going to be lobsters, and Jordan Peterson is his mascot. They're forever linked. I can't get away from it.
My biggest
I hate
issue
that
with that man is how he talks about his patients, like in the past. Like, he'll sit there and sort of go, oh, well, I was talking to this woman with this drug problem, and she was just pathetic and all of this. And it's just like, dude, like, seriously, you should be a better psychologist than this. And now you feel like going, dude, you're a guy with a drug problem. Like, holy shit, you're like, how are you any better than these people you're I put this in treating kind of thing, because holy crap.
Yeah, but I must say, just to that, like, lobsters clip, I think the real star of that video was Lil's face. I think that's what really.
Yes. Yeah.
really
That was.
made it.
She was like. I was told, like, I was on a TikTok live that because there's contradictions in the Bible, that makes it true. And I was like, and my brain did like a short circuit. I was like, what? Like, that's not how logic works. He was like, well, it's different accounts from different people, and they don't always like record the same things. And I was like, that's not how this works. Like, we look for a pattern that matches to understand how reality works, sir. That was, and then he said that he's like, I didn't say that the last time because he used to come in a lot and talk to me. And then somebody in the chat was like, I was here. Yes, you did. And I was like, thank you. I'm not crazy. Because some things just stick when they say really dumb things. I'm like, that makes no sense. I'm sorry. Like, the logic isn't logic. It's hard.
And what's really neat about this is that oftentimes that stuff, even if you're not fully paying attention, it'll still trip a circuit in your brain, and you'll be like, wait, say that again.
I'm like, sorry, what? I mean, like, I said, the guy that said that me and Todd shouldn't have sex anymore because we're not making babies because I have a uterus anymore. And I'm like, and I was like, dude, we never had children together. My kids are from a prior marriage. And I'm like, and I was already had my tube side after I met him. So is my marriage invalid because
I mean, the fact you had a divorce means
I
you're an adulterer.
And he's also
But that would suggest that, like, people, once they get past the age of menopause, shouldn't be having sex anymore.
No.
Like, because they can't make children, right? Like, it's just the most ridiculous argument. Or somebody that, if a guy's infertile, then he shouldn't have sex, and they will just go, no. It's just for certain people, not the straight couple. And it's just like, how the fuck does that work? Like, how can you argue, well, that's not what sex is for, it's for procreation, and then argue, well, but some people get to have it even though they're not procreating, which is the reason why you do it.
I like
Someone
people like
explain
that.
that to
I
me.
ask them how often they masturbate.
Nice.
Do you plan to fertilize your hand? How about that tube sock? Is it going to carry your babies?
God doesn't like it when you spell your seed. He got mad. I think at David. I think it was David that spelled his seed.
No, it was Onan.
I don't know. It's all.
Yeah.
Yes, but they get forgiven for that. Then they just pray to Jeebus to forgive them for spilling seed all around the place.
Yeah, well, see, but here's the thing. But that passage about Onan, it specifically said he was in trouble for spilling his seed on the ground. That's why you're supposed to use a sock.
There you go.
Oh, is that the loophole? Is that like the anal sex thing? Like, if you don't have
think about it this way.
Coitus, you're not. There's technically you're having in the ass for Jesus.
Right. If it goes anywhere else, if it goes on your face or if it goes on your chest, it's not the ground, and therefore it's fine.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Problem solved.
So why isn't a period the same thing where you've got the other cell that's being ejected?
Well, that's because the people who wrote these passages didn't actually understand any of this.
Yeah,
fair
enough.
That's the real answer.
I think they had, like, a woman on her period had to stay away from the camp because reasons. I don't know. They were cursed or something. I don't even remember.
You were unclean for 7 days.
Unclean. I've got to take off.
Poop hole
There's
loophole
something
is
I
my
gotta
new favorite
make.
phrase. Thank you.
There's something I got to make. So I got to take off. I'm sorry, Ember, but happy birthday. It was
thank
great
you
to
for
see
coming.
you. And I'll be in touch. But happy birthday. But I got to
you.
take off. I apologize.
That's all right.
All right. Bye.
Good to
Bye,
see you,
Tommy.
Mark.
Bye, Helen.
Yeah, Mark mentioned that he couldn't stay long. He stayed longer than I expected, but like it's all good. If a person just wants to pop in and chat for a minute, that's fine too. We're causing trouble for hours and hours and hours, and it's fun.
Yeah. But I'm glad Mark popped in though, because that's one thing like the internet does not have enough of these days is straight white men giving their thoughts on things. So
Well, Mark also has his own emoji on this channel. Like he's over here a lot. Like, but also that's I alluded to the fact I wanted to start at 4 p.m. local time, but I wanted to go long to give people on the other side of the planet a chance to like wake up and wander by if they wanted to. And like that's specifically what I was referring to. Is there's Mark, there's Margie, there's a few other people in that part of the world, you know.
Yeah, which is good. I mean, I know we haven't quite broken your personal record yet, but I mean, we've already broken a humanity record. I think our longest stream was like maybe somewhere around like the 6-hour 15 mark or something like that. But
okay,
so
yeah, I haven't done a stream this long. And now again, my first birthday on YouTube, I had a whole thing prepared. I had a 4-part series ready to go live, exposing an evangelical apocalypse cult, and it was holy shit, it got intense. But that only lasted for like 4 hours. And then the rest of the time I was just like, people kept telling me, oh, just go 1 more hour and you'll break so-and-so's record. Oh, just go 1 more hour and you'll break this other person's record. And finally I'm like, what is the biggest record? We'll just go straight for the big one. And it turns out we were only an hour short, because at the time YouTube kept live streams at 12 hours. So the longest video anybody could find was like 11 hours, 58 minutes and 15 seconds or something, because it cut off a little bit before 12 hours. So we went past 12 hours, but YouTube cut us off at 11 hours and 58 minutes or some shit.
Damn.
So, you know, but it was just people constantly luring me, just 1 more hour, just 1 more hour. And I haven't gone that long since. And even though like my health is much worse than it was on my previous birthday. Okay, no, in fairness, on my previous birthday, I had just gotten out of the hospital again. But you know,
details. Yeah.
It's a whole thing. But like, fuck it. We're so this time there's options, but there's no specific agenda, which is why I'm fine with just chilling and chatting and whatever. And like I said at the beginning, I'm not like gung-ho about making it to 12 hours. If we do, fantastic. But if I run out of juice, just end the show. It's fine. You know, it won't break my heart. We did there you go. I mean, Mark and I go for a while on our debate review streams. This is longer. This is the longest show I've done in over a year for sure. So yeah.
Nice.
Ember me from man will become unclean from eating bread made by menstruated woman. What? Is that in the Bible?
That's Bible stuff, yeah. Anything a menstruating woman touches automatically becomes unclean.
Oh, okay. Well,
which is why the earth is unclean. You see.
Am I clean now? Because I'm done. Like I don't have a period anymore. Am I clean?
Well, you're not unclean for that reason.
Oh, okay.
There are other reasons.
Plenty of other reasons.
I'm unclean because I'm a dirty. I'm a slut. Is that right? Because I'm a slut. Probably. Pretty sure.
I mean, you're not.
Like, listen, I can't help that I like a good time. I always say, like, people in the Bible, they don't know how to have a good time, and I'm sorry.
It's like I feel bad for them, actually. Yeah.
Like maybe if you got late, had a stiff drink, maybe some weed, you know, got laid, you know, stop worrying about like, you know, making baby Jesus cry.
Got to replace your gender fluid.
All right. I need to make myself big. Here we go.
And big and
I'm getting low. I have a few more weeks, but I am getting low. Send help.
I have gender gel.
One nice thing about injections is you use so little. Like, I mean, if I took tablets daily, I'd probably do like 8 milligrams or something. I may try to get away with 6, but I don't think that would really work. But whatever. Like 4 tablets every day. Whereas doing injections, again, I split my dose, so I do 0.6 milliliters twice a week instead of 1.2 once a week. And I'm actually supposed to be on 1.25, but like I said, a drop here or there, it's a rounding error. It's not a big deal.
Right.
C'est la vie. But because the doses are so small, one of those vials lasts a long time.
I'm on Zempic, and like they just sent me my next 2 orders. I haven't even finished the first bottle. I've been on it for 6 weeks. I'm like, okay, I'm like, I had this for a while. I'm like, cool, because you use like I'm only taking 0.2 milligrams, so it's very little. So I'm not like flying through the stuff, and like, so I only take it once a week. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty neat how doing reduced doses. Like I've got these vitamins that I had to go with the gummies because they didn't have like just the straight up vitamin. I really enjoy the gummies. They cost twice as much as the regulars.
I know,
though,
but I love the gummies. I love a gummy.
Yeah, but I'm supposed to have 2 a day to get the full vitamin dose. But when I first got them, I was only having 1 a day to make them last twice as long. Now I actually do have like the actual pills. So I'll be sad when the gummies are done, but I have been taking 2 a day so I can get onto the actual
I
pills.
don't like because like I don't like vitamin pills smell like they're like I don't like the smell of them. They smell weird to me, and it makes my stomach like be like, do we have to take that? And I'm like, well, we have to see.
You
how
know
things-
what I
it's
really
like,
okay.
well, Helen, do we have to see?
So I probably don't actually need T blocker anymore because like things have changed, and also taking estrogen tends to suppress that. But just to be safe, and also for blood pressure reasons and other things, I still take. So the last time I refilled, I got a different kind, and it's these disc shaped things, and they smell like artificial mint. And at first I was like, did they send me the wrong? No, it's a different kind of Spyro that has an added mint smell, and I hate it. And I'm not entirely sure they're actually working, because ever since I got these, I have been unreasonably angry at the randomest times. And I'm like,
Why is it?
on the other hand, one day on my old Spyro, I forgot one day. I missed it. And I knew because I felt like absolute shit the following day.
Okay.
And like, I don't feel like shit. I just feel really angry. So maybe it's not related. I don't know. But like, I looked it up. I checked the number that's on the thing. Yeah, Guard says, did they just send you mints? I'm like, what did they send me? So it is actually Spyro, but apparently some manufacturers add that minty nonsense to mask the scent, when every other manufacturer just uses like it's not a gel cap, but there's like a gel coating, and it helps it like get into the digest. I don't know. It just I hate it.
Also wanted to point out Guard's previous comment that's in French there, which I believe means that's life, that's war, that's potato.
The apple of the earth. Okay, potato. Sure.
Yes. Yeah,
I love
it. That's one thing I remember from high school French. Is yes, their word for potato is apple of the earth. So, but yeah, hard agree.
I mean, considering it's from the New World, I'll give them some credit. It's not like their ancestors had the damn things, but also an apple is a fruit and the potato is the root. So it's not even, it's not even apples to oranges. Those are both fruits. It's apples to potatoes.
Yeah.
But what do we do?
Root, but you see, Ember, root and fruit rhyme
in English.
So, but English is the only language that matters.
It's
so
the only
then
one. We're gonna have a global world where everybody's gonna speak English, and the people that get all mad in their fifis are more comfortable. That's gonna happen. They could learn other languages, but that would be silly.
Yeah,
I say we start a petition for big pharma manufacturers to stop putting weird fucking fragrances on our pills.
I don't need
that. We don't need that
why
shit.
Why? Like, you didn't do it before. Like, I'm like, if it smells weird, I have to take it. So I'm like, well, I'm gonna take it. But like, you don't need to like do these extra hoops for me to like take a medication that I need. Like, I'm like, if it smells slightly like I don't know what the vitamin smells like. It's almost like it's fishy, but not. And I'm like, it makes me like, but I have to take them because they're good for me. But also this, and they're like, my daughter's like, you need to take like some iron. It's probably good for you, your other daily vitamins. And I just don't like the way they smell. They smell gross.
Yeah.
But but I don't want like artificial mint on them.
No, and it burns a little. If it sits on your tongue for more than a second or two, it burns. I'm like, this is bullshit. I want just like generic pills.
Like I don't remember having all this fancy shit like 10 years ago. Like it was just like, here's a pill. Just gonna take it.
Yeah. So weird.
Like flavors are for children. You gotta
well, remember, I did just say I like my gummies.
Do you remember the penicillin bubble gum from your childhood?
What now?
Okay, so I think or maybe it was amoxicillin. I can't remember, but it was like this. I remember from I think it was penicillin, but the thing is though is that they would put it in a bottle, and it was like bubblegum flavor, but it kind of tasted like pesto bisbal. It was, and I remember the flavor of like chalky medicine mixed with bubble gum. It was anybody that grew up in the 80s.
Ah, that's what that was.
Yeah.
So I just Googled it, and what Google brought me is, oh shit, this is in my main window and not my pop-ups window. I remember this fucking spoon nonsense.
Amoxicillin. Yes.
Yes, we had those too. Yeah.
But it did not taste good when I was a child. Like, I don't know if this is like they're a little younger than I am, because I have a clear memory back in the 80s when I would get sick. My mom would give me, and it came in like this big bottle. And I remember distinctly the bubble gum flavor. That I've tried tons of bubble gum. I cannot match. And the underlying taste of chalky medicine. The amoxicillin.
Yeah. See, I very specifically remember taking amoxicillin, but I never remember it being bubblegum flavored.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know it was amoxicillin. My grandmother told me it was cold medicine, and I'm like, this isn't. And then the actual cold medicine is like cherry flavored, but it's that fake cherry that tastes wrong, and that's why I thought I didn't like cherries for decades.
No, but I do remember that little like spoon tube thing, whatever it was. I did use that a lot, but what I always took in one of those was, and this was my favorite medicine as a kid, was orange triaminic. It was like,
I remember that too. Medicine. I also hated it, and also the fake grape flavor. Like,
why was that a thing? Like,
if you're gonna flavor your shit, learn from the candy manufacturers. Get with Starburst or Skittles or something.
Like, if you go now, if like certain pharmacies, you can pick your flavor. So if your kid is sick, you be like, oh, they like orange, and then like you can get it. I'm like, a la carte, like flavors of medicine. When I was a child, you got bubblegum or shitty grape or shitty cherry. That's it. I'm like, what the hell is this crap? Like fancy medicine? Because like even when I get a really bad cold, and we have like the generic like NyQuil and like and Dayquil, and I hate taking it because it's so gross. Like that thick. Like sickeningly sweet sort of flavor, and it coats your mouth, and you're just like, and then you're like, I need something else to drink and wash this out because it's gross. Like
no, but yeah, but for me, like orange triaminic, like I love that stuff so much. Like sometimes I would pretend to be sick just so I could get some. It just tasted so good. Yeah.
80s was a weird fucking time, y'all.
The 80s are like
true.
I remember my brother, like when I have a clear memory. I think I was like 2. My brother had just gotten his driver's license, and he used to let me sit on his lap and take me to McDonald's and let me pretend I was driving the car. And my parents didn't say shit about it. Like it was 1980, like 1980, 1981. And then I also remember that like I could just be gone all day long and not come home until the streetlights came on. And but It was a weird time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I remember as a kid.
Helmets weren't a thing.
I remember as a kid, like just like riding in like the front seat of the car back when like the front seat was just like a bench, you know, kind of like
Yeah.
a seat. Like, but I would just sit in the middle of the front seat, like no seat belt. I was like 4 years old. Like that's just what you did.
Yeah, it's so like when have you read like stories of people when the car was first invented? When people were driving like the Ford T models, it's wild because they didn't know like because they're like it's horse and buggy, and now you have this like machine that can go right, and there was car accidents. People were like they would like get stuck in like traffic jams and not know how to turn. Things would catch on fire. People would think they could just jump out when it was in motion. Like there's like if you look into this, it's really funny because it's a car, but they like didn't know how a car worked. It was kind of like early electricity. People shocked themselves and killed themselves all the time because of electricity because they didn't understand how it worked. And it wasn't like you had the internet and I'm like, how does electricity work? You put into your Google search and it comes up. It was just kind of like trial and error. And they like burned their houses down. They would and then when they started doing the industrialization and they started making like an iron and people would get like second degree burns because they heated up too much because they didn't understand like wattage wasn't universal yet. It's wild. I love reading that shit. It's so weird. Like human beings when they get something new, like we're kind of experienced with AI. It's a new thing. We don't really know, like, and we're just experimenting with it. And like, is it bad? Yes.
Yeah, because speaking of like how people like deal with like new technology, so I've had like the privilege of like visiting like some other cultures, like particularly like how they approach driving. But real quick, Randall Flagg, like I didn't even have my father's arm as a seatbelt. Like I would like it's like just nothing. I was just literally just sitting there, and all the adults were like, "Yep, he's probably fine." But so a couple of countries I've been to, like to comment on like how like their approach to driving. So I've been to India a couple times, and I guess like over there, it's like the driving over there, I guess, is just like famously chaotic. Like if you just like look at it from above, it's like just complete madness. But being in it, the way I would describe it, and I don't know this for sure, like is anyone that is from India or is more familiar with it, like correct me, but to me, the way I kind of like what it seemed to me was the way they approach driving is almost just like walking, only you just happen to be in a vehicle. It's like everyone's just kind of moving like around each other, and like everyone knows like but they hardly have any accidents, but probably because they all know like, okay, no one is actually obeying all the traffic laws, so you have to be like completely alert at all times. But it's just like so people would ask like, how are there not more car accidents? But they probably say like why would I run into this person? They're right there. I'm just like letting them do their thing. I'm doing my thing. So yeah, it was really weird. But another fun experience was I was in Guatemala back in college, and the way they do their like public transportation. Oh, nice. But the way they do their public transportation, like the buses, like there's no such thing as overcapacity on those buses, because you think they have like the benches where they're like, okay, maybe like 2 or 3 people like per bench, and like you might have a few people standing, and like no, it's literally just like how many people can we physically put on this bus at once? Because I remember
you got the people like dangling off the side, holding the rails on the outside.
Or they'll literally put people on the roof. Because I remember like one time, like, so I was there, like this was back in my Christian and like church days, we were there on a mission trip. So it was like a group of like 20 of us. So like the bus would pull up, it would already looked like to any reasonable person to already be well over full capacity. And then we added 20 people to it, and it still fucking worked. Because I remember one time, you know how like the buses in the front, like where the driver is, they'll have that, there's that like white line on the floor. It says like no standing or anything on this side. It's like one time I counted, not including the driver, there were 11 people in front of that line.
We did that on a school bus at one point.
I'm just imagining like a subway, but like a Japanese subway, but like transferred to like a bus. but with like more
Probably, yeah,
people.
because it was literally like,
a
is there
lot more
room for a
people.
person to exist here? We will put you here. Because I remember even like my ex-wife and like girlfriend at the time, her seat on the bus was like there was literally nowhere else for her to go, but she was literally sitting on a bucket, like beside the driver, like between the driver and his door, like just
So
sitting.
weird. Like,
Yeah.
like,
Sure. If it
sure,
fits,
like,
it fits.
like people are weird. Like
Yeah.
I said, we are a weird species. We are strange species.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Safety
and it's weird
rules.
because like we like so you like the closeness. I remember. Okay, so this is kind of like a little bit. I was about like because I have to imagine like when you're in those kind of situations, like personal spaces, like in certain cultures
Oh,
aren't isn't a thing. Like it's just like
Nope.
you're over like people are overlap each other. So we were I was at Universal, I think, and we were waiting in line for a ride, and there was this couple from I'm guessing from India, somewhere in the Middle East, and they had 2 children. And the thing is though, is that when the line moved, they were like the us white people had about 2 to 3 feet of distance.
Mhm.
They were like right here, and I'm not
Yep.
used to that, so I would back up, and they would just move closer.
Oh yeah, I mean that was one of the weirdest things. Like,
And I'm like,
yeah.
I'm not the person to teach like American like social customs to you, but like no, and I have autism, and I only like to be like very close with people I really trust, and then like I feel like, ooh, no, and then I'm like, and then the kids were being like playing with my kids, so that even made it weirder because there's like these little children just like goofing around, but it's like, and then there's like this couple like right up on me, and I'm just like, I don't want to be here right now, but they didn't understand like that Americans don't do that. We keep a little bit of distance between us, and I'm like, and that's what I had. I'm like, they're probably just really used to being very close with each other with strangers, and they just don't know the social cues.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like with my experience in India, like there is no such thing as being in a lot of places, especially if you're in a city. Like there is just no such thing as personal space because there are just so many people. It's one of those things like you hear it, you think about it, you think you understand it, but actually being in India, because you even think of like the most like densely populated city we have here in the States, like New York City. Like even if like you could be in the heart of Manhattan, and if you just start driving like for an hour or even less than an hour, like by that point you're like, okay, now things have opened up. Like you're out in like more rural area, but no, like in India, we would be in like Calcutta or Mumbai driving for an hour, and it's still just people on top of people. Like it's like until you actually experience it, it's just like, yeah, it's
that would
it's
like
something else.
that would bring
Yeah.
my anxiety to like a 20 because like I like
Yeah.
I mean like a turtle like I'm like
Yeah, like I just I need my own little space. What
Yeah.
trips
I'm a
me out
cheatie.
though is how our urban centers like just end, right? Like I mean, New York City has like you go from the skyscrapers to like uptown, and the buildings get gradually smaller and smaller until they're like 4-story, 3-story, 2-story, and then you're into houses and shit. And it's like mostly gas stations and shit on the main roads, and the houses are out a little bit, but they're all, you know, it makes sense. But like Chicago, you go directly from urban core and bridges and underpasses and all this shit to whoop, farmland. Like there's a line.
Yeah, and that's basically one of the things I picked up like when I was in India. It's almost like because we think of okay, certain spaces like make more sense for certain things, whether it's like residential areas or like this kind of business. But like in India, it just seems like, oh, is this an open space? Okay, whatever it is, just put it there.
Right.
It's like just so many like because I remember when we flew in my first trip to India, I was actually visiting Calcutta, but we first entered the country in Mumbai and just like flew from there to Calcutta. So I didn't really see Mumbai much at that point. So my only experience was just the airport. But I remember like, well, you're like on the plane, like looking out, on the tarmac. Of course, it looks pretty normal airport stuff. But as soon as like we took off, like the walls they have, like around the edges of the airport. As soon as like we cleared those, it was like I looked out and it was literally like just like shacks and tents and stuff, literally all the way up to the wall, just like packed, like dense, like as far as you could see. It was like, oh, it really is just literally just people. Every single place you can have a person, there is a person. It's just, and then you, even once you get into the cities, like you're just like walking on like the main streets and off the side streets, it's like you would see like these businesses that it's like, okay, normally this kind of business we would think would be okay on the main street, like having its own building. It's like, no, like there's this random building over here. It may be like residential on the first floor, but like the second floor was open. Oh, it's an optometrist for some reason. Like just, you know, just because there was a space, therefore something needs to go there.
It kind of like, it's kind of like, do you remember the have you heard like the Hong Kong like man-made city where they so they be apartment where they just build on top of each other, like these because like there's a whole thing that happened where they were kind of like left to themselves because of the government, because somebody, and they just built this community, and it was just people on top of people, and you had like gangs there, but then you also had like a doctor and a dentist, and you also and the kids would just like play on rooftops. It's Hong Kong's fuck, it's a really, I watched a video on it. It was really, really fascinating how people will form like social groups and societies even when like, and have some form of a society, even when the government's not there. Like they had people that were like really good people, and they watched their children, and they make sure, and then you had gangs and drugs and other things. Like, and I'm like, okay, so it was, it's, I can't remember. It's really, it's Hong Kong's like forgotten city or something like that. It was, but it was made. And the thing is though, like, everybody was on top of each other. So like, okay, like let's say this is a 10 by 10 room. Okay. You'd have 10 people living here in this space, like with a little kitchenette, and then with the adjacent bathroom, and they would just live there, and they would sleep together and go through the things. And it was really fascinating because and the government had a really hard time going into the city because it was one big like apartment sort of complex with multi layers. Where are they going to put them? Because there's no other infrastructure to move these people into other places in society. Like there's still people alive that were living in that city in Hong Kong, and it's really fascinating. Like when I was learning about it, because as an American, we're kind of used to being independent. You know, you have your house, you're just with your family. Like your doctor's not here, you go to the doctor, and it was just, it's very interesting when I hear about societies that are like, there is really no separation, you don't get that, and like independence of, with a Western mindset. So I always find that really fascinating, because like all those societies, like people being very close to each other, it just is like it's weird to us, but it just is, because they're like, everybody's here, we just got to make it work.
Yeah, and because I saw it like when I was talking about like being in India, like someone in the chat said something like, "What does an autistic person do in that kind of society?" Like I don't know, because even in my experience being there, like I said, I was there like with a church group, so it was like kind of a mission trip, kind of not. It was this weird in between thing, but even so, not knowing I was autistic at the time, but at least recognizing I was introverted. But so it was not just being in that kind of society where everything is just like, there are just people everywhere all the time, which I mean, and I guess maybe like for my particular brand of like introversion or autism, like I'm still like for the most part okay in crowds if there's not that expectation that I'm actually interacting with people. So like in a complete, like in a crowd of strangers, like I'm fine, because it's like, okay, none of these people are expecting me to talk to them, so I can just kind of be kind of like isolated still like amongst them. But then the problem was like with the group I was with, like with the way they structured the trip, it was just like, so even in that environment, it was still so much like every day was packed like our schedule was like just one thing after the other with like no breaks until we like got back to the hotel that night at like 9:30 or 10 o'clock and went to bed. So that was rough. But so I can't imagine actually being like where that just is your society. Like 24/7.
Like I think it would be like if you like it's like us like we only have this perspective because this is the only perspective we were given, but it's like you're living there. This is just life, you know.
Yeah.
You're not really thinking about it. Like that's the thing about so the Coolon Wall City. This is fascinating. Like I really recommend like looking into this because it's just a very interesting way to see how people like will set up as a society. It's so fascinating. So I highly recommend. Because it was one of those things that like they like it was just like I watched a video on it and they were describing like how the government like it just developed out of necessity. And then once they started doing like putting in schools and you know all the shit. Yeah, thank you, Majestic. Yeah, it's really cool because it's like wow. And I highly recommend just like looking up stuff about like the Coolon City and stuff like that. It's just I find like that shit really cool. Majestic, are you a Quebecian or are you a some other type of French? My mom is Quebecian French. Do I speak French? No. Quebecois. Do I speak a really good French? No. I kind of lost it, especially since my mommy and I don't talk as much anymore. I lost a lot of the French I learned when I was a kid. So
I relate. So when I was in 6th grade, I took a language proficiency test and it said I had a high aptitude to learn German. And I'm like, I want to excel in school. Let's learn German. And I wanted to learn Latin for science reasons, but that wasn't available till high school. So I get into middle school and I selected German and they went, sorry, German is full. We put you in French instead. Bastards. So I took
French is like the opposite of German. Yeah.
It's such the opposite of German.
Well, the thing about it though, I didn't learn until much later that if you speak English and you speak French, you can get by with German. Because it's so weird how it's like the languages are all hybrids of each other, kind of. It's trippy. English is like German lexicon, but almost a French grammatical structure, except we have our phrases backwards. We talk like Yoda talks to the rest of the Europeans, but never mind that. More knew I did. So I took a year of French. And by the end of the year, I was thinking in French, and it was so cool.
I'm so glad I stayed.
That was good.
Strong, the dark side is.
Yeah, because
thank you for bringing joy to my life.
Yes, because I also took French in high school, but then took German in college. And one of the things I so appreciated about German as opposed to French was in German, you actually you pronounce every single letter, which I appreciated.
Yeah, French.
Heard the feet and Helder's Norden.
But also like with German, like it's almost more like math than a language because it's like so like consistent, but like weird, but at least when it's weird the same way every time. But because I feel like even though like it's been so many years, like even if I may not know what it means, I feel like I could look at any word in German and like just immediately know exactly how to pronounce it. But like in
pronunciation is a neat trick. Yeah. But what I was getting at is that I was able to think in French, and that was so cool. Because like I had like this dual language mental thing going on. It was so nifty.
Yeah.
I was on my way to fluency. But the next year, German. and I haven't been like with a French speaker since, and I lost almost all of my ability. I can understand a few phrases like "fermez la bouche," you know? but
Like I can
but
hear
most
French,
of it
you
is
know
just
what?
faded.
It's weird because I can hear French and I know what the person is talking about. Like I can be like, oh, that this word means this word means that. So I can figure out by context the conversation. But I can't speak it anymore. And I took French in high school, and then I took a break, and then when I went back to college, I took it again because I was like, oh, it's the language that I know. I kind of wish I took Spanish, and because where I live in Florida, it's more useful. But my mom said like she learned her first language was French, and she told me Spanish was way easier for her to learn than English. And she learned English as a child because the pronunciations, but the way that the sentences are set up, and the way that they use verbs and adverbs, and the way that the sentence is the same. So it's and they use masculine and feminine, all that stuff. So which I never really understood as I'm like I find it like this is the thing about the French. You can have masculine words and feminine words when they're depending on how the syntax and how you
Thank you, Sapphire.
use them in a sentence. And I was like, I'm like, can we just say masculine and feminine? That like if you start a word with an LE or versus an LA, it's going to change. Like I'm just giving this as an example, how the rest of the word or sentence is going to form. Like, can we do that? Because like masculine and feminine to me, I'm just like those are gender things, and my brain gets confused because these are words. And so I'm like, but
I could not wrap my head around
it's a
why
romantic language thing.
tables have a gender and chairs have a different gender and like all of this shit.
Right.
Once I started to instinctively, like if you brought me a new object, and I had to name the object, I may get the noun wrong, but I would get the gendered article correct. Just instinctively. That's when I knew I was on my way to fluency. I'm like, oh, something in my brain gets this somehow.
But the thing that confused me about French that I remember, like their word for purse was masculine.
Like,
well, purses are masculine.
First.
Yeah. But
purses were originally for men, right? Like men carried the money in their purse, and then after a century or so, they were like, "Woman, carry this for me." And since men had pockets and women don't, women are like, "Give me that, fucker."
That's why we get so excited about pockets.
Right.
All right, I'm going to say good night. I am turning into a pumpkin. Happy birthday, my beautiful sister. We talk every day, so we're fine. Tommy, you're gonna make sure on Thursday. Tomorrow, I'm gonna have Jamie the Blind Limey on my show. So, what are me and Jamie gonna talk about? No idea. We usually just hang. So that's gonna happen. And then on Wednesdays, me and Lil are doing a new show, Cups, Crafts, and Chats. It's just a hangout. We just hang out and do sewing and make things and hang out. The only rule is we don't talk about politics. That's the only rule. So if you would like to join us, though, shoot either me or Lil a private message, and we will send you a link to the stream. This is 4 p.m. on Eastern, and either her channel or mine, Low Altries or Freethinkers Fireside. And then on Thursday, Tommy's going to be on my show. So, yay. So, and Ember will be on at some point. You have the calendar. I sent it. All right. Good night, everybody. I wish everyone. Ember, I love you. You look wonderful. I am so glad this was so nice to hang out and enjoy your birthday. Tommy, I will catch you on the flip side. Bye, chat. I'm going to say goodnight. Bye, everybody.
Hi, Helen. Yeah, I think everybody should take some time to celebrate yourself. And it doesn't have to be egotistical or arrogant or like, look at me, I am the greatest of all time. It doesn't have to be like that. It's like, I mean, I'm glad I'm here. I'm in a tremendous amount of pain, but I'm glad I'm here.
Yeah. And in fact, I actually have I actually have a personal thing about me to celebrate today as well, which is it was exactly 3 years ago today I had my final immunotherapy treatment from like leftover from like having cancer and all that. So, yeah, that was a big deal. But
Yeah, being done. Oh my goodness. I can't even imagine what that would feel like after years of this, like there, and just the idea of a light at the end of the tunnel, let alone it being years away. It's just
yeah. So and they kept me on immunotherapy for a while after cancer because I'm actually coming up on 5 years in remission, but they kept me on immunotherapy for almost 2 extra years. But then they're finally like, "Hey, it was this really cool thing." Yeah, I know that's yeah, because actually this year is a big year for me because with cancer apparently like the whole like 5 year survival rate is like one of the big benchmarks. So this actually is 5 years for me. So as of this past June, because that's when it was June of 21 when I was officially diagnosed as stage 4 melanoma. So now for a couple of months now, I've been positively contributing to the 5 year survival rate for stage 4 melanoma. So yeah, coming this September, it'll be 5 years in remission. As of today, it's 3 years being done with like the treatments and everything. So yeah,
Do you
and
think
like
that
I mentioned earlier, in October it'll be 5 years being an atheist. So yeah, 2021 was a big year for me. Long story short,
I trying not to die as one should. But do you think
Right.
that like your pathological demand resistant avoidance thing
Hmm.
might have something to do with the survival rate? Like the cancer was like, die, and you were like, no.
That might actually, yeah. I mean, but honestly, like because my experience going through this, like I said, like changed and influenced my opinions on so many things. But I mean, I know it's anecdotal, but when you hear people talk about things like manifestation, like, well, if you just believe hard enough, like that's what your outcome's going to be. Like, honestly, like at the point where I was like, by the time I actually went into remission, I was already in the mindset of I am going to die. Like I had already like internalized that, accepted that, and then I went into remission. So I guess I fucked it up. Sorry, universe,
You failed
or
at
something. But
manifesting. It's
yeah,
similar thing in the military, but not just in the military. Like there's so many people who like if you believe there's even the possibility of failure, you are guaranteeing failure. But no. When you go into combat, you accept that you are dead, and there's a chance you might be able to get your life back by winning the battle.
yeah. Mhm.
Like it's
Mhm.
Sun Tzu wrote something or other about it. It's been a long time since I read The Art of War, and I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, the art of war, they'll say,
Ah.
but it's a thing. If you take it's true for a lot of things outside of the military too. If you take the worst outcome, the most negative outcome, and you just accept it, which is a thing you're doing anytime you make any kind of decision or choice or whatever, is you're taking, if you ask somebody, hey, will you go out to dinner with me? You're accepting the possibility of a no being an answer. And if you get a no, if you're a mature person, it doesn't hurt because you've already accepted the possibility of the no. It's only when you can't conceive of it getting anything but your preferred result that you flip out like a fucking child and throw a tantrum. Oh,
Right, right.
you didn't say yes, and so now it's your problem, and I'm going to make you pay. Fucking nonsense. No, any situation, you
Exactly.
accept whatever, all the possible outcomes, the good and the bad. And it's I'm so worked up about it. It's hard to get my words straight, but I
No, I
think you
get
get
you.
what I'm saying. Like where I am right now, I have accepted that not only do I not have much longer, the not much longer should have already ended. Like making it
Ah.
to NanoCon was a stretch. And yet, despite having accepted that, like, I'm not gonna stop trying to make it last longer, you know?
Yeah. There you go. I mean, what else can you do, really?
Yeah, it's almost like a Buddhist kind of thing. I don't know. Aunt Jersa, Sun Tzu, and Machiavelli. Yes. Ruthlessness with reality, I suppose.
Yeah.
In a
Yeah,
way,
reality
it's
can be
kind
pretty
of
ruthless.
related to that old I think it was the Catholics who made it a prayer. Lord, give me the strength to accept the things I cannot change and the courage to change the things I can't, something like I was never
Yeah.
Catholic. I don't.
Yeah. And then like the wisdom to tell the difference between two or something like that. Yeah.
Something like that, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like every culture has this kind of idea. It's just a matter of like digging into it. And that's really all the Phil bros, they're practicing pseudo philosophy. What philosophy actually is digging into ideas. Why is this idea? What does it mean? It's philosophy, just means love of ideas.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like if you read the old stuff, a lot of Plato's stuff is just Socrates being an old asshole wandering around the city being like, what is a friend? What does love mean? You know? Like Matt Walsh thinks he's Socrates running around going, what is a woman? But like in Lysis, Socrates is really like, but really, what is a friend? What differentiates a friend from a lover, from an acquaintance? What do you mean by the word friend? Does it mean special friend? Does it mean like someone you invite over to dinner, someone you invite to your bed, someone you would fight and die for, someone that you would play poker with, but maybe not die for? Like, what does it mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. That's something I've thought about a lot too. And I still don't know, honestly.
I
But,
think it's
yeah.
I think the actual point of that particular book, and this is my speculation of a translation technically, because we lost all of Plato's works and then we got them back when the Islamic scholars brought it's a whole thing. But my hypothesis is that what was actually being driven at was the futility of trying to pin down a specific definition for things, that sometimes there isn't a solid definition. Things mean different things in different circumstances, and it's a fool's errand to try to fit them in a single box. Unfortunately, it seems like a lot of European scholars got the opposite message.
Right? Yeah, that's so maybe like somewhat related to that. Yeah, 'cause it seems like whenever we struggled like to define things, I wonder if it's really so much like is it because this thing having trouble with the words. So I'll just
words are hard.
Instead of trying to segue to the thing that was on my mind, I'll just say the idea that I was having, and y'all can figure out how it was connected on your own if you want. So I was thinking about the concept of paradoxes, and this is something I've thought for a while now. It's like I wonder, like, are paradoxes really a thing, or is it that there really are no such things as paradoxes? It's just like we're just shit at building constructs of reality. So wherever we think something is a paradox, like, no, we just don't actually understand that thing. It's not really a paradox. We just have no idea what to think of it.
A lot of things that we call paradoxes aren't actually, we just call them that for, I guess, to sound cool or whatever.
It does sound cool, to be fair.
A lot of things, when there aren't real paradoxes. They cannot exist. It's like a contradiction. A contradiction cannot exist in whole or in part in reality, and a true paradox is a kind of contradiction, so it can't actually exist. So when you come across what seems to be a paradox, it just means that you're missing some information. That's all it is there's a piece missing. Go look for it. Maybe you can find it, maybe not. Like Olber's paradox, for example, that was, if the universe is infinitely old, which they believed at the time, because the theists were like, if God is eternal, the universe has to be eternal too. So if the universe is infinitely old, then every possible line of sight should end at a star, because no matter how far that line of sight has to go, there should be a star at the end of it. It will eventually be interrupted by a star. And Olber was like, this is unexplainable. He's like, either the universe isn't infinitely old, or there's something else going on. And since it's heresy to say the universe isn't infinitely old, and we don't want to get burned at the stake, but we don't talk about Bruno. I'm pretty sure I have that clip. I might. There it is. I really got to organize my clips. Anyway, the solution was, there's shit in space. The unspoken assumption that was wrong is that space is perfectly empty except for stars and planets. But in actuality, there's a whole lot of dust and other bullshit. And so a lot of it was blocking our views to stars. Like, oh shit, what is it? Dark cloud B72, maybe? Dark molecular cloud. Yeah, Barnard 68. That's what I was thinking of. So one moment, please. And here we go. Share this tab. So this is one such, right? For a long time, we assumed this was a void because we didn't realize there was shit in space. Later, we noticed,
I can't see it.
Oh shit! It's not sharing properly.
Yeah.
Oh right. I have to actually pull the thing up on. God damn it, Ember. All right. So this is dark molecular cloud Barnard 68. So at first we thought it was a void because it looks like a void. We were like, we can't explain it. But then some people noticed that here in the middle, the stars get dimmer and dimmer and dimmer, and then they turn red. And somebody's like, what if it's like a smoke patch? How the smoke makes the stars look dimmer and dimmer and or the sunset turn really bright red. What if it's something like that? And so eventually we were able to analyze the starlight, and we found, yeah, there's a bunch of fucking molecules and shit in the way. That's rude and inconvenient, but that's right. we knew it was a molecular cloud, but that's the actual answer to Olber's paradox, is there's shit in space blocking some of our lines of sight. But shit. I need another view in infrared. Okay, close enough. This'll work. So this is with an infrared telescope, we can see right through the dust. Like right through, like it's not even there. So that's another answer to Olber's paradox. Every line of sight does end on a star or something that's emitting light, but the light isn't necessarily in our visible spectrum. That's an anthropocentric fallacy. The whole universe isn't just for us. I hit the wrong remove button. God damn it, Ember. I'm so bad at this. In any case, there's a lot of light that isn't visible to humans, right? So there's a number of different answers to Olber's paradox, but it was erroneous assumptions and shit we couldn't know at the time. And virtually every other true paradox is like that. We're just missing some information.
Yeah. So kind of related to that, like this is what it made my mind like go to. Let me know if this makes sense. So one of the things that I mean, not just me, but a lot of people think about, okay, well, like kind of beyond like, you know, why does anything I mean, I didn't see that coming.
I'm laughing. Oh my goodness. I don't think we're good. I feel okay enough that we might be able to make 12 hours, but like the fact I'm finding that funny tells me that the medicine's getting the better of me, and I don't think it would be a good idea to go for 12 hours.
To be fair, that was pretty funny though. But But actually, I found like the new level to that when me and Matt were on with Dr. Kip for Budget Scripture Saturday a couple weekends ago. I actually ended up booting myself because I think I was wanting to avoid like one of Kip's like stories or something. That was fun. But
okay, valid, I
but-
suppose. Damn it.
yeah,
I'm
but
nice.
yeah, and if people want to go back and watch, I did show my feet again to prove once again I'm not a ghost. But this time it was put behind. I finally did put my feet behind a paywall, as everyone was telling me I needed to do. Like I basically told Kip, it's like, hey, if you don't have a super chat goal for tonight, you know, might as well just make my feet the goal. And he agreed to it, oddly enough. So then I was like, wait, Kip, does this mean like that you're my foot pimp now?
Oh no.
But I mean, he didn't deny it. But anyway, where was I going? Oh yeah, so
paradoxes is
kind of like similar to the idea of, at least in my mind, it's similar to like, you know, why does anything exist as opposed to just nothing existing? Like, why is there things? But if you keep going down like that path, like, okay, things clearly exist, but like, why are they the way they are? You know, we look at the universe, like, why are there stars? Why are there like planets? Why does life exist in some places, not like others? Why are there vacuums? You know, like the nebula and whatever. But one of the things like that gets me, I guess, I don't know if comforted is the right word, but that kind of like solves that thinking of, okay, reality obviously exists, but why is it the way it is? And because it seems so odd, like that it would be the way it is, given the apparently like multitude of possible ways anything could be. But the thing is, like, we only have a certain slice of reality that we can even perceive, because like there could be like so many other dimensions and aspects to reality that we don't, not only that we currently can't perceive, but that we even potentially have no way of perceiving. So I guess the answer to the question of why is reality the way it is, well, the answer is, well, it isn't actually the way it is. It could actually be every single way there it could possibly be. We just don't know. So
I mean, there's definitely more to reality than we're aware of. But I like to think of two things. The first is the idea of nothing existing is a self-contradiction. And so logically speaking, at least, and logic, of course, doesn't actually determine reality, but logically speaking, nothing cannot exist. And so that's an impossible outcome. There must be something. Now, set that aside, because I'm not building on that. I'm just making it as a separate point. What exists because, to borrow from The Matrix, which is, of course, one of the greatest philosophical pieces of our time, what happened couldn't have happened any other way. Not to be determinist about it, but like, while the things that we do that seem to be matters of chance, we know from neuroscience that a lot of stuff is predetermined a long time before we actually make the choice. We only pretend we made a choice. We're just agreeing with what our brain has already started doing before we even got to the realization of it. Like, there's a lot our consciousness does to pretend it's in charge, you know?
It's cute.
But it isn't just human choices. There's a lot of things that seem to be, from our point of view, random, like the flip of a coin or the roll of a die. But whether you consider the outcome already predetermined or not doesn't actually change, because however they come out, that's how they came out. And that is now a fixed fact. It's a brute fact, you might say, because it now that you're past that point, it happened and it cannot be changed, you know? So while in the present, there's things that have probabilistic outcomes. Once the present passes that given point where a choice is made, where an observation is detected, where a spark of inspiration occurs, whatever it is, everything before had to happen to make the present that exists right now. And as weird as reality might be, both human society and this cosmos that we live in, Why is Jupiter the way it is? Why does Saturn have rings the way it does? Like, why is the underlying structure of reality such that these things come to pass? It doesn't actually matter because we're so far past the underlying strata, like
Yeah.
what happened and couldn't have happened any other way.
Exactly. But completely unrelated, and I know how much you hate tangents, but this was something I was talking actually with Helen about the other day when I joined her on like a live she was doing on TikTok, and for some reason the concept that like on the planet Uranus it's like apparently raining diamonds or something. So that
there are
just
some exoplanets like that, but I don't think you maybe let me look before I say something stupid.
yeah, but I just want that to be true because that's like a thing I like love to leave. It's almost like a benediction to like leave with someone just as a farewell. Just say like, "May Uranus always rain diamonds." I just think that's just a wonderful thing to say to a person. So
that sounds fantastic. Oh goodness.
Yes. Take that
Okay,
with
so
you, too.
apparently researchers at SLAC National Accelerator used high-powered optical lasers, the fucking weasels and their damn lasers, to create shock waves on plastic materials to recreate what they think are conditions similar to the deep planetary conditions inside Uranus. Which is such a hilarious sentence.
Mm-hmm.
They believe that there are methane clouds that get torn apart by the temperature and the pressure, forced into diamonds, much like our water condenses into snow crystals, which then fall down and, like our snow, melts when it passes a certain point and lands as liquid, where it then evaporates in the even hotter lower mantle, which is also cloud because it's a gas planet. And the same thing, it repeats. It's just like our water cycle, but it's a carbon cycle using methane and using the lasers and shockwaves on plastics. They believe it means diamonds form, but it hasn't been observed, it hasn't been tested, and it's been modeled, it's been simulated, but we don't know.
Yeah. Oh. Well, speaking of the weasels, we appear to have some.
Those lurking weasels with their
Yeah.
lasers and shit.
Hiding in their trench coat. Yes. As is their wont, as it were. But yeah, all right. Well, then confirm that is an appropriate thing to say to someone like, "May Uranus always rain diamonds." That's just going to be a thing now.
It's like wishing people a white Christmas, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do people wish a white Christmas? People talk about dreaming of I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. I'm probably really out of tune. I still haven't gotten used to singing in my so my voice is so weird.
I was gonna say you are definitely hitting the notes. It's just like whether it was in the right key, but I'm a percussionist. I'm the wrong person to ask about the right key. So, yeah.
Well, I always had a hard time because I don't hear my voice the way, as I understand it, most people hear their own voices. Like, it always sounds different to you. I get that. But the way it sounds different to me sounds different than how other people's voices sound different to them. And so it's tricky. But I like, once upon a time, I was like a singer. I would, sing with bands and shit and choral performances. And, at one point I could busk when I was homeless. I could like go stand somewhere and sing and people would give me money, like I wasn't awful is what I'm getting at. Now I feel like, and maybe it's just my own anxiety like gets the better of me. I'm so worried because I can't hit the notes that I used to hit. I cannot make my voice go that low anymore. I tried just for fun. I have this voice pitch measuring app, and it tells you which note you're hitting and shit. And I tried to go as low as I could, and I could not even get past third D or D3 or whatever the fuck it's called. Like, I couldn't get low. But like, depending on a bunch of different factors, my voice right now is kind of in the middle range, but that's not where I actually sing. When I'm rested, when I think about it, when I'm in less pain, my voice actually comes out more like this. And it just, so it's fucked up. So I never know what I'm going to sound like, and then I worry about what I sound like, and then I get self-conscious about it, and then I fuck it up, and it's a whole thing. Voice training is a bitch. For those of you interested, though, I learned a neat trick from another a translator named a different Bree. This is a Threads person named Laser Breams, I think. I've featured one of her videos back when we were doing the transpositions, where she talked to her pre-transition self from like 4 or 5 years before, and it was like really great. But she started teaching people different voice techniques, like different from what you'll get from like Seattle Voice Labs and whatnot. They're generally the best, but they're very expensive, and their techniques don't work on everybody. Some people, their relationship between brain and voice are different. And so she has a different approach. And one of the techniques that I picked up from her is, if you want to get your voice in tune, you try to think about making a fake voice from the perspective of how you want it to sound. Like if you were a cis woman making fun of a man's voice, like you might say, "Oh, tough guy, huh?" For example. And then once you do that, once you have it in the right register, now raise it back up to a normal pitch. And suddenly you sound somewhat reasonable, you know?
Okay. Neat how that works.
As a for example, I realize most of my trans girlies who watch my videos have long since gone to bed. But on the off chance you see this, that's one thing I used to run around when I was doing standard voice training, is before I would talk to anyone. And often these shows would be the first time I would say words to another person in a day. And so my voice was like very rusty from disuse. I would like do the whole vocal warm-up thing, you know, heat from fire, fire from heat. And that I don't like it because it like trips into falsetto, and that's not what I'm going for. I want like my genuine voice, and it just, it's a whole thing. Another voice training person would say the word part, because the long A is like, it's supposed to be on a C note, and it's a whole thing. I freaked my kids out a few times because like they'd get in the car first to like go on an adventure or picnic or whatever. And as they get in, I'd say part, so I could like talk before I could. And they'd be like, "Why are you doing that?" The making fun of people voice, it's a little easier. And yeah, anyway.
Well, cool.
Yeah. There's a lot of different techniques, and they work different for everybody. Now that I've driven 40% of the audience off with my voice shenanigans, I worry less about my voice now. When you see me in person, I'll often talk a little bit more precisely. Like my voice still sounds like my voice, but this is an octave different to what I was doing earlier. I realize it may not, it's not that important, but I'll talk more this way. But when I'm online, I'll talk a little bit more, stretched out in the middle, because of that visible intersex person thing. I don't want my voice necessarily to pass 100% of the time, because how else am I going to be visible as an intersex person, you know?
Okay.
So
See that. Yeah.
It's a thought. Mostly it also helps me like suffer from voice dysphoria less, because I'm suddenly reminded, totally, it's not unrelated, but it's kind of related, how that stalker guy got all upset about the sound of my voice.
Ember is has created a fake voice for himself to portray himself as female. And it's kind of sexist.
Ah, yes.
Like that whole thing.
Did
If you
you-
missed that whole thing, that guy was stalking me for fucking months, and it was really ridiculous in a lot of different ways. But that particular clip, like, he's trying to pretend I'm something other than I am. He's saying my actual voice is fake, and it's very insulting and sexist when I'm a fucking intersex person. And like, yeah, my voice is different from how it used to be. Just like your bones shift, your voice can it doesn't shift like it. It's not like going the other direction. If you have a natal and estrogen based endocrine system and you shift to testosterone, your vocal cords fucking change. But it's not like that going the other direction. But you do get some changes, you know? They just don't tell you because they don't want you to get your hopes up because it varies from person to person.
Yeah.
And that's fine. But like him assuming my voice must be fake because it sounds too feminine, dysphoria gone, you know?
Yeah.
If,
Like,
but
yeah, first
if
of all,
the
thank
guy
you,
who
but-
hates me says my voice sounds too feminine, I'm good.
Yeah, but Ember, did you consider that talking is sexist?
It probably is, yes. No,
So-
no doubt. You know, women speaking in public. Oh, where's my
Right.
pearls? I need to
mean-
clutch my pearls. But like, this is the guy who like, I'll just play a second of it again.
Ember.
So the fact he had to make an AI image of me looking different than I do,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of just yeah, like that kind of shit. So he turned a big transphobe onto me, right? Like, and she made a video destroying me and all this shit, and I just, it was so ridiculous. But I didn't even worry. I did, like, one of the things that she did, and this is the key thing for me, is she had Grok take an image of me and told it to make me look like a male so that she could like hurt me with this imagination of how I really look, even though it had to be imagined, right? But what Grok spit out, me looking more manly, looked just like her. So a more manly version of me looks like her, a cis woman. I can be more manly and still look like a cis woman, but also she apparently looks manly. And it was too good. And she's right there on screen showing what I really look like, how manly I really appear. And it looks just like her. Like,
That is
these
fantastic.
transphobes, they're horrible in so many ways, but the ridiculous shit they make up can be so good for banishing your dysphoria.
Yeah, so thank you, I guess, to those people or something. Yeah.
It's fucking hell. it's a whole
Oh shit.
These fucking people. Ay.
Right? Fucking people. That's why, like, one of my favorite lines in movie history was from A Few Good Men. This is one of the clips I have saved that I play every now and then on my show. Jack Nicholson in A Few Good Men, like after like, you know, the big climactic trial scene where and he's being lit off and like his reaction's like, you fucking people. Because I love that line because it's not like you fucking hypocrites or you fucking cowards. It's like just you fucking people. I don't know why. For some reason, that line just always stuck with me. It's like I love that.
Because it's not an ad hominem. You're not saying anything that like invalidates your argument. You're just like, you fucking people. Like, how dare you call me people? What? Like,
Yeah.
but you know what the person means because of the sub. Oh, it's delightful.
Yeah, I love it.
It's fabulous. It's so fabulous. Oh goodness. Now I've got like all these I don't have as many clips as I used to, but there's so many clips going through my head and like But you know,
So we've got jellyfish that, until something eats them, they can go on and on. And lobsters, for example.
in Soviet Russia, lobster eat you.
You're welcome for that, by the way. But
Oh,
yeah,
fucking hell.
it's somewhere I have like the more like extended clip. It's almost like a minute long of that conversation, and I love like. I mean, if I say, of course, I love how it ends because I'm the one who edited it for it to end here. But it ends with you saying, like, after him going on his whole, like, however long tirade and all that, you just go, all right, now let's, like, okay, that was good, but now let's try to bring it back to something a little more useful. Yeah, I just thought that was
why
fantastic.
though?
But yeah, so thank you for that. But then once again, I think like the star of that clip is really Lil's face. Just how she was like,
Honestly,
and then
I feel that way every time I'm on camera with Lil. Like, I love having Lil on because the shit that woman knows, like
yes,
she and I can nerd out about astrophysics forever, or just astronomy. And she has so much history knowledge, and she knows so much about the current state of politics. Like, people sometimes gush about how much I know, but I gush about how much Lil knows, right? It's a whole thing.
Right.
But whenever I'm on camera with her, her face is totally stealing the scene. I'm like, would you, just as a favor to me, just once, stop being prettier than me?
No, but because I remember, because in that clip in particular, I remember because I was watching that stream like live. I remember like when he just was like, jellyfish can go on and lobsters, for example. I was just like cracking up for like a solid minute after that. I was like, I need to clip that, so I immediately went back and found that part of it, and like, yeah, that was.
Yeah, some of this shit
made
is
my
fucking
evening.
wild.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Alrighty, before I completely run out of steam, let's do a random video. Not
Alrighty.
actually random. I had a few preloaded, and I semi-randomly selected this one. And
oh, geez.
Because, like, I really, first of all, the Bob Price one, it's over an hour long.
Mm-hmm.
Not right now. Maybe later if I get like a second wind. Cam is a fucking idiot. I don't want to. And like the other guy, the case for the resurrection got impossible to ignore over empty tomb stuff. I'm just not feeling it. So let's see what Ruslan has to say. I'm sure this is going to go very well for everyone.
Okay, so there's been some new data that just recently came out confirming two different things. Number one is that Transformer and not.
God damn it.
Is he in the middle of saying Transformer?
Yes.
Was that the...
He refuses to sully his tongue and say transgender, so he says Transformer instead. Yeah. He's the kind of guy who's afraid of words.
I mean, of all the words to sully in this, like,
so this thing he's got on here from Relevant Magazine, it's I recognize the graph. So what happened was one researcher took a couple of years of survey data at 3 schools and found that first of all, he fucked up the stats, right? Like you're supposed to like account for population rates or something. Like there's a bunch of different things you're supposed to account for when you're calibrating your statistics. He didn't do that,
right?
Or he fucked it up, something like that. So there's that, but also, it just it's 3 schools over a couple of years, and the study purportedly was asking about people who didn't identify as male or female, which of course, and this is like a republish of the bad information. And it's like multiple layers of deliberately not understanding what the thing is saying. But even at face value, 2 factors. It's talking about a decline in non-binary people, not trans people entirely. And it's people openly saying, like, it doesn't mean they're not non-binary anymore. It means they're not telling you, because we live in a fucking Trump era. Duh, of course people are going to be less public about their shit. But also, even if we grant all of the claims being made by this data, it shows that non-binary identification is the same as it was before whatever that surge is, like 2023 or whatever. Like, it's not lower than ever before. It's back at baseline. And they don't even have enough data to have a real baseline. Like, even if we take these figures at face value, which again, they're wrong because they fucked up the data several times. But even if we take it at face value, that has the rate of non-binary identification between 2 and 4%. The lowest one is 2%, the highest is 4%. And like, that's still kind of high, bestie. The entire population of trans people is 2% on the general population, and this is just non-binary folks. So what do you mean exactly? So weird. But let's hear him misunderstand this deliberate misunderstanding of a deliberately dishonest misrepresentation of fucked up data. How could this possibly go wrong?
Non-binary identity is rapidly declining amongst college-age students. I think that means that they're not gay no more. And also, Bible.
They're not gay no more? Bestie, do you know what gay means? Like,
does he act like this? Like, I honestly want to ask, does he actually understand what any of these words mean?
I don't think so. No. So here's another one. Bible sales surge 41.6%, religious apps up 79.5% amid Christian revival debate. Like, first of all, what Christian revival? Second, what debate? Like, this sort of shit they generate these kinds of stories in order to make it seem like Christianity's having a resurgence, not to motivate people into becoming Christian again or reconverting or whatever. I'm sure there's some of that happening, but it's mostly to give comfort to the remaining believers, the 40% that are still clinging to their faith because they've been right all along, by gum, that sort of thing.
Right.
And so I don't know the details for this story the same way I know the details for the transgender non-binary statistics, because that's sort of my field. I've encountered that bad graph multiple times before. I don't know the background for this. But just looking at the surface, data from the American Bible Society, clearly non-biased about Bible sales, and App Annie, what I don't even know what that is, but okay. So Bible sales increased 41.6% since 2022. Interestingly, religious app downloads rose 79.5% since 2019. So this, for fuck's sake. So thank Biden, I guess, for increasing the fucking apps.
But also,
and Christian music streams climbed 50%. So remember, it's very easy to get higher numbers when you start with very small numbers, right? Like Christian music specifically has never been a big genre. Like, a few artists have made the jump into pop culture, but they do it by becoming pop artists rather than staying gospel artists, kind of thing. And so if you only sell 100 albums a year, and then one year you sell 150 albums, you've increased your sales 50%.
Right.
It's a 50% increase, but you still only sold 150 albums the whole fucking year. Like, come on now.
And does it say what year, like, these numbers are like it says, like since 2019, like app downloads went up 75%, but 2019 to when? Because
Last updated October 16th, which I'm gonna say is from last year because I haven't been sitting on this video that long.
But
also the story itself is AI generated. It's from Grok. Look at the warning at the bottom. The story is a summary of posts on X and may evolve over time. Grok can make mistakes, verify its outputs. So this is a Grok generated thing based on posts on X, not actual data.
Yeah, but I would want to see like these numbers like versus other kinds of apps, because like let's just think like, okay, what's something that happened between 2019 and last year that might cause a lot of religious people to want to have an app for something instead of maybe like say meeting in person? Like, I don't know, maybe like the whole like COVID thing that like shut down in-person meetings in church. So all the churches like, well, hey, we can't meet in person, but we're streaming, so get our app. Or like, if you want to like, yes, of course, like once churches shut down, like Christians were like getting a lot more of all kinds of apps like in their little like, you know, religious niche or whatever. So like, yeah, so I'm like compared, so yeah, 79.5% increase. Okay, compared to what? And again, over that time period, I think everyone, like every kind of app, probably like saw an increase in downloads in that period of time because everyone was only online for everything for a significant period of time there. So, okay.
It's a really good point too, is as more people get smartphones, the number of every app, it's like the stock market, right?
Yeah.
Like it only ever goes up.
Right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like, and I'm sure like the number of religious Facebook pages that have popped up, or the number of religious YouTube channels that like.
And how many of the downloads are from bots like Grok?
That too, yeah.
Because we know
also,
that's a thing conservatives do too. Whenever a conservative like writes a book, the conservative organizations will buy 500,000 copies of that book to spike the sales numbers and get it onto the bestseller list. And then they'll just give their copies away to their donors or some shit, you know? Like,
yeah,
there's a lot of data tampering, and they've done this for ages and ages, you know?
Yeah,
of course,
the
they're
same
going to
with,
do
like-
it for apps and things too.
Yeah, and the same with like Christian music streams climbed 50%. Yeah, because again, in that same time period, people aren't going to church and having their like in-person worship time, so they're probably listening to more like worship music on like Spotify or Apple Music or whatever it is. So yeah, sure. Like not shocking. But again, like compared to what?
Yeah.
Like yeah. Like I'm sure like were there like an increase in more like Islamic type of music streams or satanic black metal streams? I'm sure like in this time period, like all the genres of music, like streams increased. So what?
But are things becoming more popular? And such.
Right.
Oh goodness.
Right, because
okay. So
even if we grant that, we all know like more popular like when like Christian things become more popular, that means Christianity more true as well. Because that's how this works.
that's right. It's goodness. All right. I'm not able to find data super quick, but according to Rolling Stone magazine, Arabic music is the #1 religious related genre on the rise. Okay. It went up. Music revenues, not total number of sales, but how much money they made. Revenues for Islamic music went up 22.8% in 2024. And Al Jazeera is talking about how the music industry, and remember, the Islamic music scene is little baby tiny compared to the Christian one, because it's not really been an industry until the Islamic world started to become westernized, you know? So it's the whole thing. They really only have one major record label There's a small number of artists who have been signed, but even so, like 10,000 individual songs were published in 2023 or 2022 through 2023, because they did the measuring in April for some reason. It's a whole like, yes, you were correct. Islamic music is growing much faster than Christian music. So, oops.
Yeah, and that, just off the top of my head, man.
Yeah, just even if you don't have the data they're actually using, assuming their data is correct, just check it against a comparable data set, and you'll find. I mean, not just data, but like any religious claim, just compare it to Islam, and it'll usually fall apart immediately.
Right. Yeah. So I guess a lesson here to Ruslan. Like I said, I didn't have data. All I did was I just started thinking. So maybe try that more often.
We can't have that because bad people or something.
Sales are surging, as well as religious apps. 80% downloads going up on religious apps, stuff like YouVersion, which I use YouVersion. I'm a logos software kind of guy, but I think YouVersion is awesome. And so I want to kind of go over some of this data, get into perhaps why this is happening. And of course, me being called a fascist for acknowledging the obvious, which is this is a social contagion. But before we get into
yes, we have to have the conspiracy theory. It's a social contagion. Left-handedness, folks, social contagion, which is it's wild projection too, because the conspiracy theory itself is a social contagion, right? Like people only get the phrase social contagion, dismiss trans people and just call it a social contagion. That ideology is itself a social contagion. No one comes up with it on their own. They have to get it from another conspiracy theorist.
Right. Yeah, because that's my challenge, I guess. Like anyone who says that like transgenderism, I know that's not a real thing, but that's the word they use. If they want to call it a social contagion, first just ask them, okay, define social contagion and give me some figures on how that actually happens. Like guarantee that will go nowhere. But real quick, back to the whole like Christian music thing and like those stats that he just brought up. Like, okay, so let me know if this makes sense. Like to me, if that is trying to be used as some sort of argument, is like, well, this is why Christianity is true. Look at how much more popular it's becoming. But look at like in the ways it's becoming more popular is people needing to like listen to more music or like more, whether it's like messages or I forget what else. It wasn't just music. There was something else. Oh yeah, like religious apps becoming more popular. Like, but if God was real, and like, you know, the Christian God in particular, like, why would people need more like religious apps and music downloads? Like, should they just be experiencing him? Because to me, what that's saying is
harder, Tommy.
Yeah, because to me, what that's saying is people aren't having an actual genuine experience with the actual real God. They're needing these apps and music to like kind of try to manufacture that experience. That's what's that saying to me. I mean, I know that's just, you know, off the top of my head, but that could also be a thing. Just saying. But yeah, maybe if this God was more real and more present and more obvious, like people wouldn't need the apps or like the music or whatever. They would be experiencing him, and that would be enough. But
have you tried actually existing? Curses.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get out a sandwich, but I need my plate and like oh goodness.
Sandwiches.
I need more hands. I need more desk.
Yeah, sandwiches. Good thing you're worth the effort.
It's true. It's true. I'm so glad. Like, I did, even though it's been years since I did that stupidly long stream on my first birthday on YouTube. I'm so glad I took notes. It's been years, but like the preparation has helped a lot. I've had to go take one bathroom break so far, and like everything else, it's fine. My coffee's starting to get low, but I'm relying more heavily on my water. And I like made sure everything was full before I started, and I had sandwiches. That's probably more than I actually need, because like yesterday I had 2 sandwiches and a salad. Like, I don't need that much food.
Right. Yeah. Speaking of which, like, so I'm not leaving yet. I mean, I'm not sure how long I will last, but it's not right now. But I do need to take my own little restroom break, but I will be right back. So
Okay. I mean, we can
Yeah.
take a quick intermission. I can do one of those. Let's see. What
Alright.
haven't I done in a minute? That one's only a minute long. I mean, I did the supercut earlier, but that was hours and hours ago. I don't want to do the music video. I can do one of the Astral Pride ads.
There you go. Fuck yeah.
Possibly both. I don't know. We'll see. It'll be fun. In 2024, NASA researcher Rachel Lenz gave the world a flag made from NASA images for Pride Month. On January 20th, 2025, the incoming U.S. administration ordered that Artistic Union of Science and Civil Rights deleted. So I tracked down the original images it was made from, recreated it, and then added even more wonders of the cosmos to update the flag to the current, more inclusive form. On the anniversary of the inauguration, I released it. And it went viral several times. Now you can get a physical copy of that artwork as a full-sized flag or a large sticker, as well as space artworks of the other Pride flags: lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, intersex, ace, and new flags being added all the time. Get one for yourself or give them as gifts, and celebrate Pride, celebrate science, celebrate resistance, and help support a creator fighting for human rights for all humans. Head to astralpride.com. That God's creation is very good, if he does say so himself. Never mind all the obvious flaws, like the recurrent laryngeal nerve, or the fact that so many people have to wear glasses, or the fact that babies get cancer, or the fact that there's earthquakes, volcanoes, hurricanes, tornadoes, snowstorms, and all sorts of other fun stuff. Never mind the fact that there's corrupt governments full of horrible things, and corrupt officials who put innocent people in jail and let criminals go free. Never mind the fact that you live to a certain age and then you fucking die, despite Jesus promising that you'll live forever. Never mind any of those things. It's very good. God said so, shortly before he flooded the world, because it was not, in fact, very good.
Yeah, like, even according to his standards, it wasn't very good.
Now that would make a fun short. And it did make a fun short.
It did. Good job.
I was really proud of that one, because that whole litany just kept coming to me. It was all off the top of my head, and thing followed by thing followed by thing, and I didn't miss a fucking beat, and I was like, go brain, go.
Hell yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, my response, like, anytime Christians like want to blame like all the, whether it's like the problem of evil kind of stuff or just anything wrong with the world, it's like, why are people like doing all this evil stuff? Why does like natural disasters, all that? And so they'll say, well, it's just it's a consequence of just a broken world. That, like, the world is just broken. And my response is like, well, the world is broken and that's the problem. Well, who made it so damn fragile?
Like, who set it up that way?
Yeah. It's like, because they say, well, this is just the natural consequences for like our sin and evil. Okay, but who set it up so this was the system of consequences for these things? Like, no matter how you slice it, if you're going to propose that this God who created everything is all powerful and all knowing and created everything exactly how he wanted it and knew exactly how it was all going to turn out, like, there can literally be nothing that is not his responsibility or his fault, if you want to put it that way. It's like, so yeah, because like, because people love quoting Uncle Ben, say, with great power comes great responsibility. Well, then with ultimate power comes ultimate responsibility. So
ultimately, it's true.
Indeed.
There was a thing. if I can type, I'm very bad at typing, especially when I'm still talking. Okay. Aunt May, on her tombstone, it says, when you help someone, you help everyone. I like that one too.
That's good. Yeah, that's that. I guess like connected to the, like, you know, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice anywhere, everywhere, or something. Yeah, kind of similar thought behind that, but on the more like positive end, like doing something good. Yeah, goes from there as well. That's good. I like that. Way to go, Aunt May.
You know what's really tangential that never happens here, but it strikes me as interesting that we're accidentally doing a sacred text reading of Spider-Man, because the way like an official sacred text reading is, you will take two quotes from different parts in the same scripture and put them together and see what interesting ideas fall out by the way they interact.
Ah.
Now, often you'll do it through a specific lens. You'll like start, we're going to look at it through the frame of this, but sometimes not, to see if new things fall out. And there's like a series of 5 questions that you're supposed to ask when you're developing the relationship between these two different passages of scripture, which in this case is Spider-Man. But like, to just do it organically like that, it just tickles me a bit.
Good job, everybody.
Spider-Man sacred text. Which is, you know, better than Ruslan anyway.
Yeah, which I mean, as like is famously said, you know, Spider-Man, like it took place in New York City. New York City has been proven to be a real place, so therefore Spider-Man must also be real, because apparently that's how, you know, judging the historicity of ancient or modern documents works. So
yeah, I mean, it is known.
I mean, I think we settled it right here. Awesome, good job.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I want you to know, hey, just a few more days.
Oh, God damn it. And we're less than a minute in, and he has to go and do, I'm in fairness, I just ran an ad for my stuff, but like, and also I do have clothing, astropride.com, but
Yeah,
like,
that was over 8 hours in. Ruslan, he never waits 8 hours for his ads.
right.
But
like, oh, for fuck's sake. Honestly, I'm bad at capitalism. I really should be plugging the shit like right at the beginning, because like a lot of people, when they're watching live, they'll come when a video starts, and some people will join partway through and leave and come back and all sorts of stuff. But most viewers only ever see the first little bit of a video, especially after the live is over, because then you don't jump in at where the present live is, you start from the beginning. And so like, I really should play the ad first, because so many people, whether the stream were an hour long or 20 hours long, whatever it is, most people will only see the first 5 to 10 minutes, you know?
Missing out.
Except I should relabel this after the show's over and be like, Ember talking about all sorts of things to help you sleep, you know? Because a number of people have told me that they like to fall asleep listening to my shows, and they'd rather do a live one than replay an old one. And you know, that's great, but like I'm so glad some people find my voice so soothing, but like, it's been a long time since I've produced a show this long. Like, you could literally go to sleep and have a full night's sleep and wake up and I'm still talking.
Because it's been over 8 hours now. I mean, that's longer than I usually sleep. So yeah,
same.
But yeah, no, you should totally title this like Ember has a birthday to fall asleep to, or something like that. Because I don't see too many videos like titled that. So, and for some reason in my brain, like the idea of a birthday to sleep to just amused me.
I toyed with an idea of doing like a 24-hour stream, like a whole day. That would require a bit more preparation, though.
Yeah, that actually does sound fun.
I mean,
to
some
at least,
people
like,
just say
attempt
"fuck
this
it, life is life," and they like film themselves sleeping rather than turn the stream off. But it's a little Truman Show for me, you know. I love y'all. You're not coming into the bathroom with me. Sorry.
Right. Yeah, maybe, but maybe if you had like enough people, like it's like I said, as far as like planning, like had enough people lined up to join, you know, like me and Lil and Helen and who else is here? Mark and Chad. Like, so
Mhm.
even if like you like needed to take more of like an extended break, say like an hour or two, like the other people could like fill in, but like we're still going, then like you rejoin and people kind of like filter in and out. Like that could be a thing.
The idea was discussed and proposed, but getting people scheduled to make sure there's someone in a given window of time, and also there's a matter of controls because like I
Mhm.
can add and remove things to the screen. I could like
Yes.
authorize you to have share screen, and then you can just change what it is you're sharing. But if like say you accidentally close the window while I'm away, you have to wait till I get back. You know.
Right. Oh, hey, and Seth is here.
That's right.
Will
We're
is back.
we're ambushed, but again for the second time today, we're being ambushed. Well, okay, technically it's tomorrow because it's after midnight here in the
Right.
Eastern time zone.
Mhm. Yeah, so see, he spreads out his ambushes, so it's like one per day. You know, it's pacing. We appreciate
It's
that.
a daily quest, yeah. But yeah, we're doing all right. I'm starting to feel loopy, which is partly exhaustion and partly my meds wearing off. But still kind of okay. Lil is also rejoindering. Lil, while you were away, I was talking about you. We were saying how it's lovely having you on a stream because you know that like there's never a shortage of things to talk about. But also, how dare being right, it was the lobster clip, how your face stole the show. And I'll run it again because it's like only a couple of seconds. So I'll run it again.
We've got jellyfish that, you know, until something eats them, they can go on. And lobsters, for example.
Like the little squint at the end. It's amazing.
Which also, by the way, Lil, like I sent that to you as well. So.
Oh look, it's a Lil.
Yes. Hi.
Well, hello.
Lobsters.
What's up, people?
But Tommy was saying how your face stole the show, and I'm like, in fairness, Lil's face always steals the show because she is prettier than me. Damn it.
No, it's just I have no filter at all, and like you can tell everything by my face. So
Yeah. But I mean, certainly prettier than me, that's for sure. But speaking of which, like Lil, like I think I have like the full like more like minute version like of that clip, like extended. Like I keep meaning to send it to you, but like every means I've attempted to send that to you so far, it's too big for that. So we're gonna have to come up
put
with
it on a Google, put it do it Google Drive link.
Ah, there you go.
That's what I do too. Is I'll big stuff. I'll stuff it in a Google Drive and then I'll just send somebody the link. I actually have a Google Drive folder specifically for that.
Yeah.
Lil is amused.
Seth is putting pants on.
No.
Is that amusing?
Yes, it is.
Hey Seth, what's up, man?
Birthday, Ember. What's up,
Thank
Tommy?
you.
And the beautiful people in the chat. I'm exhausted. I'm getting ready to go to bed, but y'all have fun.
I thought you were gonna do.
I gotta work on mine and Ben's interview video for a little bit.
Okay. Well,
Maybe till
let
1.
me know before you go to bed.
Y'all have a good night.
He was working on a video, so I figured I'd pop on for a little bit.
Oh, nice.
Hell yeah. Pop on and pop. Never mind. It's fine. All right. So I need to skip past this. This one downside of downloading videos is you don't get the preview of where the thing is like you do when you're watching on YouTube. So, right now he's doing tour dates because apparently he's like a rapper or some shit. So like so far, half of the video was his ads for his own stuff, but now we're getting back to our data, our broken data. All right, that's probably fine.
Transformer. You guys know I can't say that word because YouTube don't like it. Transformer.
YouTube doesn't have a problem with it. He's afraid of the word.
Non-binary identity is rapidly declining among college students. The number of students identifying as something other than male or female. Sorry, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Identifying as something other than has declined by half.
He definitely is trying to be a jerk, but never mind that.
Okay, but honest question, like how like Ember, as a transgender person yourself, like what do you think of transformer as like another term for yourself?
I find it silly because it goes to show that the person is just afraid of the word, the same way some people are afraid of pronouns. The word itself, I don't actually mind because as someone, possibly Fox, possibly Noise Ending said earlier, Guard said it. Ember is more than meets the eye. Like,
this is true.
It's I've been called worse.
Half since 2023. In 2023, it looks like it had peaked almost at 10% share of students not identifying as male or female.
9%. Again, the data is not correctly calibrated, but also that's one school for 1 year. And look, they only have like a data point, one data point before it and 2 data points after it. Like, what are we even doing here?
Yeah, but also let's just say that this data is actually representative in any significant way. Like, what happened after 2023 that might make people who are trans or non-binary maybe not want to be like as public and not necessarily like identify as that as much? Did something happen around that time?
I mean, I gotta say, as many of you know, the story with my job, the reason I got forced out of my job has to do with harassment I was getting at one of our client companies, which is the employer's problem. And like, while they were threatening right from day one, they were like, don't stray too far from the security cameras because it'd be a real shame if something were to happen to you because our people are violent. It was kind of low key, like you're kind of welcome around these parts sort of vibe. But as 2024 progressed and we got closer to the election, that got much more aggressive and like actively hostile. Not a just we don't like you stare, but like people making comments or people pursuing harassing actions like losing paperwork or parking a forklift in the middle of the dock so that I can't even unload my truck myself, that all the sort of shit just to be harassing, and it was, people were starting to get more vocal. Like at one point, everybody was banished from the dock when I was there, except the 2 people that could manage to contain themselves in my presence. And so the first time I was there after that happened, a bunch of them lined up right next to the dock and shouted shit like, I'll say what I want to its face, and it just, like the scale of the harassment kept escalating. And what made it worse is that I like I said, their HR reps made it clear violence was on the table from day one. So that was always in my head, like, not just there's going to be more harassment. How much worse is the harassment going to be this time? It's knowing that violence has always been on the table. So it's more, will this be the time they actually try to hurt me? Like, it's inevitable it will happen because of how the situation was laid out from the beginning and how it's been escalating. It's never, is it going to get more and more and more severe, but stay harassment? It's when will they try to hurt me? Will it be this time? Will it be next time? Who knows? So And that was throughout 2024 and into the beginning of 2025, up to the election and then after the election. So yeah, a lot of people went back in the closet or moved and didn't tell anyone that they were trans, I mean, this shit is exactly the reason that the original transition protocols called for only allowing people to transition who could definitely pass and having them cut off their lives, move somewhere else and start over. Because only if the people in your life did not know did you have any real chance of safety. Like even a person who accepts you, but accidentally outs you to a bigot, your entire fucking life is that you have to move somewhere else and start over again, So yeah, it's really scary.
Peak, and now it's back down to it looks like around 2%. So let's look at this. This is by Relevant. It says the percentage of college students identifying as transformer or non-binary has dropped significantly over the past 2 years, according to a.
See, again, that's first of all, a new analysis of multiple campus surveys. So again, the person who did the analysis fucked up the data. It's 3 schools, and we don't have the source data in the first place. Like, did they ask 2 students? Like, how was the data collected? Like, none of this shit. The methodology is shit. The sample size is shit. And there's other things. And also, it's not even true that it refers to students identifying as transgender or non-binary. The question is specifically about non-binary people, which is a flavor of transgender, but the study says nothing about binary trans people or people who might consider themselves to be non-binary but don't use that specific label, like gender fluid people or agender people and many gender queer people. Like there's a lot of non-binary people who don't identify as trans, even though being non-binary, unless they're intersex, means their gender is not aligned with what was assumed about them at birth. But they don't identify as trans. They're like, no, I'm not trans, I'm non-binary. Some gender queer people, gender queer is a flavor of non-binary in the same way non-binary is a flavor of trans, but they're like, I'm not non-binary, I'm gender queer, So there's a lot of that kind of shit.
New analysis of multiple campus surveys, the trend makes a shift after years of steady increase in students identifying outside the male-female binary.
Now, again, years, the data showed like 2 years. 2 years of increase, and then it went back to baseline. So the misleading language just keeps on going. We love propaganda, don't we?
One major data source polls 68,000. That's a lot of people. Usually 1,000 or more is considered like a sufficient sample size. Students were asked to choose from gender options, including man.
One major data source is a 2025 poll of 68,000 undergrads by the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. I'm skeptical. I'm very skeptical.
Woman, non-binary, agender.
What's that?
Said, see my eyebrow. Very, very skeptical.
Like, I mean, there's multiple layers of skepticism. As you know, I love to look up shit while we're live. I'm not inclined to do it right now, but I do wonder, like, first of all, is that actually even true? Because we know this data was done by an analyst who fucked it up and didn't understand statistics in the first place. So did he actually use this poll, or did someone at this relevant company just kind of make that up, add it on? Does the poll really exist? Does it say what it says they say? Because this whole article is misrepresenting data that's already misrepresented. And who is the source? Is the foundation? This is the first question. So I'm doing them in reverse order. When someone cites a source, don't just check what the source says, check who the source is. Is the Foundation for Individual Rights another heritage foundation? Is it biased? Aunt Jer with the real questions can walk around all day with his eyebrow raised.
Oh, hey, well, maybe a good day to try this out would be like, if I make it the Rocket City reason, like that would be a great way to spend my 5-year 8th-versary, as I like to say. Yeah, I'll just spin around, like go around the whole time like this. Yeah. I'll keep you
It's a
posted.
good point. Personal holidays don't have to be just your birthday. A lot of couples celebrate anniversaries. You can do anniversaries for other stuff. All your major milestones. Like celebrate yourself. You're allowed to, and I
Yes.
encourage it.
Yeah, honestly, like more than probably these days, like more than like my actual birthday and even like Father's Day, which I'm a proud and like proud father and all that. But yeah, that's for me two of my biggest days that I celebrate myself is my anniversary of going into remission from cancer and my anniversary of becoming an atheist. Like those are two very big days for me. So
Hell yeah. Yeah. I mean, for me, like my kids' birthdays matter more than my own. And
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I'll ever shake that one. Like I want to model that you should celebrate yourself because other people are glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. You should be glad you're here too, because that's how the bandwagon fallacy works. We all think you should celebrate you, so you should.
Yes. Do it, damn
But
it.
like for real. But like there's my kids' birthdays, there's my HRT versary, which
Oh yeah.
conveniently happened to be on a leap year, so it's hard to forget. So yeah, today was day 909, and so next leap year, well, this next year won't be a leap year because it'll be 27, but like that'll be 3 years. Yeah, I think so. So we're getting there. Goodness. Oh wait, my HRT versary is slightly off. It's like a day off from when I got my legal. It's not important. The point is, like, that is also a significant day because for a very similar reason to yours, Tommy's, it's a day when I finally was able to start to live,
Mm-hmm.
instead of
Dare
just
I
survive.
say, yeah, dare I
don't
say
have
amen.
one.
Yeah. What's that?
I don't have one of those. Like I can't like with me becoming atheist, like I kind of woke up one day and was like, huh, okay. And never marked down the day that was. I'm just like, okay, and just continue my life.
Yeah, for me, like the only reason I actually know is because I still have a note in my phone because it actually happened during a prayer exercise for a like a men's small group I was still in at the time because it was one of those like kind of like our assignment for the week. All right, but before we meet again next week, just take an hour or just spend it alone with God. So, but like where I was at that point, I was like, all right, that was basically my hour of like kind of like giving God like his last chance to actually show up and like yeah, it's a whole thing. I could go into it and probably will once we get close like to that date. It's in October. Yeah, like I said, it's the Saturday of Rocket City Reason concert. Probably somewhere around then I'll talk about it more in depth. But yeah, it was basically the last chance I gave God, say, hey, well, if you're real, actually show up. And in that time, not only did I not get any confirmation based on like how I was kind of thinking through it and framing and like initially talking to God, I actually got some pretty strong disconfirmation during that time. So yeah, so I just still, because I was also like taking notes on my phone, like just kind of like my thoughts and reflections on that day. So like that's the reason I remember the date, because I have it actually like written down. But so that's why I consider that my official day. But yeah, but it's good to have, like for me, like it's good to have that like specific point in time to kind of point to. Is like, yeah, this was it right there. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everybody's brain works a little bit differently on that kind of stuff. I mean, I've gone through so many different iterations, like so many people, including the interview with Trevor, which is linked in the description. He was like, were you ever religious? And I was like, well, it didn't really stick, but I got into ministry and all this different stuff. But it's much more complex than that. I just don't want to waste a lot of airtime on it because, even reviewing Ruslan to me is more interesting. But there's a lot more to it. It's very rarely like an on-off switch. You go through degrees of disbelief. Like for a while, I was convinced that all the gods were real, and who you worship just determines how you interact with the divine realm, if you want to call it that,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I, speaking of like, not being able to really like pinpoint, like I said, I have that date, but honestly, like, yeah, it was like such a gradual process. Cause like, I often talk about how like, my friend and like co-host on our show, Matt, like we were kind of going through the process at the same time, like, for very, like our experiences are very different. I was recovering from cancer, and, he wasn't, but I just remember like, because like, we would talk about this stuff like all the time, like basically what you see, like our interaction on our show, like that's just what we've been doing for like 20 years. That's anytime we hang out. But I remember, I wish I still had it like in my phone, but it's like long gone. But like a text, like I don't even remember what we were talking about. I just remember he texted me asking like, so are we atheists now? And I remember reading that. I was like, like took me a minute, and I replied back, maybe, but like I think. But yeah, it's just such a like gradual, like it's really hard to like really pinpoint like what was the thing that did it. But yeah, at some point you're just like, oh fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I think the
Yeah.
closest thing that I come to that is my dog's birthdays or the day that I got them. So.
Well,
Dog
nice.
anniversaries are important too.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
By the way,
Now, do
for
you count them
anybody
in dog
wondering-
years though?
No. No, I don't. But because we have Kip and because we have Ozzy, and neither one of them are fixed, but there will be no Apasta puppies. So, no. No. I would love that, but no, I can't handle Apasta puppies right now. That's what we're
So
calling
how
them if it ever happens.
if neither of them are fixed, I feel like I'm missing something.
Well,
Do you make
okay,
them use
so
puppy condoms?
We're getting. No, they haven't gone at it yet, surprisingly. But we one of us is always here with them, or we make sure they're separated if we're not here.
But what if the rest of us want Apasta puppies, Lil? Like, are you?
You're gonna have to take that up with Seth, which he is gonna be a much harder sell than me.
Yeah, I agree. Andrew says there's enough puppies in the world who don't have homes, and that's true. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Yeah,
Matt being all
Hi,
human
Matt.
and whatnot. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. Even though technically my birthday was yesterday.
Technically,
we're still celebrating it. So
it's true. It's true. I mean,
well, there's a lot to celebrate, so.
Right.
You
And
should
also,
celebrate
Matt, like,
all year, really. And in fact, someone sent me a thing on Facebook earlier. Was it Scott? I think, yeah, Skeptical Scott said Mondays that land on birthdays should be celebrated all week. And that seems like a valid philosophy for me.
Right. And I will say real quick, Matt, like, I mean, if you need to go to bed, I will just say, like, the link, if you want to join, it's on Discord, but up to you. Just saying.
Oh shit, is it Daryl? Was it Daryl Ray's birthday too?
Yeah.
No
and
shit.
Somebody else's.
Marsha P. Johnson. But everyone knows that.
Christy Houghton, I think, is her birthday too.
I don't know. I
aunt.
only met Dr. D very
Denzel
briefly, but it's weird to me that I met the man and I didn't know we have the same birthday.
I share a birthday with my aunt and Denzel Washington.
Yeah. So I have actually, like, in real life met two people with my same birthday. One of the people was actually, like, literally the same year. Like we were born on the same day. But
I mean, 8 billion people. It's bound to happen.
Yeah, and we were in a band together too, which was really fun. But also, what I really love is my birthday is also the same as Australia Day. which is really fun because also the day I was born, the #1 song on the charts in the US and the UK was Down Under by Men at Work, an Australian band.
We come from a land down under.
Yeah. So such the connection. So
It's true. It's true. So Matt's about to go sleepy. Sweet dreams, Matt. Andrew
I am
points out
about- I'm
it's 9:45 there, so it is still kind of in somewhere on Earth. It's still my birthday. Resist. Thank
There
you
you
so
go.
much. Thank you for coming by.
I am
shit.
actually about to go to bed too, but I didn't want to pop on and say happy birthday one more time.
Well, thank you.
And I was a little I was surprised that you were still alive once I got done. I was like, oh, holy crap, she's still on.
I told you I was trying to go for 12 hours, and while I'm not actually serious about it, I did mean to go long.
Yeah, I mean, you're only what 3 hours and 15 minutes from 12 hours, so
I'm still not taking it that seriously though, because like this is how I got drawn into it in the first time. Like people would be like, "Oh, just 15 more minutes, you'll be at 9 hours." Oh, just 1 more hour, you'll be at 10 hours.
Well, I mean, that's kind of how like I'm justifying, even though like finances for me are pretty tight right now, like justifying like buying the ticket for Rocket City Reason, because like the way I justified that to myself was like, well, it's cheaper than the ticket to NanoCon, and I was able to afford that. So therefore, I mean, I can afford this, right? But it's
Motivated
but no
reasoning.
reality.
See, I just have like a hard rule, partly because travel is so difficult for me, but also partly for financial reasons. I have to be invited to an event to like I won't automatically say yes, but if I'm not invited, I'm just not going. You know, I can't, you know.
yeah.
So if you want an Ember at your event, you better give me a microphone. I'm just saying. Like I can talk about any number of stuff. Obviously, if you've been watching this stream, it isn't just all trans people all the time, but we do need more people talking about trans people and intersex people who get ignored a lot in the trans discussions, you know, and all this other stuff. But I started doing atheist advocacy and I still do it better than most, you know?
Yes.
This is true. I guess
Very,
if
very
I
much
had a convention, I'd be inviting you, but
I would.
alas.
That's a good reason to have a convention.
Oh, this is true.
Hey, who knows? Me and Seth might start one at some point.
But what if
never
you're
know.
like the only speaker? So like keynote speaker, Ember, and like working all the breakouts and like workshops, Ember.
Ember.
I could
it's
run
all Ember.
at least 2 workshops at the
EmberCon.
same time, probably. Yeah.
EmberCon, that's it.
EmberCon. Well,
there we go.
In theory, my Comic-Con here in New York is it's kind of started that way. I wanted to do a Comic-Con, but I didn't want to do just any Comic-Con. I wanted to do like a VidCon, but for the Northeast instead of the West Coast. And I wanted to do it centered on TikTok because that was the thing that was like skyrocketing in popularity at the time. And I also wanted to do all the other stuff, right? So like I had General Martok from Star Trek come as a celebrity guest for the nerds who like autographs and shit. And I had like this fan group that dressed up as the Ninja Turtles and another fan group who dressed up as Star Wars people. And I had games, and that's people don't put enough games at Comic Cons. People need shit to do. You can't just have a couple of stage shows and a bunch of vendors. I mean, it's great for the vendors. I love lots and lots of artists and crafters, but once people tour all the vendors and see all the cool stuff, that's it. They're done. Then they sit there and be bored and wait for the cosplay contest. You need shit for them to do. If they choose to hang out with their friends, that's great, but they shouldn't feel like they have to be bored. Nobody should ever feel like they have to be bored at an event like this. So there needs to be lots of shit to do. That's one of the big changes I made, is make sure there's lots of shit to do.
Nice.
So much shit, they can't possibly go to everything. Then people are very happy. That's my thing. But I'm tangenting because I'm getting very silly at this point. I'm definitely running out of juice now.
Yeah, which is why
the reason I mentioned
EmberCon,
it is it kind of was
Ember all the
EmberCon.
time. So yeah,
because it was all the shit I wanted to see at a convention. I didn't do like an interest poll of the local community. I just took the shit I wanted to see at a convention, and I put it in the convention.
There you go.
Well, you did a good job.
Yeah.
All right. With that, I am going to go ahead and jump off of here. But happy birthday, Ember. I love you to pieces. You're awesome. So,
Thank you, Lil. Always,
Alright.
I'm always so glad when you drop by.
I know. I miss dropping by. Now I don't have anything to do in the mornings.
I miss some morning shows too. Or
Me
any
too.
time of day. Honestly, they were in the mornings to prove we could do a morning show. And after 9 months, I'm pretty sure we made the fucking
night.
point. But
Farewell.
That's why, yeah. That's where I gotta go.
okay, all right, I'll stop babbling for now. At least on this
All right.
subject.
All right. Love
Mwah.
you, Ember. And love you too, Tommy!
Good night.
Lil.
Night. Night, guys.
Oh goodness.
Oh man.
Oh, there's a lot. There's so much. I'm definitely running out of juice. I can feel my brain like going mirror.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so like I was about to say I might have to like put my limit at about like 1 o'clock. So like another like 9-10 minutes. But if you're thinking 1:30, I could push myself to there, but yeah.
I mean, part of me is like, technically I could make it to the 12 hours, but then I will feel like crap tomorrow. And you know, there's no reason to do it. It just, if I feel good tomorrow, I can do another show tomorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe one that's actually more organized, you know, whatever. It's fine. So yeah, we can just wrap up here. It's all good. It's all good.
All right.
I do like having a big goal, and we have hit some big fucking numbers. We're this close to 9 hours, but like, no pressure. It's so much better with no pressure. You know?
Yes.
We can do whatever the fuck we want. Like, I had stuff. This is what I mean with it's the same thinking as the Comic-Con. Why I chronically over prepare for stuff. I've way more stuff than we could have possibly gone through today, so that we had a choice. And that choice included not even talking about that and talking to each other. You know, it's fine. It's all good.
It's good. It's good times. It's good times.
That's right. That's right. Okay. So enough of that for today. Catch Tommy on Wednesdays on The Humanity Live, 8 p.m. Eastern. And apparently Thursday dropping by Freethinker Fireside to hang out with Helen. And
I think,
probably
7,
other stuff.
Yeah, I think that's 7 Eastern with Helen. Yeah. Thanks, Jer. As always.
Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad people came. Thank you all so much for coming. And I realize the people who were here in the beginning are not going to watch through 8 hours to get a thank you at the end. But I appreciate all of you at whatever point you came through. It means a great deal to me that, like, people were here for my birthday, you know? People.
Yeah.
It's a hard thing for people like me to accept. And that's why it's important I do it, so that those of you like me see someone like that do it. It means a lot that people are glad that I'm here too. Like, I don't even have words. It means ever so much to me. So thank you all so much for being here, for being part of the community, and for sticking around through all the bullshit over the past couple of years. You make the world a better place too. Until next time, friends, live long and prosper. Thanks to all our patrons and top-level members for July. Miranda, Tux, Ian Chen, Maya Adkisson, Robin Webster, Karen Butcher, Ember Lynn, Margie, The Barely Bearable Atheist, Eric Wander, Jason Jacoby, Lil of All Trades, Deviant Outcast, Thriver Scapegoat, Katie Bluebird, Noise Ending, Secular Feelinist, and Alira the Free. And you can add your name here next month by signing up at patreon.com/betterthanember, or by joining Emberships here on YouTube at the Cinder level, which also includes all the custom emojis, tons of member-exclusive content, and a bunch of other stuff.
I deeply appreciate all the supporters who keep this channel going. Thank you so much. Because of you, we're building a wonderful community that I'm very proud of.